thought, no? Whatever it is, even if you get Narayana in your dream, and you're pressing his feet, like Lakshmi is pressing Narayana's feet, that's also a thought, no? You see Arunachala, there's a thought. Bhagwan comes to you, it's a thought. You have to ask for whom is this Bhava. You can't, you have to be absolutely ruthless. Where's the thought? You'll say, oh, I got Bhagwan in my dream last night. I must be one up. Jayashree didn't get in her dream. Bhagwan, I got it. Simple, finished. You go down. Patana karanam, you will go down. So you have to be very careful. Or you may get occult powers. You may be able to hear, listen from far. I may be able to read your mind. All this may happen. For whom is the occult powers? You have to ask. Yeah, that's a part, your journey. That is your journey. A lot of people, I used to do puja. I don't do puja anymore. I don't find a necessity to do puja. So in the morning I say, whatever I am going to do, I am going to offer it as a prayer to you. At the end of the day, I say, whatever I have done, I am offering it as a prayer to you. That's it. What more does God want? He is there, He is Sakshi. The problem is, you feel you are the doer. That is the problem. You are not the doer.
So does Baba really stop evoking these emotions in us? Do we reach that state where you can just be as still as him?
You can. Bhagavan says what he did in his life, each one of us can do. But what is longing? They say a man is put into water, his head into water. The way he will push up to get that breath to stay alive, that should be your ichha for God. If it's not there, then what? It will come and go. Yeah, it's one more thing. Like listening to music or something, God also will. Like eating food, God also have time for God. No. There are people who are doing intense sadhana for God. And only like chartered accountant exam, only few pass. Right? They say in the final stage, it will be like an elephant getting into a hut. That experience will be like that. Right? That you will be rattled from inside. Because you are trying to find God inside you, right? That I which Nandakumar spoke about, it's not easy. It's not like the ego I. It is being with God, and you're touching God at that point of time. And it is like Swayambhu. Like in a temple, there are lingas which are Swayambhu, which have come from the. It's literally like that. Of course. See, don't worry what others do. They say, mind your own business, Bhagavan says. Don't worry about others. Can you replicate Bhagavan's death experience? You can't, no. So don't worry. You do what God is, role you have. And what is within your limits, you do that. Do it very, very well. As if today is the last day of my life. Can you imagine? If today is the last day in your life, how will you do sadhana? That's the way you have to do sadhana. Imagine a person who has got cancer and doctor tells him 3 more months to live, fourth stage, and he is a Bhagwan devotee. What will he do? Morning to evening, he will only do sadhana, sadhana, sadhana. Like that we have to do. Because Mrityu is just behind your head. This is behind here only is here. Yama is sitting here, behind your head. He is there. When he takes you, you don't know. When he leaves. But if you get what we are going to discuss today, if you get to know who you are, what will Yama do? Shiva will say, what you can, it's my bhakta. You can't do anything. Only you will take the body away, not take it away. It is jada. It is 5 elements, going back to the 5 elements. It's urine and water and feces inside. What is the big deal? See, we think we are smart, beautiful. It's only half an inch, half a centimeter inside. Otherwise, if I remove this half centimeter and stand outside, I'll be like that meat shop. all the crows and eagles and everybody will come to eat me. There's only half mm or 1 mm here, that's all. Nothing else. And we give so much importance to this. No? So unless we realize that, these are all the indicators by which we should get vairagya. We should get dispassion for this body. Otherwise the body can, tongue, oh, I want nice things to eat. Chinese, Mexican, this, that. It's tough. The journey is tough. But once you're on that journey, you should not, see there are different types of people. One who don't start the journey at all, right? Some people start the journey and then they give up after some time. Agala, it's not in my capacity. There are some people who take on and they say, I am going to get it. If it's about me, why am I not able to see? I am going to try my best. Some people are that. See, the good thing about sadhana is, if you learnt ABC in this janma, next janma also you will learn ABC. Okay, but if you have done whatever spiritual thing, that account will continue. The mind will go with the breath to the next body. So this sadhana that you do will go. Okay, so good to do sadhana, no? What is the time, girls? 10:15. We have to wait for a few more minutes. We'll start the prayer? Okay, let's do that.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. We offer our salutations to Ramana, who shines as the sun in all beings. We begin the third day of the 49th National Seminar and Cultural Festival. We've been having the celebration starting from Friday, which started with a talk and a music presentation by the students of Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning on Ramana Kalyani. Yesterday, we started the self-enquiry workshop, which was followed by the offering of Ramananjali, a talk by Sri G. Kameshwar, concluding with a mega dance drama, Ramana Mahashakti. Today is the second day of the self-enquiry workshop. We begin today's workshop and the third day of the seminar with the prayer led by Srimati V. Radha and followed by Kumari Revathi. We request all of you to join in this beautiful song where coming of Ramana is described as coming of sun. It is the dawn into our lives. As we are celebrating Surya Narayana today, we remember Ramana, who is the Atma Surya.
Ramanodaya, Ramanodaya,
Ramanodaya, Ramanodaya,
Ananda Ullasa Purnodaya,
Ananda Ullasa Purnodaya,
Ramanodaya, Ramanodaya, Ananda Ullasa Purnodaya,
Ananda
ರಮಣೋದಯ ಅರುಣೋದಯ ರಮಣೋದಯ ಅರುಣೋದಯ ಕಾಂತಿಯ ಬೀರುವ ಮೌನೋದಯ ಕಾಂತಿಯ ಬೀರುವ ಮೌನೋದಯ ರಮಣೋದಯ 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 ಆನಂದ ಉಲ್ಲಾಸ ಪೂರ್ಣೋದಯ ಆನಂದ ಉಲ್ಲಾಸ ಪೂರ್ಣೋದಯ ಶುಭೋದಯ ಹೃದಯೋದಯ ಶುಭೋದಯ ಹೃದಯೋದಯ ಶುಭೋದಯ ಹೃದಯೋದಯ ಶುಭೋದಯ ಹೃದಯೋದಯ ಬೆಳಕನು ಚೆಲ್ಲುವ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯ ಬೆಳಕನು ಚೆಲ್ಲುವ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯ ಶುಭೋದಯ ಹೃದಯೋದಯ ಶುಭೋದಯ ಹೃದಯೋದಯ ಬೆಳಕನು ಚೆಲ್ಲುವ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯ ಬೆಳಕನು ಚೆಲ್ಲುವ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯ ರಮಣೋದಯ 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 ಆನಂದ ಉಲ್ಲಾಸ ಪೂರ್ಣೋದಯ ಆನಂದ ಉಲ್ಲಾಸ ಪೂರ್ಣೋದಯ ರಮಣೋದಯ 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 ಆನಂದ ಉಲ್ಲಾಸ ಪೂರ್ಣೋದಯ 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 ನಮೋ ರಮಣ.
Namo Ramana. We begin today's the first session by Sri Venkatesh Deshpande ji. He is the President, Bhagwan Sri Ramana Maharshi Research Center. And as I see on the screen, the topic for this presentation is knower of the three states, Avastatraya Viveka. I invite Sri Venkatesh Deshpande ji to begin the session.
Right? Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, that's good. I don't know, 45 minutes. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. So it's wonderful that all of you have come on a Sunday. Sunday is the day to relax at home. So it's good to be relaxing here in Bhagwan's Sannidhi. So today we will be talking about knower of the three states. Now we know Nandakumar spoke about the three states yesterday in the three sessions. What did he speak about? Not the solid state, liquid state and the gaseous state, but we're talking about the waking state, dream state and the deep sleep state. Right? We spoke about, Nandakumar spoke about it. Just a little recap, okay? So we will talk about that also today. So normally we start with 3 chantings, but Omkara, but we have already done the. So what are we going to discuss today is something that we need to understand very clearly. Is we're talking about Advaita. Advaita Vedanta means what? What do you mean by Advaita Vedanta? Huh? Yeah, that is just one, not two. Okay? So Dvaita is two. Dvaita means there's only one. So we are trying to say everything is only one. There is no two. So when two comes, then you have all the other things that happen. Bhakti yoga, karma yoga, all those things happen. But here we are talking about Advaita. So the knower of the 3 states, the waking state, dream state, and deep sleep state, which is Jagrat, Swapna, Shushupti, is a Sakshi, the witnessing consciousness, which is none other than the self. It's very important to understand. Please sit down, madam. Come this side. You can sit down. So, how many of you have seen a football match or a football match? All of you have seen on a stadium. So, what do you see in a football match? What do you see, sir? What do you see in a football match?
All the players
And running this way and that way, right? What else have you seen?
there's a referee,
Okay. What else have you seen?
there's a TV screens,
TV screens. What else have you seen? No. In the playing area. In the playing area. Goal is there. What else you seen? Field is there. Okay. What about the field? The passing the ball. What's the characteristic of football and what's the characteristic of the field?
field is stationary.
Wonderful. Yes. If the field was also moving, then what would happen? What would have been your experience? No. What would have been your experience if the ball was also moving and the field was also moving? Then what would you see the ball moving? No. Right? Because both were moving, correct? So, what happens is that to see the football match, the field has to be stationary. Yes or no? If this is a very important aspect about sadhana also. So, if there is imagine if when you're in a train, everything seems to be moving. Trees are moving. Are the trees moving? Are the trees moving? No, trees are stationary. You are moving in the train, right? So exactly the same thing. To be able to the knower of the 3 states, which is the Atma. So what's the nature of the Atma? Come, sir. Namo Ramana. So what's the nature of the Atma? Like football field, right. It's still, right? That means it is omnipresent. The self is omnipresent. That means where is he? He is everywhere. Omnipresent, omnipotent and omniscient is the nature of the self. Okay? So he says that Atma is like that. Right? Now if you look at this room, which are the moving parts and which are the stationary parts? Imagine the wall was moving, this room was moving. Could you get into this room? You couldn't get into the room. The room is stationary, right? That's why you could get into this room. So, there is a sakshi, there is a witnessing consciousness. There's something who keeps watching. What is in the football field, what is watching? Huh? Referee is also running. He is not watching. Who is the silent witness to this whole thing? It's a simple experience you are having. You go to a cricket match or anything. Who is that who's watching, who's not concerned? Who wins, who loses? It doesn't matter who. The stadium. Sorry? The field is yes, but the stadium. Just think about the stadium. It is Sakshi, right? Does it say that only these two people have to play? No. Does it say somebody has to win, somebody has to lose? No. It is just there. Isn't it a sakshi? It is just a witness to this whole game that is happening inside. Right? So, we are going to talk about this self which is just witness to all these three experiences we are having. So, we are talking about the three states. So, Advaita, especially through Mandukya, analyzes human experience into three states that we spoke about. And he says that one is Jagrat. Jagrat is what? Awake. Awake means to what? Yeah, through the senses you are awake to what? What was the first thing you were awake to in the morning today? Okay, was it the I thought? Just ask yourself, what was your experience in the morning? Where was the I thought? I don't think so you had an experience of I thought at that point. Yeah, when you wake up, what happened? In a fraction of a second, what happened? You had body experience, no? Yes or no? Your body experience. The body experience? Yes or no? When the body woke up, when you say, oh, I've woken up and stretching a hand and all.
So that's not synonymous with I?
No, we'll come to that. Okay. So now, what was your experience? You have to see, everything is in your experience. Forget about theory part. Bhagavan makes it very simple. What is your experience right now? In the morning you woke up and body woke up. You said, I woke up. If your husband woke you up or you woke up by alarm, I've woken up. Right? Because I have to come here by 10 o'clock for satsang. So you woke up. Then what happened? Then the world woke up, correct? Your family woke up. Your mobile, everything woke up. Yes or no? Was that your experience? Yes or no? I need to see, in this workshop, it has to be a two-way experience, right? If I keep talking, I can go talk for next 10 hours also. Okay, that's not the point. But I must be able to understand whether you are getting it or not. If I see blank faces, I feel that you are not getting it. Okay, that you are something superior. You are not having body thought, and you are getting up. You are woken up, right? So that's my experience. So the body woke up. And then the world woke up. Yes or no? Yeah? Mobile wakes you up. The alarm wakes you up. Somebody wakes you up, right? Some external factor wakes you up. And your experience right now is what? That I've woken up. But in spirituality, that's not really waking up, right? But Bhagavan says, interaction, your jagrat, this is just simple. You're waking means what? The interaction with the external world through the senses. You know the five senses? Eyes, nose, mouth, ears, touch and feel. Five senses are interacting with the world, and you say, oh, I see this, my father, my husband, my wife, my children, right? That's their senses. I want to eat breakfast, I'm hungry, I need to drink water. All these, or I'm hearing, I want to hear some music, I want to see something, I want to smell something. So all these senses are playing out. As you wake up, senses are woken up. Correct, what you said is correct. The I thought is the first thought, okay? And the ego thought, and then after that the mind wakes up, the full of thoughts, all this world, right? The waking ego, there is a waking ego which you are talking about just now. There is the waking ego, it's also called Vishwa. Okay? So, the insight is consciousness identified with the gross body, outward looking. Yes or no? Body is not looking inside, correct? What do you say, Jayashima? It's not looking outside, inside, no? All the time outside. I have to have breakfast, I have to go for a walk, I have to do this and do this. All the time gross means Annamaya Kosha, this body. Everybody has the same experience. So it says, the knower, this insight is the conscious identified with the gross body, gross. If somebody doesn't agree with me, please tell me and I'll change the slides, okay? I can change the slides. No problem.
This Vishwa is not the world, right?
No. So it's just like a label. It's like your name is a label. It's like that. There you go. Swapna. Right? You had dreams? You have all had dreams? Last night who had dreams? Please raise your hands. Oh, none of you had dreams, huh? Oh, you're scared not to tell you about your dreams. Huh? You had dreams last night? You don't remember. You had dreams? Huh? You tend to forget the dreams. But everybody had dreams or not? Yeah. So think about a dream that you had some time back. Can one of you talk about your dream? Which you remember? No, anytime, any dream.
Being chased by a huge white snake.
You're chased by a huge white snake, okay?
And I ran through many floors to escape, but it just rose like the animal and came to the top floor.
Well, then what happened?
And then I woke up and I thought my son was in danger, and suddenly I see him wearing a pyramid cap and like they do in the Buddhist tradition, meditate under the pyramid, etc. The whole association came about, and then I thought it was a spiritual dream. I don't know what it meant.
Okay, so basically she had an experience of a white snake running behind her. She was running up the floors, okay? So that was where was it happening? Why was it happening? And why? I'll give another example, which example I normally give. If there was a robber in your dream. Okay, there was a robber in your dream, sir. Who was the robber in your dream? Another person. Oh, very good. Who was that person? Self-related. Okay, there was another person, means you were there, right, and another person was there, right? That means there were two selves, right? Madam, you were saying something? Very good. So basically what he also said is that my mind, you see a horror movie at night and go immediately to sleep. What are you going to have? That horror in your dream, right? So what is happening is you are only projecting the dream. The mind is only projecting. This is something we have to know with absolute certainty, because what happens in this journey is we have lot of insights that come to us. Maybe God, Bhagwan comes, He may give you may see a light, also you may see Bhagwan, or you may have different experiences. They are good, but you have to inquire. Again, you have to inquire for whom is this thought, because finally it's also a thought, correct? So, this swapna is the inner world created by the mind. Are we in agreement on this? That it is basically the mind that is projecting. So this is called Tejasa, and inside is consciousness identified with the subtle body. You know there are three bodies? All of you know the three bodies? Okay, there's a gross body, and there's a subtle body, and there's a causal body. There are three bodies in this body. Okay, so, but it goes within and within and within. At one point, we don't have to worry about that. You have to understand. You have to find out who you really are. Then you go beyond all these three bodies. Okay, so he says the consciousness identified with the subtle body. It's inward facing. That is, it is more subtle than the than the first one, waking. Waking seems to be more gross, right? Like you said, I do not remember the dream, correct? That means it was subtle, right? If it was gross like what's happening right now, you'll probably remember. So this is the other thing that we experience, and this is our everyday experience. See, Bhagavan does not complicate things at all. He says, what is your daily experience? You were awake, and now you are in dream. What will follow after dream? Deep sleep, exactly. Deep sleep will come. So you have a heavy meal and go to sleep, you're bound to dream. You're going to dream because the food is trying to digest and you want to sleep. You want to shut down everything. The food wants to digest in your stomach and it's trying to, and then you get all your dreams. So this is an important thing that we need to understand. And the third is Sushupti, which is the deep sleep experience. Is the deep sleep experience for all of us the same? Yes, yes. So if I ask you, you had deep sleep, you say yes. Harsh, yours also, you're also. The final experience, is it the same or not? Waking may be different. Dream may be different. Is the deep sleep experience the same or not? What does one person say after he wakes up from deep sleep? I had a good sleep. Correct? Is that experience everybody's experience? And everybody wants to go there only every night. Yes or no? Now what is happening? Why does everybody want to go to deep sleep? One is maybe that the body has got tired, running here, running there and all. Body needs rest. But what, from a spiritual perspective, what is the most important thing? Mind is absent. That means the mind, the thoughts have gone down. Thoughts are shut. Do you remember what happened in deep sleep? See, the beautiful thing about sadhana, they say, the breath and the source of the breath and the source of the mind is the same. Correct? That means, if the breath becomes shallow, what happens to the mind? It also becomes quiet. Yes or no? Yes or no? So all of you close your eyes for 1 minute. Let's see if you have that experience. Right now, close your eyes. Watch your breath. Just watch your breath for 1 minute. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. So, we were watching the breath just now. So what was your experience when you were watching the breath? What happened to your thoughts? Okay, that's fine. What about you? What happened? Still, okay. What about you? What was your experience when the thoughts slowed down? What about you, sir? Okay, so slow down. See, everybody's experience was similar, right? The thoughts, when the breath goes, the frequency of the breath goes down, what happens to the, when the frequency of the breath goes down, the mind also becomes quiet. Yes or no? Now you tell me one beautiful thing. In deep sleep, have you ever thought about this? That breath is going on, but mind is shut. Correct? Yes or no? She just said the mind is shut. That means breath also should be shut, no? Jaishi is laughing. So what's the deal there? Now you get the logic, right? The logic is simple. That if the breath goes down, the mind will also quieten. Yes or no? We just said this. Our experience was that 1 minute before. In deep sleep, we say mind is shut. But what is happening? Breath is moving. How is it possible? How is it possible, sir? Actually, this is a trick of God. Because actually, if you stop breathing, what will happen? Your family will think you are, every family will think you are dead. So Bhagavan does one exception in the joining of the mind and the breath, that in deep sleep what he does is he quietens the mind but doesn't quieten the breath totally. There is a shallow breathing which goes on. Yes or no? When you're in deep sleep, you breathe, no? You're breathing, no? Correct, but breathing was going on, no? Because you woke up, no? You were breathing, no, when you woke up? Yeah, you were breathing, right. So because of breathing only you were alive. Otherwise you wouldn't be alive. Okay. Normally what happens in death, the mind takes the breath and goes to the another body. Okay. That's another thing that happens. But the mind and the thing are two related, and because of the will of God, because of God's compassion, what happens? He does? He keeps your breathing going. So that people don't think you're dead. So in Shushupti, no differentiated objects, you have a blissful rest. Yes or no? Is that experience everybody's experience? Yeah, it's called prajna, latent knower. Inside is consciousness merged with the causal body, ignorance present, but bliss is experience. Like what she said just now. What's your name, huh? What's your name? Yeah. Priya. Priya just said, I don't know. Right? She said, no, I don't know. So that's ignorance. I don't know. That's her experience. But bliss is experienced. When does the bliss experience? When you wake up, you will say, oh, I had a good night's sleep.
But sir, some days we don't have a good night's sleep. Even though we would have gone to deep sleep.
Yeah.
But when we wake up, we're not as fresh, we're not as...
Yeah. So what happens is they say, whatever you sleep with, you wake up with the same thing. Because you're carrying that. If you're carrying a load in your mind, you think you're having deep sleep, but you're carrying that load in your mind and you wake up with that load. That's why you feel that you didn't have good night's sleep. That's why Bhagavan, the devotees say, end of the day, do self-inquiry. If you do self-inquiry, what will happen? Throughout that night, you'll be doing self-inquiry and you'll wake up doing self-inquiry. It's a very simple thing. So that's why you don't feel rest. Good. Yeah, you think you got to deep sleep, you're not gone to deep sleep. It's just a feeling that you've gone to deep sleep. You're not really gone into deep sleep. Yeah.
It's not guaranteed every night you go to deep sleep.
That's left to you. You have to do the right things. See, when you're going to bed, what do? You must eat 2 hours before sleeping. I'm just giving you some indicators. Okay, 2 hours before you must eat. So the food gets digested. Walk a little after food. Okay? Slowly, there must be a shutting down process. You can't just put off the light and go to sleep. There must be a shutting down process. You remove the bed cover. You put the bed sheet properly. Put the pillow properly. Get ready. Change into your night dress. Slowly. Go and wash your face, brush your teeth. That's a process of shutting down. And then what happens? Then you do a little self-inquiry before you sleep. That's why the bed, they say you must only use it for sleeping. A lot of people just use it just for reading in the bed. You should never use it. The bed is meant only for sleeping. So if you identify that bed as only for sleeping purposes, then that whole shutdown process will go on. Put off your mobile 1 hour before you're sleeping. What will happen? Your mind will also go to rest. Come. So this is a process. All of you, each of you have, and these are just indicators, all of you have to find your own method of shutting down your mind. Some people do when they lie down, they say, I'm not this body. Poing, you get into deep sleep. Right? I'm not this body, you say, and instantly you will go into deep sleep. It depends what baggage you're carrying in your mind. Right? The more baggage you're carrying, less you'll sleep. The less baggage you carry, the more you will sleep. Sleep is a natural thing. It's not, you don't have to try to sleep. If you try to sleep, you will never get sleep. Please understand this very clearly. It's a very natural thing. So once you start, when you go through the natural process of sleeping, if you just cut off from outside to inside, what's going to happen? You will experience the sleep here and now. Like sometimes, fine, you go to a lecture. Fortunately, everybody is awake now here. Sometimes you go to a lecture, what happens? You fall asleep. Everybody thinks, oh, that man is actually meditating. No, he's asleep. Right? So, but the good thing about deep sleep is everybody's experience is there. Is the same. Yes or no? Yeah, so her question is, we're talking about sleep, so she's asking why does Bhagwan talk about 10 to 2? Sleeping from 10 to 2. Okay? Now, in general, the important thing is to understand that the best sleep is got between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock. The best sleep. Most people do not know this. Every hour of sleeping between 10 and 12 is like sleeping 2 hours. So 10 to 12, if you sleep is like sleeping for 4 hours, because the quality of sleep is very good. But we think if we sleep in the daytime, we'll get that same quality of sleep. We won't get that same quality of sleep. So how many hours does a body need every day to sleep? 8 hours, some people say 7 hours, some people say 6 hours. Now, imagine what Nandakumar told yesterday. Imagine your mind is switched off during the day. What happens? Sorry? What did you say, Ma? Yeah, so if your mind is shut, then what happens to your experience? Sleep here and now. Yes or no? So then Bhagwan, somebody used to ask, Bhagwan hardly sleeps. Correct? What was his experience? Mind was still. Half the time what happens is, the body is running here and there. More than that, the mind is running helter and skelter, because of which, and body and mind are together, so we feel a sense of feeling tired. Now imagine your mind doesn't move. Imagine that same deep sleep experience you have in waking, then what happens? Do you need so many hours of sleep at night? You don't need. Right? But the point is, the whole process is that it is good to get up early in the morning. Some people say 4 o'clock, some people say 3 o'clock, but most of the sadhus, most of the people say get up at 4 o'clock. It's the Brahma Muhurta, where the whole world is asleep. Disturbance is absolutely minimal. And when you're doing sadhana at that time, what happens, the energies are very potent at that point, and you'll be able to dive deep within very easily. So you understand this. So this is what the great ones say. It's better to get up early in the morning. Bhagavan said he used to get up at 2 o'clock. Bhagavan didn't need that sleep also. But most people who are in grahasti mode should sleep early, have a dinner early, sleep early, and get up early. And so that cycle helps you to keep this body awake, to be able to do your sadhana. Best time to do sadhana is the morning time. And that's all of us should understand that very clearly. Best time to do sadhana. So he says, consciousness merged with the causal body, ignorance present, but bliss is experience. So when you wake up from this deep sleep, what happens? You feel rested. Yes or no? Everybody's experience is the same here? Yes or no? Now I see like this. Yeah, yes or no. I don't know whether it's no or yes. No is like this and yes is like this. Right? So this is the way of saying, oh yeah, I think so, maybe. So is the experience is the same or not? You feel rested. Every night you want to go to that place. So these are the three states that Bhagavan is talking about. And now let's come back to the football field. To view the football, what should happen? I gave you the answer already, no? So what should happen to see the football match? Ground should be stationary. Yes or no? Yes or no? The ground has to be stationary. If the ground is moving, then what happens? If the ground moves with the ball, then what happens to the football match? There's no football match, right? Ball feels stationary. Yes or no? So there has to be something that is stationary, right? Now you look around, we are able to see something is moving. How do you see something is moving? Sorry? So if you are in one place, or there is this building is stationary, right? Imagine this building is to move, then how will Google Map get you here? It can't get you here, right? Simple, right? Simple logic. So this has to be stationary, and there is something that is moving, right? So what is really happening? If you are a silent witness, if you're seeing this, if you're seeing the football match, then what are you seeing? Do you see the field? Do you see the field? In the movie theater, when you're sitting in the movie theater, do you watch the screen? Screen is stationary, no? If the screen does not like Akshay Kumar, will the screen go off? No. He'll be just be there, right? It'll be a sakshi. It'll be there. It'll just, whatever is happening. The skies, you seen the sky? What about the sky? Hey, Bangalore, it is raining too much here. I will tell the clouds, go away. Put the rain in Bagalkot. In Bagalkot, there's no rain. I'll tell sky will. Does the sky tell the clouds to go to Bagalkot? Yes or no? So what does the sky do? Sir, what does the sky do, sir? Nothing. It is just there. Is it a sakshi? It is like it is just there, no? So you're getting this sakshi bhava, this witnessing consciousness? You're getting the experience? There's something that has to be there. So that is what the consciousness is all about. So we are trying to understand who is the knower of the three states. Now what is your experience right now? You are awake, right? In waking? Right? You had deep sleep last night. How does it feel? It's very simple. I'm asking about your experience. How does it feel now at this moment, your deep sleep experience? Sorry? No, it is refreshing. But in time and space, it's only a thought. Correct? Deep sleep came and went. Came and went or not? Right. You were there. The deep sleep came and deep sleep went. Now you were there, and what is happening? Waking state is happening. Game is on. Yes or no? It's a very simple. It's your experience right now. I'm not talking about my experience or Bhagwan's experience. Bhagwan may be in a different plane altogether. Your simple experience was that deep sleep happened and it went. And right now you are witnessing what? Jagrat. Yes or no? You're experiencing Jagrat. What's going to happen after some time? It is going to go. What is going to come? Sleep is going to come. Yes or no? So there is something that is witnessing, because of which you see, oh, this came and went. This came and went. Another thing came and went. Correct. But there was some fellow who was watching this whole thing. There was a Sakshi. Have you ever thought of that fellow? We never looked at the screen. We never looked at the football field. Right now your experience is, what's happening? Waking is coming and going. Deep sleep is coming and going. Is the deep sleep, waking coming and saying, hey Venkatesh, hold on to me? Is it saying that? It's coming and going. Another aspect I must alert you on, when you say who am I, you did who am I for a short period yesterday evening, right? What was that? What was the experience when you said who am I? Was there time there? Was there space there? See, waking and dream is what's happening. There's a movement, no? There's happening, movement is happening. I finished my deep sleep, I have come into waking, right? Now when you do who am I, what has happened? What has happened, sir? What has happened when who am I? What do you do when you do who am I? What happened? You're drawing your attention back from the movements, you're being still, right? Is there time there? Is the concept of time there? Is the concept of space there? Name there? Form there? In the now? Is there anything? Is there any concept of any of those four? No. When you are in the stillness, when you do self-inquiry, plunge deep within and ask who am I, all these things go. You become absolutely still. So that's the concept of if you are in the past, where is the mind in the past or the future, right? Is the mind in the now? How many of us are there in the now right now? I think some of you are there, but most of us are not in the now. We are thinking, what, I should have eaten more idlis for breakfast. Right? My stomach is feeling hungry. I don't know what's there for lunch. What time is tea time? This very boring session. This is going on. So, yeah, person to person. So we do not know how to live in the now. So the trick about all sadhana is to have that sakshi bhava. So that's the fourth thing, the thing that you talk about, the turiya, or the fourth state. It's just a state. It is state of being. That's what we'll talk about now. So he says that all three states, there is a continuity. I woke up, I dreamt, I slept. You all say the same thing? All of you must be knowing King Janaka's story. Do you know Janaka's story? How many of you don't know King Janaka's story? It's a very important story. All of you know King Janaka's story? Yes or no? You don't know or you know? You want to know or don't want to know? No, it's important because that's the whole truth is in that. You want to know? Okay. So King Janaka went to bed. He wanted to have deep sleep. Then what happened? He dreamt. The dream was, what happened was the neighboring king came and captured him and he lost the battle. He was thrown out of his kingdom and he went to the neighboring kingdom to beg for food. And he was standing in the queue begging for food. By the time he reached the food got over. And then he fell unconscious in the dream. Then what happened was that he woke up. Like you woke up, no, after the snake was chasing you up the building, this Janaka also woke up. And then what he said, that he wondered, hey, is that true? That experience I was having in my dream, is it true? Or is this true? I'm in my palace, my queen is sleeping next to me in all the riches. So he called all his ministers. He had the darbar, asked all the ministers. Minister said, nobody could give him an answer. He asked, is that true or this true? Right? So then then Ashtavakra was fortunately, Ashtavakra is a great realized soul, was obviously going by, he had 8 deformities in his body. He was going through that kingdom and somebody told him, come, king has some big problem, come and try and solve it. So he came inside. So Ashtavakra said, first get all those ministers out of the jail. So he got them out of the jail. And then Janaka asked him, is that true, that deep sleep true, or this waking true? Now today's talk is about that. So Ashtavakra asked him, when the dream was going on, were you there? When your dream is going on, sir, are you there? You are there. When that snake was chasing you, you were there, right? You were there. So you were there. Ashtavakra asked Janaka, yes. He says, right now is also that the waking is happening. Are you there? Then he says, yes, I am there. So what is that commonness between those two states? That I am. Yes, no. I am. I was there also. I am right now also here. So Ashtavakra told him, you, that consciousness, you, the Atma, was there then and there now. But you are superimposing it with name, form, time, space, all those things you are superimposing, and then you are saying that looks different, this looks different. But finally, what is the adhara? It is the I amness. So this is what he says, that across all these 3 states, this continuity points to the sakshi, the witness, the unchanging awareness that illumines all experiences. So all experiences that we have is based, if that I am is not there, will you have any experience? Will you have any experience? When the consciousness leaves the body, what happens? Jada, body, jada. Throw it out. 2 days starts stinking. Throw the body out. Right? Yes or no? Everybody's experience. So he says, this continuity point to the Sakshi witness, the unchanging awareness that illumines all experiences. Mandukya says, this ever-present Turiya, not the fourth state, is the substratum of all the three. Is this clear to everybody? There is something there in below. It's like the field, it's like the screen. There's something there. There's some consciousness all around, because of which everything is coming and going, coming and going. But we are latching onto it. We are saying, I am experiencing this waking, I am experiencing this, but actually you're not. It is a phenomena that's happening and going, and if you let it be, it'll come and go, it'll come and go. You don't have, it's like a dream. Like what you were saying. You feel that you have had a good night's sleep, but morning you don't get a fresh. Why? Because you're holding on to something. If you're holding on to something, obviously, you won't have that experience. You have to let go. Asangoham. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says, Asangoham. You have to detach. You have to let go. Let go. Let go. The more you let go, finally you have to let go what? The body. You have to let go your mind, the intellect. Unless you let go all this, then only you will realize, come to who you really are. Right? So there is a philosophical. Jagrat shows the impermanence of external reality. This is just a philosophical input. Jagrat shows the impermanence of the external reality. Swapna demonstrates the mind's power to project convincing but transient worlds, right? It's projecting. Sushupti reveals bliss and ignorance, hinting at pure awareness beyond mental activity. That's what we experience in the causal body. Together, they highlight that the self, Atma, is distinct from the body, senses and mind, and is identical with the Brahman, which is the absolute reality.
So is astral travel a mental activity?
I don't know about astral travel. Nandakumar can answer the astral travel. I don't travel there at all. It's bad enough traveling in this journey. Sorry, I can't answer that question. You can Google it probably. Yeah. So the highlight is that the Atma is distinct from all this. Right now it's all mixed up, no? We feel the body, the senses, the mind, and Brahman, all are all mixed up, right? But what happens is we have to generate we have to do antarkarana shuddhi. We have to do all sadhana is for what? For cleansing. We are doing a janitor's job. We have to cleanse inside. The more and more we cleanse, what's going to happen? There will be purity. That means you'll be able to see who you really are. So we'll talk about, finally we talk about this witnessing consciousness. We'll talk about and see what it finally means. The Sakshi is, while these three states come and go, the underlying consciousness that witnesses them remains constant. The screen will remain, the football field will remain. Right? Will they change every time the football field? They won't change. The screen will not be changed. Exactly the same thing. The consciousness, witnessing constant will be constant. The analysis reveals that the I is not the body, mind, but the unchanging observer. Something which is observing. I. But when do you go out? You go out because you have vasanas and desires. Whenever you have any desire or vasanas, you want to feel like going out. If you don't have desires and vasanas, you'll just be. Correct? So that's what it is. You become an observer. The true self is often called Turiya. They call it Turiya, which is the underlying reality. That's not a state, but the consciousness itself in which the three states appear and disappear. It's not a fourth state. It's not, we don't experience Turiya, but as we go inside and we do the whole cleansing process, you will slowly become a witness to all these phenomena that's happening in the world. Because you're so purified, you are not latching, your mind does not go out at all. You will have an experience of stillness. You will be still within. So what's a jnani like? A jnani has total awareness, but absolutely still inside. He does not have a requirement to go out at all. So what happens? So consciousness will come, waking will come, waking will go. Something will come, something will go. It's like being in a bus stand. All of you been in a bus stand? What is the experience in the bus stand if you're not expecting anybody? Jayashri? So what is your experience at that point of time? People come, Ayaram, Gayaram. Somebody is coming, somebody is going. But if your sister is coming, then what? What do you watch? Whether she's coming. Oh, that lady is coming. Is she my sister? Is that my sister? No. Is that my sister? So the point really is, if you have attachment of any sort, then you have this concept of catching on to things. If you have got no attachment, if you don't expecting anybody, you're just sitting in the bus stop, right? Right? It's coming and going, millions of people are coming and going. You are not giving any energy to those thoughts. Yes or no? So that's the Sakshi Bhava. It's your experience. So in short, the knower of the three state is not the waking ego, dreamer or sleeper, but the unchanging witness, the Atma Turiya, recognized by Advaita as Brahman itself. Brahman is the only real entity. Mr. So-and-so is a false non-entity, Shivananda says. So Brahman, we sort out Brahman, Atman, all are same. God, consciousness, all are same words, but we should not get confused between Brahmin and Brahman. A lot of people get confused between Brahman and Brahman. So Brahman is the Vedanta calls it the. What's the goal? The purpose is to realize the self independent of the body, mind and the three states, leading to liberation from the ignorance of confusing the self with the fleeting, changing experiences. Right? You have to detach yourself from the experience. Like the bus stop experience. Let go, let it go. Let it come, let it go. Waking comes, let waking come, let go. Let sleep comes, let sleep come, go. Doesn't matter. This is the goal, what Bhagavan says. That leading to liberation. What is liberation? There should not be ignorance. Yourself should not be going with the fleeting and changing experiences. If you are there, then what happens? You are still. Then you become fearless and free. You're just a sakshi, you're just a witness to this whole game. Because you are actually not the doer. In Bhagavad Gita, what does Krishna tell Arjuna? You think you are the doer? You are not the doer. You get this doership out of your system. We want to be the doer and want to get the fruits of our actions also. Right? That's the next step. You're not even the doer. Krishna is telling Arjuna, you're not even the doer. So why are you worried? If you're not the doer, who's the doer? Somebody else is doing. This body is talking something, blabbering something. Something is happening. Who is the doer? Not me. God is the doer. Right? So this is the final goal that we all have to go. And self-inquiry takes you to that stillness. I offer all this to Bhagavan's feet. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namo Ramana. Thank you.
Thank you, Venkatesh Deshpande ji. A small token of love for being a part of this seminar. I request Dr. Sarada to hand over a small token of love to Shri Venkatesh Deshpande ji. We move on to the next speaker, Shri Nandakumar ji. He is going to take this topic further. Venkatesh ji spoke about the knower, and he is going to talk about how to know this knower. I request Shri Nandakumar ji to present the topic.
Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramana. This morning, when I was coming in the auto, it's usually very nice to engage the driver whenever he is free and the traffic is not much. So, today the conversation was that how bad the situation is, that he had a whole lot of things to complain about because he gets exposed to humanity throughout the day. Lot of people come as passengers and go. He's from Malnadu, he is from interior Karnataka. So not, as a child, not exposed to the city life. So he has some traditional ideas of how life should be. And he had a tough take on what's all happening all around. Like what all kinds of people he's meeting. It's generally all going downhill, as Kameshwar ji was trying to share with us yesterday. Then we reminded each other in conversation that the story of the king asking every citizen to bring a cup of milk, a tumbler of milk, so that it can be distributed among the poor every day. That seems to have been a cattle rearing or a dairy farming community. And to feed the poor, he has that idea that all of you bring one tumbler full of milk and pour it into the common vessel. And not so surprisingly, the story goes that at the end of the day, the king found that it was full of what? Water. That means here the powers are all available in varying degrees to different people. But as we saw yesterday, the ability or the key to do good or bad is within each one of us. that he may be an auto driver, or he may be prime minister, or he may be the range of powers which are inert that are available to that person may be more or less. Isha jivayor veshadibida. But they are all, the powers are all inert. They don't have the capacity to know right or wrong. The capacity to know right or wrong is within each one of us, isn't it? So we saw yesterday itself that it is very important that we don't waste time on what others are doing with their powers. That the onus is on each one of us. And we saw how Basavana brought that very nicely by saying, Kayakave Kailasa. So I was telling him, in a few minutes I may be addressing some people on meditation. You are driving this vehicle. Somebody else may be doing some other job. But when you are focused on driving, when I am focused on speaking, when that person is focused on being a banker for 8 hours, the dhyana lakshyas may be different. But is there any difference in the focus that our minds get? Is there any difference in the focus we get? No, each one of us gets the happiness of the focus. The focus is called as bunching up of the brain. By scientists, they say we are one entity there, that we are one entity. That is why being focused in your work brings you happiness. And a work that you have got expertise in, that you have got skill in, to be at work 8 hours is a saguna upasana of the Brahman. Bhagavan says, Ashtamurti Brud Deva Pujanam, that whatever may be the profession, the art that you may be holding as your dhyana lakshya, your focus is one. You are bunching up as being one being in the brain. That is what brings you happiness. And Venkatesh ji had taken us through where all of us have that unity of focus without any dhyana lakshya. That is which state? It is the state of deep sleep, that we don't have anything to hold. In fact, we are incapable of holding. We are kept on holding throughout the day and also for some time during dream. Then no more capacity to hold on to the instruments, and you go into self-ignorance, the deep sleep, and enjoy that. Enjoy being the relaxed focus of deep sleep. The good drivers of vehicles are said to be having relaxed focus. What is that relaxed focus? It's a combination of opposites. Usually we think focus means fully tensed up, isn't it? What is this relaxed focus? The expertise allows you to relaxedly look at the possible disturbances. I have a friend who will be relaxedly looking at the median half a kilometer ahead. If some movement is there, some pedestrian wants to cross, already he would have taken his foot off the accelerator. And the vehicle will already be slowing. You won't even know that he is going to brake. The situation will be averted in the least disturbance, and we would go ahead with driving. But the most relaxed focus we all have, and together we have, is in deep sleep. So we were taken through Mandukya Upanishad, where the Jagrat, Swapna and Sushupti, and the three witnesses of the three states, that somebody who is a ground-like existence of the waking state, who is a unmoving consciousness-like existence of dream, and who is witnessing the blank of deep sleep. And finally, he brought us to the self, which is beyond the three states, that is the Turiya. The beauty of Bhagavan's teachings is that he doesn't call any of the avasthas as necessary to come to the self. That Bhagavan's definition of the root problem starts with verse number 23, 24, 25, 26 of Ulladu Narpadu. There, stepping aside from even Mandukya Upanishad is supposed to be one of the most direct Upanishads. Bhagavan's teachings is even more direct. How can it be? Because he doesn't call into his teachings the Jagrat, Swapna and Sushupti. He says, Agandai undayin anaitum undahum. Ahandai indrel indranaitum. Ahandaye yavumam. Adalal yadidendra nadale ovudal yavumena over. That is, I think it is verse number 26 of Ulladu Narpadu. That is the root problem definition of Bhagavan. He defines the problem without taking into the requirement to define a problem. Mandukya Upanishad needed, it is supposed to be the most direct, and it needed Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, it needed the Vishwa, Taijasa, Prajna, it needed Virat, it needed Hiranyagarbha, it needed Ishvara. Bhagavan doesn't require or call into account any of these concepts. But as Akka had directly put the topic for us, that knowing the knower, directly hit the nail on the head. Why did we have to go through 2 days of workshop or 3-4 sessions for this? Then only we can understand the directness of Bhagavan's teachings. If you take Richard Feynman's talk on what happens at the time of death, there is a YouTube video. He is a scientist. He talks on what happens at the time of death. Very beautiful video it is. What he talks is, one simple way is, he takes the example of a candle. What happens when a candle is burning? There is oil coming in or there is wax coming in. There is oxidation happening and there is release of photons, the energy. Some of it is released and absorbed as heat by the air. Some of it is released as light, isn't it? We say at the end of the burning out of the candle, we say the candle has, what has happened to the candle? It has died. But has the candle died? He says, nothing has happened as far as the atoms are concerned. The wax molecules which are made of atoms, they all joined with the oxygen molecules. Some of it became carbon dioxide, some of it became whatever it became, and some of it became photons which released heat energy and light energy. Therefore, all the atoms are as they are, only the form has changed. Only, therefore, they have the first law of thermodynamics which says that no energy is created, no energy is destroyed. Law of conservation of energy or whatever they say, and that is something that is not approximate law. They find every experiment they conduct, it follows that law. That explanation is there. That means as far as the atoms are concerned, there is no loss of atoms. Because each atom, he says, lives beyond the present life of the entire universe. Especially, he says, the protons inside the atom, each of them live something into 10 power 33 years. And the present life of the universe is supposed to be 10 power 14 or something years. The idea being that nothing has happened, no change. The next point is what is interesting. He says that you are like the candle. Each one of you is like the candle. From the biological person's view and the physician's view, each one of us is a candle. We are constantly creating energy. For instance, he says we have 250 grams of adenosine triphosphate inside us, ATP. That is the energy provider. But we need about 1400 watts or something of energy throughout the day. This can provide some 4 watts or something. 250 grams can provide 4 watts of energy. But our billions and billions of molecules inside, they create exactly our body weight of ATP every day. Every day it's a production is going on. Energy is being produced. The cells are generating. The mitochondria in each cell is a generator, he says. It is taking in energy, producing ATP, 80 kgs, sorry, no, it's 75 kgs of ATP in me. Every day it is producing. I am like a candle, he says. That means, what happens when I die? He says at the atomic level, nothing has happened. But then you see, so much information is required to understand a scientist saying that at the atomic level, nothing is happening. He says, all this happened because there was a pattern inside you. There was a pattern according to which these atoms came together. At the bodily level, there was the DNA pattern. Each of the cells, they carry a DNA pattern. According to that, the body is formed. But then he forgets the other patterns that are there in the mind. Whereas the Vedanta, which Venkatesh had presented us, goes directly from matter to mental patterns. The Vedanta moves from that the material is only material. It is going to be there for each electron and proton is going to be there with this trillions of such universes you can create. Tom Chi says that is what universe we have. With the same time span, you can create a billion or trillion. Literally, they are immortal, he says. But will they know that they have died? Feynman says, just because they are there doesn't mean they are immortal. Just because these atoms live for 10 power 33 years doesn't mean they are immortal, because they don't know. Because none of them have knowledge. They fall into pattern according to a mental design, according to information provided. The information is coded where? It is there in the DNA. But our Vedantins have found more than in the DNA, information is there in the mind. The Jiva is the information of karma carried over generations. The Jiva, the one bit of consciousness that carries information of karma, how the body is to be formed, what has to be experienced in the waking state, all this data is encoded where? He says, if you arrange the chromosomes data, the strand of the data that can be arranged in ribbon form one after another, it can go and come back to the sun about 400-500 times in each person's body. Each person's body, from that, within each cell, there is this coding. If you arrange that one after another as information, and each set of this one goes 3 meters, he says. If you arrange all the billions of cells that are there, together that strand will go to sun and come back, but none of this has consciousness. Our Vedantins have understood. None of them know that they exist. None of them know that they are not existing. The knowledge of existence and non-existence is where? Is there in mind. How does these atoms get into form? Because already mind is pre-existing according to Vedantins. These atoms are a priori arranged and rearranged by the manas. Therefore, they want us to shift from the scientists' day and night circadian rhythm to the rhythm of waking, dream and deep sleep. Jagrat, Swapna and Sushupti. We are asked to move from the material cycle of this Surya Bhagavan, whom we are worshipping today. We are worshipping Surya Bhagavan as, what is the Saptami today? It is Radha Saptami. So from today it is going to be warmer and warmer. Spring is going to come, lot of flowers, lot of good things to happen, all marriages will be fixed. All those things, we worship Surya Bhagavan because without him, we don't know how earth could have come into existence, how any of us could be here materially. So naturally, materially we worship him. But what have the Vedantins found? What does the Ekashloki of Shankara say? The Surya Bhagavan, if you go to sleep in the afternoon, he is as good as not existent. If you have, as we saw yesterday, a hypoglycemic attack, the Surya light is of no use. You can't see who is in front. That the consciousness is not able to access the eyes. You can't see who is in front. So what Shankara asks his disciple, by what light do you see the Surya light in day? By what light do you see the Chandra light or the lamp light at night? And the Sishya rightly says, I see it through the eyes. That means the consciousness going through the eyes is more Surya Bhagavan than the material Surya. If you are still with material Surya, you will have to go with Feynman, go around in circles. Learn about ATP, learn about molecules, learn about, finally say, but they don't know whether they are alive or dead. That matter or energy is neither created nor destroyed. So it is all there. You can see what you want. As Arjuna was told by Krishna, the consciousness can see whatever it wants in the patterns. It can arrange and rearrange the patterns according to its karma. So what does Acharya ask Arjuna? Acharya asks the student, he asks, by what light do you see the sun? I see with the eyes. That is why the Adidevata, Surya, is not the material Surya, he is the Surya behind the eyes. So we worship Surya behind the eyes more than the Surya out there as material. But can the eyes, can they see emotions? Can they see that you happily slept? That you are happy at a particular moment or somebody has hurt you and you are unhappy. You are tired at the end of the day and somebody is badgering about self-inquiry for 15 minutes. That pain, can the eyes tell you the pain? Emotional pain? It cannot. Therefore we have one Devata for heaven, one Devata for hell. We say Indra is the Devata for heaven and Yama is the Devata for hell. But can emotions, can they look at a thought? You are full of emotion. You are excited that in the football, Maradona scored that goal. Whether with the hand or with the leg, we don't know, but the goal has been scored and Argentina has won. And you are rising with the crowd. Now, when that emotion is there, can you observe what kind of thoughts you are having? Or you are sitting for self-inquiry, let us say. But that night you got up very late. You felt, why don't I put on this bedsheet for some more time? It's channagide. Oh, innu ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಹೊತ್ತುಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತು ಮಲಗಿಬಿಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. But then it becomes dull. Because you slept a little bit more. In the dullness, can you observe thought? Has anybody tried this? When you are full of anger, will you be able to know what thoughts you are getting? So, the emotions will block you from observing thoughts. Have you seen that? Therefore, knowledge was worshipped even more than heaven and hell. We worship Saraswati or Brahma as Atidevata for knowledge. We worship Vishnu as Atidevata for memory, the maintainer. And we worship Rudra as the Atidevata for letting go or the Laya. So Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti. Jagrat is getting knowledge. Swapna is maintaining knowledge through memory. Sushupti is letting go of knowledge. These were worshipped more than heaven and hell because right knowledge and right use of knowledge, right use of memory, right use of letting go would give you heaven. Wrong use of knowledge, memory and letting go will lead you to hell. Therefore, heaven and hell were dependent on knowledge. We worship these three devatas more than the heaven and hell. You are with me so far? That means the real Surya has now come to the light of knowledge. The Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti. But then Bhagavan doesn't go through this process. He says that the real knowledge is behind the knower who experiences the Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti. Ahandai undayin anaitum undahum. Only after the ego rises, Bhagavan says the Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti comes. The Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, which Venkatesh took us through, is for somebody. So Bhagavan brings us to self-enquiry as the heart of Mandukya Upanishad. Mandukya Upanishad itself is supposed to be a very direct Upanishad. It is said to be one of the toughest Upanishads. When I was in Tiruvannamalai for some time, there used to be a group of enquirers in Mandukya Upanishad. And one person from Karnataka by name Maruti, he used to come to me with me for lunch. And he will be reeling out his research on Mandukya Upanishad. I will be replying from talks with Ramana Maharshi. And he will say, Arre, Mandukya Upanishad yavag kaltri neevu anta. I will say, I have not studied Mandukya Upanishad. I am replying to you only from talks with Ramana Maharshi. Talks with Ramana Maharshi is Mandukya Upanishad applied in life, applied in day-to-day living. First question Bhagavan will ask somebody amongst many of the talks would be, was this trouble, was this doubt there in your Sushupti? See, to ask such a question, the Guru must always be in Jagrat Sushupti. He must always have Sushupti at hand to put that question to you. To relieve you of the troubles of Jagrat and Swapna, he should always have Sushupti at hand. He will ask, did you have this trouble at Sushupti? What will you tell? Suppose you have had some troubles. Did you have those troubles when you slept? Especially when you had the deep sleep? No. So our Guru, he had that always in hand. He was the one who always dwelled in Jagrat Sushupti. If at all he had to come to a state, he would come to us through Jagrat Sushupti. He would not come as though he is one caught in Jagrat or caught in Sushupti. He will always be with Jagrat Sushupti. Therefore he would give us the relief. Was this trouble there anywhere in Sushupti? No. Therefore ask, for whom is this trouble? Whatever the trouble may be. Whatever the trouble may be, in which state you would have experienced it? Jagrat. Swapna, some special troubles we might have had, but generally all our troubles are in Jagrat. Correct. But Bhagavan will always have in hand, did this trouble exist in Sushupti? But he won't even require that for us to remember. He doesn't even want us to meditate on Sushupti. He says, just ask, for whom is this trouble? Know the knower. He doesn't even want us to meditate on Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti. As I asked yesterday, I asked you yesterday that if each of you want to understand that the world is in the mind, that the mind is not in a body and the bodies are in the world, that is the experience we get caught in. But Bhagavan says the world is in the mind. To get that experience, I said you have to shift your time cycle from day and night to Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti. That means your day and night cycle and all the other people with whom you walked in the park and did all those things were all in your Jagrata Avastha. Were they in your Sushupti? Did Prime Minister still remain the Prime Minister in your Sushupti? Did Venezuela remain Venezuela in your Sushupti? No. Did your child have its problems in your Sushupti? Did it have problems? No. Correct. So, the world which you are seeing in the Jagrat is not there in the Sushupti. So, when you shift from Indriya cycle to the Manas cycle, you will understand that the world is in the mind. That Trump lives where? Not in the US. Where is the Venezuelan oil? It is not in geography. It is inside us. When in the Jagrata Avastha, you have to identify with the mind. But does Bhagavan require you of that you should meditate on this, shift this cycle and understand that the world is in the mind? No. He says it will happen automatically. You will come to know that the world is in the mind. How? Just know the knower. Practice self-inquiry. Don't worry about Mandukya Upanishad. Don't worry about Trump. Don't worry about Venezuela or oil or even your child's problems. Don't worry that they are all only in the Jagrata Avastha and that they were not in the Sushupti. Just ask, for whom is this trouble? For whom is this thought? Irrespective of the plane in which you have met the thought, met the trouble, you ask for whom? Self-attention is the remedy. Knowing the knower is the single remedy. What is the single problem then? What is the single problem according to Bhagavan? There is only one problem. Not the world, not the other person, not marriage, definitely not the husband or wife, not the child, not that you have not taken renunciation, not that you have not reached Satyaloka. What is the problem? Enma? Not knowing the knower. Finish. Write it down. Put one page for this one in your notebook. Right. The problem definition is not knowing the knower. Finished. What is the solution? Know the knower. Finished. What is it not the easiest and directest way you are taken out of all your troubles? If this is the solution, can there be any better way of looking at life? What is the problem? Not knowing the knower is the problem. You know everything else. Okay. You know that the children who are coming into the auto nowadays are not behaving properly at all. How they have to behave in their bedrooms, they are behaving in the auto itself. So it has all gone to the dogs. 90% of the children in college and schools are all having drugs. That has gone to the dogs. This is what he is reporting. Okay, and I am listening to this in the morning. The driver from Shimoga, he is experiencing all this. That, sir, loka ketoit sir. Bangalore alla ketogbittide. But that is not the thing. The thing is, you have to take the cup of milk. Are you ready? So I asked him, see, but you are such an intelligent inquirer. He is such an intelligent inquirer. He knows what's going on. And you should know that within each one of us is this ability to do, sir, 2000 ಇಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು ಕೆಟ್ಟೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅಂತಾನೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. So what? That is not the problem. The problem is what you are going to do with your knowledge. What you are going to tell yourself. Who are you? Not knowing who you are is the only problem. Not that all these problems are there. Not knowing who you are is the only problem. Knowing who you are is bringing the milk. Irrespective of what kind of problem he is narrating to me, what I should do first? I should listen to that. I should listen to the narrative of the problem. It is all happening. Isn't it? Are you able to understand? That means, what should I do? I should understand all those things are not the problem. I should ask, who is the listener? Who is listening to all these narratives? If I am a relative listener, then those problems are there in that dimension. So the problem is that I am a relative listener. I am not allowed that privilege. I have to be the absolute being. Who is listening to all this liturgy? All this narrative of problems? Who is listening? Who is listening? I am listening. Who am I? All those problems and the auto driver and I. That means the only problem according to Bhagavan is, if you are a relative self, you bring water. If you are the absolute self, you bring milk. Do you want to bring milk or do you want to bring water? This is the only question he asks of us. Are you able to stay with me? So, the problem is not all the problems of the Jagrata. Sorry if I have disturbed you with the narrative of the auto driver, but that's one of the ways in which it comes to us, isn't it? But the vairagya you should have is not allow your mind to slip a little bit also. You should listen to it completely. But then all that is for whom? All that is for the self that doesn't know itself. That is a relative seer, relative listener. Digest it by asking, for whom is all this trouble? For whom is all this trouble? For me. When Bhagavan comes and sees Arunachala, Arunachala, let us take, is the sum total of all the troubles and all the solutions. All the troubles and all the solutions are there in front of him as Arunachala. He says, Kandavan evanana karuthinulnada Kandavan indrida nindradu kandan. He says that immediately his attention went to ask, who is the seer of Arunachala? Who is Arunachala? He is the sum total of all problems and sum total of all solutions, objective solutions. It is standing right in front of him. And he is saying, who is the seer of sum total of all problems and sum total of all solutions? Me. Who am I? Kandavan indrida. The relative seer not being there, the one self underlying the seer and the sum total of all problems and sum total of all solutions, that alone remained, he says. There was no sum total of all problems and all solutions. There was no seer of sum total of all problems and sum total of all solutions. There was only the being. This is what he clarifies in talk number 25 with the Drigdrishya Vivekam. There are about 5-6 sentences in which he completes this whole business of worldly problem and solution to worldly problem. Somebody asks him, how is the self known or realized? Put aside the question. Okay. He says that it is the experience of everyone that they experience life as a seer and seen. Correct? The auto driver was also having the experience of life as seer and seen. Correct? I was also having the life experience as seer and seen. Are you all having the life experience as seer and seen or not? Correct. I was also seeing as the gross information coming to me. That is, let us take Jagrat. In Jagrat, a whole liturgy of problems was being presented to me. What should I do? I should ask, who is listening? Who is listening? That means, from Jagrat, I have to consciously shift to Swapna. That means, I should shift from Brahma to Vishnu. The Brahma is the, let us say, the waking state. Vishnu is the maintainer. All the solid states which are changing are all maintained by patterns, says Feynman. How do the cells form into this body? Because there is a DNA pattern. That means there is information. All that information which maintains creation, let us take as the dream state or the Vishnu. The rules underlying the creation. Now, immediately convert all those thoughts into happening inside me, then it becomes a dream state. But does Bhagavan ask me to know the other thoughts? What is the auto driver saying? What is really happening to youngsters today? What is happening to he was saying, politicians ಅಂಗಾದರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, justice system ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇವಾಗ ನಾನೇನು ಮಾಡಿ. He was so intelligent in his analysis. But Bhagavan solves all that problem. He says, take it into yourself, into the swapna. And he says, don't look at the other thoughts in the swapna, but ask for whom is this set of thoughts. For whom is this thought? For me. The whole swapna collapses. And Kandavan Evanana Karutinulnada. The underlying self is held. That means I see the auto driver. The seer scene is there only when I don't hold the underlying self. When I ask who is the listener, then myself is not different from the auto driver self. There is that underlying self which is held. Only when I am a seer, I am seeing 15 people. But when I ask who is the seer, there is only the underlying self. Drik, Drishya, Viveka. Bhagavan says, already there is a unity between you and me. Already there is a unity between all those children who are not behaving well, the judges who are not behaving well, and me. Already there is an underlying unity. And that unity is of the form of the I, he says. Only the I can unify. The moment you have other thought, it will separate. What can unify? Only the knower can unify. The known can never unify. So who knows all these problems? Me. Who am I? Self-attention unifies all these 15 people with me. All this world with me. Trump is not apart from me. Hitler is not apart from me. That is the unifying I, Bhagavan says. And as you unify, the drik becomes subtler and subtler. As you unify in the Jagrat state, so many problems reported to me. Who is this? I become thought level. When I see all the problems as thought, immediately I should ask, for whom is this problems of Venezuela? That, this and all that. For whom? For whom? For me. The underlying drik will be even subtler than thoughts. So this is called as Drishya Vilaya. Really the problems are all transcended in the underlying I. Till when? Till all the problems are absorbed in the knower. Problems are all known, isn't it? Whenever known is appearing, you are having a job to do. You have to hold the underlying I. Who knows this? Whatever may be the trouble. The troubles are given to us so that we can meditate. Why do you think troubles are given in life to us? Because we don't meditate on good things. We are not able to hold on to one good thing like Bhagavan or Rama or something and meditate. Therefore, out of kindness, they will give you, idko, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ trouble idko. 12 years, 10 years, we will have to singularly meditate on that. Only we will be there, trouble will be there. Nobody will be there to help. Then later we will realize, God was so kind, He gave me the trouble, I could get ekagrita. I was focused. Then you will get the energy to ask, for whom was this trouble? One step, Hanuman, you have crossed the whole area. Blessed are the ones who are in trouble. Blessed are the ones who can take other people's trouble, who can see what trouble that auto driver is undergoing. What can I do about it? That it is not somebody shouting, that it is me only who is seeing all this anaya going on. But what have I got to do? I have to know the knower. What is the only trouble Bhagavan is telling? Not the judges, not the whole of youngsters, not the way the society is going. What is the only trouble? Not knowing the knower. Not knowing the knower. What is the solution? Know the knower. That is where self-inquiry relentlessly takes us. Relentlessly takes us to that. It will not leave you till you are a Brahmajnani. Till you are a source of complete solution to everyone. This self-inquiry will not leave you. You are condemned to total goodness. That is how Ramana has come into your life. That is how self-inquiry has come into your life. You are all cursed to be totally blessed. So, all the best in your practice of Atma Vicharam. Knowing the knower is the best solution you can get in any dimension. Whichever loka you are going, if you get this information, the only trouble is not knowing the knower. The solution is know the knower. Then you don't have any more use for the loka. Do you have any more use for the loka anymore? Not knowing yourself is the problem. Knowing yourself is the solution. Gone. The Guru has taken himself out of the situation. He is saying, I am already present inside you as who am I? No. I am already present inside you as the I thought. No. I am already present inside you as the self of all. Where no problems are there. Where all the problems have been demolished. The problems are unreal. I am the self already inside you. My only job is to say that you are not knowing yourself is the only trouble. You are knowing yourself is the only solution you need. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Namo Ramana.
Namo Ramana. I request Dr. Sarada to give a small token of love to Nandakumar ji. Namo Ramana. We break for a 10 minutes tea and coffee break and we will assemble back here. As a part of the gift to all the participants, a beautiful book, selection from the talks and writings of Maharaj Sri Swami Akhandananda Saraswati ji, which is titled Ocean of Divine Bliss, Ananda Rasa Ratnakara, which has been translated to English by Sri Ji Kameshwar ji, will be given to all the participants. Please do collect before leaving, and I request you to please have your coffee and tea and get back. Thank you. Namo Ramana.
Namaste. Just shift a little bit. You know why? Why that you're in the path? Because I have shifted. You would not have been in the line if I had not. I shifted.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I welcome you all again after the tea break for the 49th National Seminar and Cultural Festival. We continue with a sharing by Dr. Ambika Kameshwar, Director Rasa Chennai, and she is a dance youth, a musician, an educationist, and she is one among us. And I request her to speak about the topic that she has chosen, the light is and the light does.
அருள் நிறைவான அமுத கடலே விரிகதிரால் யாவும் விழுங்கும் அருணகிரி பரமான்மாவே கிளருள பூனன்றாய் வீரி பரிதியாக விளங்கு. With prostrations at the feet of Bhagavan, the absolute tangible manifestation of that light which is Arunachala, which is the Paramanma, which is the Atma, Paramatma, residing in everything. He is the ocean of nectar. He is full of grace. He is the Self-Supreme. He is the Mount of Light. This, the light is and the light does. I asked Akka, why did you choose that topic for me? Because she never told me that, she just put it there. So she said, isn't that your favorite statement? Because I had actually written that, I had drawn Arunachala and I had written the light is and the light does and stuck it in my room. And I would enjoy that statement all the time because it is the light that is, it is the light that does. There is nothing apart from light. And how can I describe its beauty, its resplendence, its joyousness, its abounding peace, its absolutely boundless love. How it engulfs us all in its being. Viri kadiral yavum vizhungum. It engulfs us all, takes us all into itself. That's what it does. It is, and what does it do? It takes us all into itself. In between, there is a lot of play that he does, that it does. But this is what is the only truth. Ekam aksharam hridi nirantaram bhasate. Bhasate. Even in Hridaya Kuhara Madhye, Kevalam Brahmamatram, Ahamahamiti Sakshat, Atmarupena Bhati. This bhasate, bhasate, swayam bhasate. By itself it is luminous. Swayam bhasate, swayam prakasha. Shuddhananda Bharati in his lovely compositions, we will come back to Shuddhananda Bharati later, but he says, Varga swayam prakasham, varga vargavi. So, that swayam prakasha, varga, 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 glory be to it, glory be to it, glory be to it. Surga Shuddhatma Shakti, Surga Surga Ve, glory be to that Atma Shakti, which is actually light itself, it's the Swayam Prakasha. So it engulfs us all, it is that it is a bhasate, it is engulfing everything, it is everything. And we recognize it because not only because it is mentioned as such by the experiences of so many great yogis, siddhas, and in case it goes unnoticed, Bhagavan himself repeatedly comes, that light repeatedly comes to remind us of the fact that the light is and the light does. So this is that light. all engulfing light, Adi Moody Kana Jyoti, and beginningless, endless, all engulfing light. How do we recognize it? How can we recognize it? How can we go towards it? How can we even think of understanding that which is beyond comprehension? Beyond comprehension, forget anirvachaniya. If you cannot comprehend it, how can you talk about it? How does it happen? He makes it happen. That's why he does. If we can call light he, I am more comfortable. Because I see the light as he, Arunachala, Ramana, manifest in everything. So what does he do? He becomes tangible. And how does he become tangible? At what point of time does he become tangible? He becomes tangible when he decides to. There is no doubt about that. But Sadhuam Swami beautifully says, Aranan Naranan Andadi Kanave Alandalan the Hankaram Adiodu mind the pin. வாரமோடு அவர்கள் மணிமுடி குனிந்தே வாழ்த்தும் அருணாச்சலனாய் வாழ்ந்திடும் ஸ்ரீரமணா. I'm getting goosebumps. Aranan, Naranan. So these two manifestations which he himself became to try and measure himself. Here it is the Shiva Tattva. It is not Shiva, it is Shiva Tattva which is the light, all engulfing light. So, alandu ahankaram adiyodu mainda pin, he says. When they started measuring, so when we start to measure, measuring, alandu, that's what we're doing, no? Time, from the time we are born, we are awake in the morning, till the time we sleep, dhiya saha udeti dhiyastameti lokastato dhi pravibhasya eshaha. Dhiloka janmakshaya dhama purnam. What is the last line? Sadvastu janmakshaya shunyam ekam. So this janmakshaya is not there for this, but yet it comes and manifests itself. Manifests itself as that adimudi kana jyoti in front of us to try and measure. So from the morning waking moment till the sleeping moment, we are only measuring with the mind because the mind is manifest. So when we project anything, it is a measurement, it is a manifestation. When we are only doing that. Then what happens? Alandu, that is, we are acting. Alandalandu, ahankaram, that is the one which thinks it does. That is the ahankara. That is the not the haspurana, but the ahankaram, the one which thinks it is measuring, thinks which it is doing. Adiyodu mind the pin. When adiyodu means right at from the base, it is rooted out. Arunachalam yana ahame ninaipavar ahattai veraruppaya arunachala. From the base, from the root, it is pulled out. So that is what it does. So, alandalanda hankaram adiyodu mind the pin. Only when that happens, when the ego is rooted out to completion. And where that point, what does he do? What does he do? Even then, he doesn't reveal himself without making one thing happen. What does he make happen? Varamodu avargal mani mudi kuninde. He makes the surrender happen. He makes that complete surrender. Complete, I am non-existent. You and you alone are. At that moment, he reveals himself. He reveals himself in totality, in the beauty of his resplendent self. That which can be approached, that which can be understood, that which can be loved, that which can be gone around. Arunachala. And then again, he starts his work of rooting out the ego of all those who surrendered to him. that this Adi Mudi Kana Jyoti Arunachala is Ramana is an experience for so many great devotees. We can begin with Muruganar. Muruganar says, just like Sadhuvam Swami I quoted, like that Muruganar Swami also says, Iruvaram Deiva Periyaral Ariya, Ivuru Yadarkena Thalli, Parhala Manida Padivamir Kondu Panindedum Madiyavar Tamakku, Karuvanadharula Kankanam Pundu Kachayum Adarkena Katti. So, you are that light, that Arunachala light. The Adi Mudi Kana Jyoti is only Ramana. And you have come in that Ramana form for what? So the light that is has come as Arunachala. The light as is has come as Ramana. For what? Panindu எழும் அடியவர்த்தமக்கு கருவனாதருள கங்கணம் பூண்டு கச்சையும் அதற்கென கட்டி. So you've come to deliver us. Deliver us all from this coming, going, coming, going, coming, going, coming, going, coming, going. As I was telling even the lecture on Kalyani, how tired we are all. We do a routine thing for 5 days, 5th, 6th day we are tired doing it. And we've been doing this repeated janma counts, leaving one. So beautifully, Akka has depicted this Piravik Kadal in the Balakandam, which we presented, Bhagavan's story, which we are presenting as various kandams in the theatrical manner. Actually, when I talk about Balakandam, I can definitely talk about this concept of light is light does also being presented there in that. Not only the Piravik Kadal, since it has gone to Piravik Kadal, I will go from Piravik Kadal to the light itself, coming back to this topic. It's all connected. So, this Piravik Kadal, this birth, the ocean of endless cycle, samsara sagara, Sahayamba in the depiction which Akka has conceived, and it is the truth, it is the revelation, it is the actual manifestation of Sahayamba in the script and in the production. So she says that she is the one who will help transcend this Piravik Kadal, and she gives a very beautiful example. She says, I think Dileep's cousin or somebody had one experience, one dream, where somebody asked him, I'm not sure about what exactly happened in the dream, but what happened in Balakandam that I remember. So there is this dream in which he knows, he is chanting some Sanskritam or something like that, some Sanskrit verse, and he feels he doesn't know it. And somebody else comes and teaches the Sanskrit verse to him, and then he learns it and he says it, or something to that effect, I think. So one who didn't know is also, what is his name? Raghu. Okay. So I remember it was Dileep's cousin or some connection with Dileep. Okay. So the one who did not know the Sanskrit verse in the dream was also him. Okay. That he saw as himself in the dream. But he did not see as himself the other person who came and taught him the Sanskrit verse. But who is he? Who is that other person who came and taught him the Sanskrit verse in his dream? Naturally, it is he only. It is him only who has his mind only, which has projected all these entities. One who knows, one who doesn't know, one who is a teacher, one who is a student, one who is in confusion, one who is in clarity. Everything is his projection. So, how can there be anything other than light, anything other than him that is present anywhere? So that she presented beautifully in Balakandam, where this lady, she has a dream and she similarly doesn't know how to dance. These young dancers come and call her and say, join our dance. And she says, I do not know. And then when she wakes up, Sahayamba asks her to ask herself, who is it that was there in the dream? How could it be apart from you? And when you recognize that in the dream there can be nothing apart from your own projection or you or yourself, why is it difficult then to understand that all this is the projection of light? The Shiva, 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 Shiva. Arunachala, Arunachala, Arunachala. Ramana, Ramana, Ramana. Parkum idam thorum paramparule unaye parkum arulla Ramaneshwara. Everything is light, light, light and light alone. So what does it do it? See, Bhagavan, he is, in case, see, all this is in case anybody has a doubt in future, he does certain things. Okay. That Bhagavan, all the ones who are deeply connected to him, he makes us, see, apnaya, apna kehne ka diya mujhe adhikar. Not only did he make us his own, he gave us the authority or why, not even the sense, but the authority to say that he is ours. So when he has given us that authority, what does he do? See, we know everything, but then just in case we miss, so those who know that he is light, he is the manifestation of the Atma Tattva, he is everything, there is no question, no? Those will be his devotees, his adiyars. No, I will not leave it to that. I will clearly make it out to the whole world that I am a manifestation of light. And so, the moment he is born, he gives the Jyoti, one blind midwife in the room is given the brilliant vision of light. He need not do all these, no, he plays like this. This is how he will play. One blind midwife in the room sees a brilliant light engulfing the whole universe. Adi Mudi Kana Jyoti. Why blind? Who is not blind? Anybody who is in ahankara, who is in manifestation without the understanding or the deep, I won't even say understanding, without the presence in the self, definitely is in andhakara. So he says, I am light. And then continuously, even throughout, even in his manifest, even before he emerges as that meteor light in Arunachala, back again as light, in case we forget. How many times he has to remind us? No, but we all, naturally, our state is forgetfulness. That's why we are here, no? We have forgotten. So in case we forget, he is light as he is born, he is light as he emerges in Arunachala when he drops his body, and in between also he gives himself as light to so many devotees who go on record so that we can read. And we can read, when we read, what do we do? When we hear, what do we do? When we speak, what do? We are in that experience. For that moment, for that one second in time, we are in that moment. Again, of course, back to whatever role play he gives us. So, in between, we can see, of course, without the comprehension, Muruganar Swami will not say, Ivuru Edarkena Talli, and speak of him as Guruvachaka Kovayode, first verse in Nandakumarji. And the குருவுக்கு அவர் அர்ப்பணம் பண்ணுவார் ஃபஸ்ட்டு. அதுலேயும் அவர் லைட்டாக தான் சொல்கிறார் அவர் முருகனார் சுவாமி டாக்ஸ் ஆஃப் பகவான் as light in many places in Guruvachaka Kovai, but I think the first verse itself he speaks of him only as light. That's my memory. But I could not source the verse, so I thought, okay, I will leave it. I had that thought when I was coming, so I was just discussing it with Kameshwar and Purna, but we couldn't source the verse. So we just said, okay. But in the very first verse itself, as far as I remember, he talks about Bhagavan as light. So this experience is there for Muruganar. And even before that, for Nayana. So it doesn't really matter whether he is Arunachala. He is Arunachala, of course. That is how Muruganar Swami has described him, and he is light, he is light, he is light. But that light, that Shiva, is also light of Muruga. Muruga and Shiva are not different from each other. So, for Nayana, for Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni, who approaches him with that spiritual angst and he gives his Upadesha, after that, a few days later, when he goes to Pachayamman Kovil, that also we had the good fortune of depicting in one of our productions. When he goes to Pachayamman Kovil, he sees Bhagavan as light, that is 6. That radiance comes at 6 times. Radiance comes 6 times and blesses him and goes. So he is that light of Shiva as Muruga also. And Arunagiri Nadar, Aruvai, Uruvai, Uladai, Iladai, Maruvai, Malarai, Maniyai, Oliyai, Karuvai, Karuvai, Uirai, Gatiyai, Vidiyai, Guruvai, Varuvai, Arulvai, Guhane. So in that, he is a Guruvai, Varuvai, Arulvai, Guhane. Come as the Guru and bless us, O Guha. You are Aru, you are without form, you are with form. Aruvai, Guruvai. Uladai, Iladai, you are and you are not. Maruvai, Malarai, Maniyai, Oliyai, you are light, you are sound, you are everything. You are the Karu. This is also very beautiful for the light does. You are Karuvai, Uirai. You are the Garbha, you are the life. You are Gati, you are Vidhi. You are destiny and you are the end of destiny also. That is what you are, O light. And so, O light, O Skanda as light, come and bless us as Guru. And Bhagavan comes. And for Nayana, I think even as far as I know, even Paul Brunton, have we depicted that in Ramana Oli serial? He shows himself as light. In Search and Secret India, he says that I saw him as light. And this time, since I was exploring some stories for Rasa Day, I found the story of Shuddhananda Bharati. In that he says, when he comes to Bhagavan, he sees no human form. He sees only light there. He says, I never saw any human form. I know I have entered the hall to see Ramana, but I did not see Ramana. I saw only light. He writes, Varga Swayam Prakasham Varga Vargave Surga Shuddhatma Shakti Surga Surgave. That's why I said I'll come back to Shuddhananda Bharati because he sees him as light. So, that is why I'm saying, in case we forget, in case I am light, I am light, I am light, I am light. See, but one thing is, we want to see this is light, the light is, and the light does. When the light does, it has beautifully projected this multifarious universe with this flora and fauna and, human beings, all kinds of things, beautiful. Sukha Dukkha Samanvitaha. Natya Shastra, Swabhava of the Loka is Sukha and Dukkha together. The pairs of opposites. Sukha Dukkha Samanvitaha. So, he manifests as depression, he manifests as, the light manifests as depression, the light manifests as joy, the light manifests as anger, the light manifests as love, the light manifests as hatred, light manifests as everything. So it manifests, it projects itself, it creates silhouettes, it creates different kinds of light. Again, coming back to our beautiful explorations through our dramatic productions. Paripurna Ramana. I says, the I manifestation of I says, let me put on the spotlight. First it creates complete darkness. Complete darkness. There's nothing that one can see. Nothing can be seen. And then it says, I'll put on the spotlight. Tadak. What do you see there? The moment the spotlight is on, it says, I can see some toys. Again, there's darkness. Then put on the spotlight, I can see some people. And then put everything on and remove the people and the toys, I see nothing. What do you see nothing? How do you see nothing? You see the light, but for the light you could not have seen those toys, you could not have seen those people. So pay attention to that light. We take it for granted. So we never pay attention to that light. So what does the light finally do? It pulls us back to itself, makes us notice itself. Watch that light. Watch that light. Pay attention to that light within. Be drawn into it. Kantam irumbu pol kavarndu. We keep being drawn to it, drawn to it, drawn to it, drawn to it, drawn to it. And then it will finally allow you to merge in itself. That is its purpose. So the light is and the light does. I don't think I need to say anything further. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Dr. Ambika Kameshwarji. I request Dr. Sarada to give a small token of love to Dr. Ambika Kameshwar, Director Rasa Chennai, for taking us through the light.
Okay, just as one. See, I had this thought about readiness. He makes us ready to receive that light, no? This one thought I didn't mention over here. So in that readiness concept is there when in that beautiful story of Arunagirinadar. So he and Arunagirinadar, the great poet who had complete anugraha of the light as Skanda, who tells him when he holds him, when he drops himself down from the Gopura in Tiruvannamalai and reveals himself as Gopurat Tilayanar, and then he tells him, Summa iru sollara. So the readiness, I'm saying, okay. So he says, be silent, Summa iru sollara, without any sound. No, don't make any sound. Literally be in complete silence is what he says. Summa iru sollara. And then when Arunagirinadar becomes ready, when he is completely ripe, then again he reveals himself to Arunagirinadar and he says, Paadu Tiruppugal Paadu. Now sing my praise. Okay. So he makes him ready. So he will make us ready to receive it. So the Patratvam, he Nokiye Karidime Takiye Pakkuvam Makini Andarul Arunachala. So the light makes us ready. Look at me, think of me, touch me, make me fit and then ripen me. And then make me your own, engulf me. It is all engulfing, but for us to recognize and completely submerge in that, the consciousness, light that is consciousness, bliss absolute, that is required. So he does that. All these silhouettes he does and then he makes us ready. So this story is Arunagirinadar and Ambika Dasa, the court poet, Ambika Dasa was always jealous of Arunagirinadar and did not want to encourage him at all. And then he felt the king was, little too favoritism, he was showing too much favoritism to Arunagirinadar. So he comes and says, I will challenge Arunagirinadar in poetry. And Ambika Dasa had got the it's a very famous story, but I revel in it because of the way it is manifest. He said he had got the blessing of Ambal, Shakti, Mahashakti, Devi, to show herself to him any time that he called her for 1 year's time or something like that, some limited time. And so he is very proud of that. He says, okay, so let us be challenged to the competition. I will call Ambal, let him call Murugan, let Arunagirinather call Murugan. Let us see who wins this competition. And the king is sitting there, the courtiers are sitting there, the people are there watching, and Ambika Dasa starts singing. When he starts singing, Ambal doesn't come. And when she doesn't come, he gets so worried and he says, Ambal, I've been calling you, you're supposed to come, why didn't you come? She says, your year finished yesterday. I can't come now. Your time is up. Train's gone. Then he doesn't know what to do because he will fail, no? And his ego was not allowing that to happen. So he said, okay, I understand that, but when this fellow, he'll start singing, this Arunagirinather will start singing now. He'll start calling Murugan, and that Murugan will come off. So what you have to do for me is, I am your devotee. So what you have to do for me is, you have to stop Murugan from coming. You start playing with him, throw ball to him, do whatever it is, cricket, anything, it's okay, no problem. But you have to play with him, block him from coming. So Arunagirinathar's turn, he starts singing. Murugan doesn't come. Doesn't come. Naturally, because Ambal has sweetly taken him, put him on her lap, is now conjifying him, all those things are happening. And this Arunagirinather sees with his divine eye, he sees. He had the readiness, he saw. He says, this Ambal is playing with him. So he says, okay, now when I call Murugan, I cannot call him alone. Because now Ambal is distracting him. Then as he is coming down to give me darshan, Shiva may distract him. Then as he is coming down to give me darshan, Vishnu may distract him. Somebody else, Lakshmi may distract him. I don't know who will distract him. So he calls everybody. Adalachera narada akila meru meedada abhinakali tanada avalodandru adiravi sivadadum vidayile ruvarada aruhubhuta vedalam avayada, including the Shivaganas. Vanajamamiyarada. Vanajamamiyar is Lakshmi. Nediya Mamanarada. Let Mahavishnu also dance and come. Mayilumadi niyadi varavenum shadmuka, he says. So all of them, he's called everybody. And with that devotion, when he calls everybody, the whole lot of them come. And they burst that Kambathelenar is there in Arunachaleshwara temple. As soon as you go in, first Kovil is that only. That they burst through that Kamba, that is that pillar, and give that grand darshan of brilliance. But the king was not ready. So he gets blinded by that vision. After that, what happens, we don't know in that story. Okay, whether he regained his sight, whether he got the readiness, all that is Mahalila. Okay, but the point is, even that merging in that Atma Tattva, even that rooting out of the ego, he has to make us ready to receive it. So that readiness, that sadhana, that titi, and that sadhana is never easy, because when somebody is going on rubbing us, it becomes a little difficult at times. But then when we are aware that this is what is going to get us there, then we are very, very comfortable with it. We become, because every second that the light does, whatever the light does, is utterly precise. Utterly precise. And surprisingly, not surprisingly actually, because this manifestation is not duplicated anywhere. The manifestation is such that she is different, I am different, Akka is different, Ujwal is different, tastes are different, requirements are different, everything is different. Same way, the way he thetifies us also will be different. He will throw a different challenge at Venkatesh and different challenge at Ambika. And he will make him ready to receive that challenge, and he will make me ready to receive my challenge. I cannot bear what challenge Venkatesh ji may be having. And he may not be able to bear what challenge I am having. But then, this is the requirement for this. That is the requirement for that. So he will give that TT5 and he will make the readiness also happen. And finally, for sure, Urudi, for sure, he will absorb us and make us his own and be and remain as Ekan. Ekanavali Needuri.
Thank you, Akka. We move on to the next speaker, Dr. Sarada, President Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning, and she is speaking about beyond the three identities. I request Dr. Sarada to come and address the gathering.
தனக்கென்றோர் வண்ணமில்லான் வடிவம் இல்லான் சராச்சரங்கட்கௌ எல்லாம் தானே ஈன்றான் மனக்கென்றோர் மதியில்லான் மறதியில்லான் மண்ணுயிர்கட்கௌ எல்லாம் தானே தந்தான் நினக்கென்று நீ என்று நினைத்திடற்கு நீயாவன் என்ன உணர்த்தி வெங்கடேசன் எனக்கென்றோர் செயலேயும் எனக்கென்றோர் இயலேயும் செயலே தானும் இல்லாமற் செய்திட்ட விச்சை என்னே எனக்கென்றோர் இயலேயும் செயலே தானும் இல்லாமற் செய்திட்ட விச்சை என்னே. Muruganar Swami says, taking from where Dr. Ambika left us, the light is and the light does. Muruganar Swami says, Tanakkendror vannamillan vadivamillan. He doesn't have a form. He doesn't have a color. He doesn't have a form. Chara charangat kavvellam thane indran. He gave all this. He himself gave all this to the moving and the unmoving, to the entire universe. Chara achara. Manakkendror madiyillan maradiyillan. He doesn't have a mind, he doesn't have forgetfulness. He doesn't have remembrance, he doesn't have forgetfulness. Mannuyarkat ivvellam thane tandan. He gave all this to all the beings. And then what did he do? நினக்கென்று நீ என்று நினைத்திடற்கு. To make me, with this memory, with this form, with this color, with this manifestation, to make me think only about him and for him. நினக்கென்று நீ என்று நினைத்திடற்கு. In order to make me think only about, not about this form, not about my own manifestation, but to think only about him. The purpose of the manifestation is only to think about him in order to facilitate me to do that. Ni yavan ena niharti. He made me know myself. He made me find out the truth about myself. And what happened because of that? Yenakkendror iyaleyum. I did not have any more of my own existence. My existence disappeared. He made it disappear. Illamar seidhitta, he says. Yenakkendror iyaleyum. No more existence. Seyale thanum. Then where is the question of my doing any actions further? When I do not have any existence, iyale enakkendror iyaleyum seyale thanum illamar seidhitta. What is vichayane? What is this wonder? What is this wonder what is this amazing thing which Venkatesha Ramana has done? Says Muruganar Swami. And in order to make us get back to this own state of ours, he teaches us, he prepares us. Dr. Ambika Kameshwar said, he brings about a readiness. So, readiness means from where we are, he has to take us. If there is a journey, if there is something in the present and somewhere else we have to reach, and though that may not be a reality, because very clearly he says in Ulladinarpadu, Sadhyathil Sadhagathile duvidam Sadhyathil adduvidam oduhindra vadamadum unmayala. Dvaitam vichare paramartha bodhetu advaitam na sadhuvadaha, he says. Okay, so this is not the truth. It cannot be the truth. See, it cannot be that Advaita is created at some point of time. It is what is true is always true. So, it is not that we get into an Advaitic experience, but that is the truth. So, he gives a very beautiful example of the 10 fools who crossed the river and began to count themselves to know whether they were 10, and then ultimately they did not count. Each one left himself out, and finally they realized that they were actually 10. தான் தேடும் காலும் தனை அடைந்த காலத்தும் தான் தசமனன்றி ஆர்த்தாம். So even when you are searching, the truth about you is not different. Even if I think that there is a movie with many, many pictures over there, it will not cease to be light. There is no movie over there. There is only light. Just because I see a movie, it doesn't mean there was a movie and later it became light. There is only light. But if I am seeing a movie, how to make me recognize that there is only light? So, there is a process which he has given. There is a path which he has given. The path of inquiry. And there is a teaching which he has given in response to, of course, Muruganar Swami asking him to give the teaching, saying, you are the Shiva who has to give the teaching. So, he wrote the Upadesha Undiyar, the Thiru Undiyar, and the Upadesha Undiyar, which is part of the Thiru Undiyar, and later himself translated it into Sanskrit, Malayalam, Telugu as Upadesha Saram. So this is the Upadesha Saram which he has given us, the essence of Upadesha. And how does he begin this? He begins by saying, Karturajnaya prapyate phalam karma kimparam karma tajjadam. He begins with saying that action is meaning, it has no power, it is powerless. Action is powerless. Karma tajjadam. So why does he start with action? Because Venkatesh ji spoke about the 3 states, right? And in the 3 states, he talked about, now that I am awake, I feel that I am awake. But in my dream, I don't feel I am dreaming. And in the sleep, of course, I cannot feel I am sleeping. Then it would not be deep sleep. So, but when I am awake, what is the predominant identity that I have in my waking is the sense of being a doer, action. I need to do something. If you look at our lives, all our waking lives are filled with the motivation to act and achieve a goal, some goal. Action is always towards a goal. So what is our waking identity? It is the identity of being a doer. We can call it the 3 ships, we say doership. In English there's no word doership, but then it's very common in Vedanta, we keep talking of doership. The sense of being an actor. So the first identity that he addresses in his Upadesha is to cut across the sense of being a doer. Now, if we can surrender completely, because as he told mother also, no, you're not doing anything. Dr. Ambika said the light is and the light does, right? You're not doing anything. It's happening. Everything is actually happening. Nandakumar ji told us what is all happening in this physical body. We're not doing anything. Venkatesh ji often tells us we do nothing about what is about our own body. We cannot do. Right from when we were a cell in the mother's womb till now, what can we do about this body? But we think we can do something. We think we can eat right, we can exercise. We will impose doership on everything. If given half a chance, we will think that we can mend the entire universe. And we want to. We want to keep mending things. We want to keep changing things. We cannot accept. If the moment we accept everything as given, there's no need to act. There's nothing to be done, no? If we accept everything is given, what is there for us to do? Nothing is there for us to do. And can we accept that situation that there is nothing for us to do? So the huge debates about fate and free will, and Bhagavan says there's no end to this debate. Just find out for whom these are. He takes us to that point, right? But it's very, very difficult to get over the sense of doing. Even in sadhana, we want to do. What do I do? So he says, okay, sit down, inquire. Left to himself, he says, just be. So somebody else came and asked him, Bhagavan, is it not enough if I simply am? Sure, he said, go ahead. But I'm not able to. That's why I'm telling you all this. Otherwise, why would I say? Why would I tell you, sit down, inquire, find out who I have nothing. Simply be. Summa iru. Even Summa iru, he didn't say. He said iru. To Thinnai Swami, he said iru. The great devotees, they say, Murugan said Summa iru. He used 2 words. But Ramana is master of brevity, so he said iru. There's no need to say summa. When you are iru, you have to be summa only. So, being master of brevity, he said that. Okay. So, there is this doership which we can get over through surrender. That's why he says, it is Ishvara Ichha. Everything is not happening by your Ichha. Nothing is happening by your Ichha. So what is the use? Why are you pushing yourself so hard all through your life when there is nothing at all in your control? Karturajnaya prapyate phalam. It is not your action which is giving you the fruits which you are seeing. On the contrary, all that your actions are doing it, kritima hodadau patana karanam, because you cannot get the fruits you want, so you will have to again start, again act, again act, again act. So what is this action leading you to? It is only leading you to further action. Action cannot do anything other than lead you to more action. Then how do I get out of this vicious cycle? Ishwararpitam Nechayakritam Chitta Shodhakam Mukti Sadhakam. Offer it to God. But then what happens is, because why does he say Chitta Shodhakam at that point of time? Is that because when I'm offering also it's an action, right? There also I have the sense of doership of offering my action to God. I think I can do something minimal action of offering my actions to God. I want to hold on to being an actor in some way or the other. So I will offer my actions to God. Okay, if you want to act, if you actually look at it, if you understand Karturagniya Prapyate Palam, there's no second step. In all Upadesha, the first Upadesha is complete. But people don't understand, so the next Upadesha comes. Okay, so the next one he says, yes, if you don't listen to this, if you don't understand that Ishvara only is doing all this, you will get into this endless cycle of action. Then at least if you get scared, I don't want to get into this endless cycle of action, let me understand only God is the doer and simply keep quiet, then fine. But no, I still want it. I want some fruits, I want this, I want that, I can't sit quiet. Then okay, you can't sit quiet, then offer. Do this action of offering. How are you going to offer? Kaya, vacha, manasa, kaya vangmana, karyamuttamam, pujanam, japas, chintanam, kramat. So, offer because you think of yourself as a body, offer all the actions of the body. You think of yourself as the one who speaks, offer all the actions that you are through your speech. And you think of yourself as a thinker, offer. Okay, so how do you do it? You do puja, you do japa, you do chintana. Typical actions by so all movements, Adi Shankara says, oh Lord, whenever I move with my body, take it to be your pradakshina. Whatever I do, whatever I offer to anyone, you take it to be your puja. So like that, maybe physically, but physically puja, offering with the body, offering with the vak, that means japa. So the great ones say, keep on saying the name of God, the nama, the japa. Then manas, of course, chintanam, do dhyana, do enquiry, use it, chintanam, kramat. Okay, so do all this, keep offering everything that you do. Be conscious that I am thinking I am an actor when I am moving with my body. I think I am an actor when I am speaking. I think I am an actor when I am thinking. Offer, keep offering. And then also try to cut down the demarcations between yourself and others by understanding that everything is a manifestation of that Supreme Spirit. Ashtamurti Brit Deva Pujanam. Then slowly make it more subtle. Externally, cut off demarcations. Internally, make it more and more subtle. Move towards the mind. Because mind is the source of all this. It is because of the mind that you think that you are a body. It is because of the mind that you think you are speaking. It's the mind which is creating this division in the first place. So Bhagavan gradually draws us towards attention to the mind. By saying first chant softly, then chant chitta jam japa. Do japa within the mind. Right? Then cut off even all demarcations. Soham iti bhavana. Have the bhavana that you and he are one. So, by that bhavana, right, bheda bhavanat sohamiti. Sohamiti asau abhida bhavana pavani mata. Have the feeling that even he and I are not different. That's what we said. No, because of you everything is. Because of you all this is. This is also the light. Everything is only the light. In the physical manifestation, we are taught in physics that what we are seeing is only light. We think we are seeing objects, but it's only light bouncing off. We're seeing the light bouncing off, and we think we are seeing an object. And if it is opaque, or if it is, to the extent that the play of light is different, we see different objects, we see different colors. So, it is only light. Physically also it's light. Mentally, as she said, it's all the images of the dream are only light. So, sohamiti abheda bhavana. Then, when there is no bheda, when there is no division, what are we going to think about? See, if there is no division, will we be able to think? When there is a subject and there is an object, we can think, right? If there is no division between subject and object, how can we think? We can't think, isn't it? There's no room for thinking when there is no division. To that extent that Sri Ramakrishna says, I don't want to become sugar, I want to taste the sugar, he will say. I want to have bhakti to God. I don't want to become that, because then I can't think about him. But this is very beautiful, says Bhagavan. It is a great inundation. He describes his own experience. It was a great inundation. It is a great inundation. You are swallowed by that. Kabalita Ghana Vishwarupa, she said, no? You are swallowed, but the beautiful part is, you are that which swallows. So the anubhava remains. So, abheda bhavana, after saying bhavana, pavani mata, bhava shunya sadbhava sustitihi. But why does he say sadbhava? Initially, this is an understanding. We understand, when I'm telling you, there is no division, isn't it? At that point of time, it feels very real that there is no division. The moment we hear it, the moment we think of it, at that moment, the division disappears. However, it returns again. So, it is a sadbhavana for us until it becomes anubhava. And what is the difference between anubhava and sadbhavana, says Bhagavan in Ramana Gita? This sadbhavana is intermittent. It comes and goes. Even when we get into nirvikalpa samadhi, it comes and it goes away. What is the difference between that and jnana? In jnana, it does not go away. It does not go away. There is no change. There is further no movement. There is nothing further to be attained. Krityamasti kim swastithim yataha, he will say, right? So then what happens? Hrit-sthale manaha. When there is no division, the mind merges into the heart and it abides there. Hrit-sthale, sthala, it is stha. Stha means what he said, the ground, that which does not move. Stha is that which is. So, hrit-sthale manaha, swasthatha. In itself, it is stationed. It remains unmoving. When this happens, it is kriya. It is kriya. It is action. Right? It is bhakti, because bhakti is also action. Bhakti is action. Whenever there are two, whenever there is a division, there is action. Because there is movement from one to the other. There is action. The action may be gross, as in physical. The action may be subtle, as in japa walk. And it may be subtler, as in dhyana. But there is action. Right? So, whenever there is division, there is action. So, the action may be in the form of karma, which is either offering karma or any action which we do. The action may be in the form of bhakti. Bhakti is bhakti towards God, or any form of love which we feel towards anything, says Bhagavan. In one of the talks which Nandakumar ji had very sweetly pointed out to me, that everything is bhakti. When you feel love towards any object, towards any passion passion that you have, that is bhakti, and it is bodha, it is knowledge. Now, in knowledge also we must understand, if there is knowledge, there is a knower and knowledge. That's why later in the last part, we will get jnanavarjita jnanahina chit. Okay? So, now there is knowledge, and there is bhakti, and there is karma, which is in another way, if you say, with the body, with the mind, and with the intellect, the actions performed. All that is contained in the Hritsthala. That means, actually in Ramana Gita, he says, all this springs from the Hritsthala. The entire universe is contained in the heart, he says. So everything springs forth from that when we wake up. Because when we wake up, he says that the Jnana Shakti, the Chit Shakti pervades the entire body, and we get a feeling, oh, I am this body. And when I get that feeling, I get the ahankara, I can do something with this body. And then I start acting. Okay? So in that Hritsthala, when we go, the reverse process, when we get back into the Hritsthala, this outward movement, which brought out the consciousness into the ahamvritti and from the ahamvritti into the whole body, in the reverse it gets back into the ahamvritti and back into the self. So he says this is the end point of action. The Hritsthala is the end point of action. But actually, how do I get there? I can get there by physically doing the waking activities. But how do I cross over my dream identity? In the waking identity, I can manage the waking identity. Let me say, I offer everything to him. I think of everything as him. I even do the soham vichara. And I remain in nirvikalpa also. Bhava, shunya, sadbhava, I remain. Then I go to sleep. And I start getting dreams. They are not in my control at all. So how do I do that? Nandakumarji often tells us, we can only do that by bringing the dream into the waking. I must tackle the dream when I am awake. I cannot tackle my dream in the dream. Because in the dream I don't have volition. In the waking I have volition. So I must tackle my dream in the waking. If I tackle my dream in the waking, then Ramana says it will automatically get tackled when you are having dreams also. So how do I tackle my dream in the waking? By understanding and dealing with the mind. Because what is there in the dream? What is my identity in the dream? In the waking, it is the identity of being an actor. What is my identity in the dream? It is the thinker. Yes, I am a thinker. Because dreams are only thoughts, right? They are only thoughts. It's only purely mind. So my identity, all these identities are there when I am awake also. That is why Bhagavan gives us the enquiry in the waking, so we can tackle all the identities. Because they are all there though it is predominantly actor, thinker is also there. Okay. So the thinker is there, only the thinker is there. So we have to deal with the thinker when we are awake. That's why he goes on to say, what happens after Hritstale manasvastata kriya bhakti yoga bodhascha nishchitam? He says there are the thinker or the subtle energy in us manifests in two ways, prana and manas. The prana is the subtle experiences of the body and the emotions. All of them are pranic energy. And there is the mind. But he says, there, don't worry about the prana. You can control the prana. You can watch the breath or you can do pranayama. Okay, vayurodhana liyate manahada, because then the mind will quieten down. But it will rise again. When you are not anymore controlling it, it will rise again. So you have to go to the root. You have to deal with the manas itself. Manasam tu kim margane krite. Find out what is this mind. Find out what is this mind. Which is actually thinking and because it is thinking only, it is making you think that you're an actor. So you're transcending both together simultaneously. When you deal with the mind, you will not only be tackling the thinker identity, you will also be transcending and crossing the doer identity. In fact, the more we do self-inquiry, the more we understand that we are not doers at all. Because even the thought arising, it actually, Dileep says, he says, thought will arise on its own. We don't even know what is going to be our next thought. Still, I believe, it is my thought. We don't know. Can be any of us, can we prophesy what will be the next thought? Suddenly we are sitting in meditation, some thoughts come which we would not have thought about for 100 years. I mean, not 100 years, in all our lives, I mean, I say 100 years because each day itself is sometimes like 100 years. But we would not have thought about it, anything. Some strange thought will come, even when we are normally moving around. But especially during meditation, strange thoughts will come which have nothing to do with the immediate, nothing to do with the immediate past, nothing to do with what I'm thinking about today, yesterday. It is there, the thought is there. And I wonder, why has this thought come to me? It has come, okay. But we are not supposed to worry, why has it come? That's, of course, not a part of self-inquiry at all. Why is not a question. For whom and then who am I are the only questions. Why is this happening? Why is this happening in life? Even in Vedanta, the why is not a permitted question because it's of no use. Why am I here? In the sense, if it is prompting you to say there's a higher purpose to life, then that's okay. Why is this happening to me? That's a very common question for everyone going through life. Ee kashta nanage matra yak bandide? Nanage matra yavadu barodilla. That's different matter. Nothing comes only to me. But it's all right. So this why questioning, to find out. Bhagavan says, find out. Manasam tu kim marga arjavat. The mind, this question will lead you directly. It's a direct path. Okay. So here also there is a path, there is an object, there is something to be done. If you say marga, then there is something to be travelled, something to be done. Marga arjavat. So what is this path? But this path is a direct path. It is not indirect. Because, as Nandakumar told us, it includes everything. When you know the knower, in the knower, everything else is included. So it's marga arjavat. So what is this marga? Understand the nature of the mind. What is this mind? What is this mind that is creating havoc in my life? What is this mind that at present seems to be in control of me? What is it? Everything, the moment you go into enquiry, when the jnana comes, when knowledge comes, then you become absolutely in control. It may be even something sometimes people have chronic conditions, right? They have chronic conditions which they cannot overcome. The doctors say there's no solution for that. It may not be a critical condition, it may be a chronic condition. It will be a nuisance value. All the time it will be there. There are many such chronic conditions. But, we will keep going to the doctor, trying to find out what it is. Ultimately, doctor will tell you, oh, this is what it is. He will give it a name. Okay, the moment he gives it a name, we are satisfied. Oh, this is what it is. 50% of our problem is solved. This is chronic hypertension. Okay, chronic. All right, it is that. So that is, what was the difference? It was there. And today the doctor said it is there. He gave it a name. The difference is, I know. And I am so happy that I know. When I don't know, I feel lost. I feel in the dark. Small thing I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't know you're coming at 7 o'clock. Why didn't you tell me you're coming at 7 o'clock? I could have planned accordingly, right? As if we can plan something. But if I don't know, it throws us, right? When we don't know, it throws us. The unexpected throws us. But if we know, then we are a little bit comfortable. I also feel, because when I was a child, when I was early childhood, I used to fall ill frequently. Some jaundice, severe typhoid, this, that, other. Sick all the time. One went through it, okay. People say childhood is very, very beautiful. Of course, it has its beautiful parts, it has innocence and all that. But now I feel that, okay, if I get a headache also, I know this is headache. It doesn't throw me, right? Even if I fall ill, I will have to go through the physical difficulty, but I know this is the body, it will get ill, it will have this condition, it may come out of it, it may not come out of it, it may be even fatal, but I know. And that knowledge always gives us a sense of comfort. That is why light is equated to knowledge is equated to light. And ignorance is said to be darkness. So if we are in the dark, it's always difficult, right? If we are in a dark space, we are worried. But if we are in the bright space, we are not worried. Even if we are alone, we are not so worried if there is light. So, knowledge. It gives us knowledge. So, find out. The moment you get knowledge about the mind, few things start happening. You know, first thing you will know is, what is this mind? It's only thoughts. Nothing but thoughts. The mind is only thoughts. What's this great thing? It's thoughts. That's all. And that's all. Why? Because thoughts are dependent on a thinker. Thoughts are dependent on a thinker. So I must be the thinker, right? I cannot be my thoughts. I cannot be any of the thoughts. They're all coming and going. Venkatesh ji said there is a ground. The ground, thoughts come and go. I am waking, dream and deep sleep are all thoughts. He told us, right? In the waking, dream becomes a thought, sleep becomes a thought, waking is also a thought. Everything comes and goes. When do I say it comes and goes? In my waking state. I say everything comes and goes. How do I know? Because I, the thinker, am apart from these moving objects. That's why Bhagavan divides the mind. Initially, he divides the mind into thought and thinker. When he says thought, he means the object part of the conscious entity mind. The object. Because for us, we have I experience, right? So, the moment we know there are two, we can separate them. If they are identical, if I and my thought are identical, I can never be free of my thought, right? If my thought and I are one and the same, if I am anger, how can I be free from anger? If I am sorrow, how can I be free from sorrow? I can't be. But if sorrow is a thought for me, if anger is a thought for me, then it is possible that I can be free from it. If I am not my thoughts, there is a possibility that I can be free. So Bhagavan gives us, he frees us with this knowledge that you have the freedom to hold your thought or to be free from it. How are we to be free? Venkatesh ji said we can be witness to the thoughts. But when we are witness to the thoughts, what happens when we are witness? When we become a sakshi, what happens? What will be our anubhava? If I am simply a witness, he gave us an example, no? You're watching the bus coming, going, right? What happens at that point of time? Another Swami, Tyageshananda, great devotee of Bhagavan, he would say you're sitting on the pavement or you're sitting in a bus stop and you're watching some cars come, go, not buses, you're simply sitting at the pavement. One pavement is there, you're sitting and you're watching cars come and go. He said, will you get into the first car which comes? Cars are going, you're sitting on the pavement or you're standing on the pavement, cars are coming and going, vehicles are coming and going. Will you get into the first vehicle which you see? If you do, what will happen? It will drop you somewhere. Then you're watching, another vehicle will come, you'll get into that vehicle, then you'll get dropped somewhere. He says, that is how you are with the mind. One thought comes, you get into that thought. You keep going on with that thought. It drops you somewhere. Okay. Then you get into another thought which comes. But that is why you don't want to do that. If at all you want to get into any vehicle, oh, your friend came in the vehicle, oh, hello, I have not seen you for a long time, I would like to spend some time with you, you may get in. But you don't get into every vehicle, right? And even if your friend comes, if it is not your purpose to go with him or her that day, better you don't get into that car. Nandakumar ji will say you may lose lifetimes, right? If you get into that car, you may lose lifetimes. So, we don't know. Once you get into friend's car, then you have to do as a friend says. Right? You can't do as you please. If you don't get into any car, then you have the freedom. You are free. And you are untouched by all the experiences. You are the Sakshi. Right? But when you are a Sakshi, what is the process which is actually happening there? You are a Sakshi and you are able to see all your experiences as apart from you. They are not touching you anymore, right? Now, what is your identity at that point of time? I am the untouched witness. Okay. So, there was this is also knowledge only. But we can say in one sense, this is, you are no longer worried about what is happening. You are the untouched witness, so you are not worried about what is happening. So what is your state of being at that time? It is one of peace. You are peaceful, you are happy because you are not touched by anything, right? The turmoils are not touching you. You are happy, you are peaceful, but you still have an identity. You still have the identity of being the Sakshi. So Bhagavan does not ask us to remain as a Sakshi. He always says, merge in the source. So when we see the second 10 verses, he will take us up to aham taya spurati idam aham pada, that will be the 21st verse. Ahamayam kuto bhavati chinvataha aipatatyaham. When you ask, where from is this I arising or who am I, this I thought will fall. Then what happens? Ahiminasha bhaji ahamaham taya spurati hrit swayam. So the I shines forth as I. Actually, it is not even a Sakshi Bhava at that point of time. Forget about Sakshi Bhava. It is the Sakshi. It is the basis. It is the Ishvara Tattva, says Nandakumar ji to us often. And this time in his Jayanti talk, Swami Ramanacharana Tirtha was saying that Bhagavan gave to him this concept for the Jayanti talk. The concept that when you get into the bliss of the self, then you will get attached to experiencing the bliss of the self. And even that has to be dropped. It seems the Mandukya says that. Ultimately, even the experiencing of bliss has to be dropped because there is duality. Why is that said? That was what he spoke about. So he said, it will be very difficult. Why are they saying? Because if we cannot give up, he said, if we cannot give up our attachment to coffee and tea, how will we give up our attachment to that, wanting to have that anubhava? That is why it is said over there. So that is the ultimate, the enjoyership, which happens in a way in the deep sleep state. We enjoy. Why do we want to go back to the deep sleep? See, one is the doership, the other one is the knowership. I want to know, I want to grasp everything. I want to know, in fact, what is a thought? Thought is grasping an object with my consciousness. I want to hold an object. I want to know. I want to hold an object. Why? Why hold any object? Because I want to know. Even if nothing is happening, I'm thinking, right? Why am I thinking? When I'm not taking any action about it, I will sit and think. Even if it is not action-oriented, I sit and think. Why? Because I have a joy in holding an object, in knowing that object. Even my sorrow. I hold on to my sorrow because the very knowing of that sorrow gives me joy. The very knowing of the anger gives me joy. That knowing, the knowership which is there, the need to know, the need to be a knower. And finally, the subtlest is the need to be an enjoyer. So that's why Bhagavan in the last set of Upadesha Saram, he tells Jnanavarjita Ajnanahina Chit Jnanamasti Kim Jnatumantaram. So though it is, and there he says, Veshahanataha Swatma. Isha Jivayor Veshadhibida Sat Swabhavato Vastu Kevalam Veshahanataha Swatma Darshanam. Isha Darshanam Swatma Rupataha. You have this Isha Tattva, which is full of joy, which is full of power, which is doing aham, aham, aham. That has to merge into the self. And Nandakumar ji says, it will happen when you do not ask anything of it, he says. What is asking of it? What is asking of anything? Asking is trying to hold, trying to experience it again. That is asking. So if you don't ask anything, if we do not ask from beginning to end, if we do not ask, if we do not seek, then we have reached there. But since we seek, Bhagavan allows us to seek by turning within, by questioning each one of these identities. And all of them come in our lives in some way or the other. In the path of self-inquiry also, they will manifest in different ways. The need to do, the need to know, and the need to enjoy. Even if I simply can sit back and enjoy, even if there is that need, then there is still necessity for pursuing the inquiry beyond that identity as well. And then when he says Veshaha Isha Darshanam Atma Samstitihi Swatma Darshanam Atma Nirdvayat. Atma Nirdvayat. There is no duality in the self. There cannot be any trace of duality. Atmanishtata. Atmanirdvayat Atmanishtata. So let us get back to that. And Nandakumar ji has said it, Ambika has reiterated it, that we don't have any options of not getting established over there. He said we are already finished, and she also said we are already finished. That's what the great ones say. Muruganar Swami says it, Sadhu Om Swami says it. He says, Sadhu Om Swami says, Yella piraviyum etru muditte, irudi piraviyil guruvai adutte. Having taken all the births. No, births, what do births mean? Every thought is one birth only. How many births we have gone through, like what I was when I was a child, I am not now. In this birth, how many births I have gone through? And I keep going through another birth, another identification whenever I have a different emotion. When I am having fear, I have a different birth. When I have courage, I have a different birth. Sometimes I feel that way when I am having fear, I feel as if I am a deer cornered by a tiger. But when I am having courage, I may be the elephant. So there are different, and all the animals, everything is there within us right now. The whole universe is within this I only, no. Because Bhagavan says universe is in the heart. And this heart only comes out as the I thought. So everything is there. Right? Yella piraviyum etru muditte irudi piraviyil. He says it simply. Okay. He says this: in the last birth, I have come to the Guru. The Guru has come to me. This Manikavachakar says it very expansively. Pullahi, Pudai, Puruvai, Maramahi, Palvirmahi, Paravayai, Pambai, Kallai, Manidarai, Peyai, Ganangalai, Valla Suraragi. So many things have become. Okay. Meye un ponnadigal kandindru veerutrain. Meye, oh you who are the truth. Now I have come to your feet. So, Yella piraviyum etru muditte, irudi piraviyil guruvai edutte, kalla kalai idayatil paditte. He says, in the heart, having come to Ramana Sadguru, what happens? You study that which cannot be studied. You learn that which cannot be learned. Where? that which cannot be learnt, where do you learn it? In the heart. So let's do this. Gati peruvom guru kadalai piditte. What we have to do is just hold his feet and this happens, says Sadhu Om Swami. And Bhagavan's enquiry, self-enquiry, is this all-encompassing weapon. That's why he also says Brahmastra. Everyone would call it Brahmastra. Because, and that's why Nandakumar also says it won't leave you. So no matter what form the identity arises, gross or subtle, it will make us aware. Oh, now this is the form in which the duality has risen within you. This is the attachment which you are having now. This is the attachment. Tackle it, tackle it. And the question is always simple, always the same. There is no different question, no different methodology which we have to newly learn for another identity. All given once and for all in the beginning. For whom is this? Who am I? That's all. No matter what the identity, no matter what the thought, no matter from where the thought, no matter which realm we are in, apparently, whether we are in the physical or mental, or we are simply watching and enjoying, self-enquiry is with us. For whom? Who am I? Who am I? And that takes us back to the source. Vindati iha jivastu devikaha, says Bhagavan. Aham apetakam nija vibhanakam. The I will disappear, the bha, she was talking about the light here also in Upadesha Saram, it finishes with nija vibhanakam. The truth shines forth. Okay. Aham apetakam nija vibhanakam mahadidam tapo. This is a great tapas, says Bhagavan, and by his grace we are all blessed with his presence within, shining as the self, manifest externally to show us the path, holding us with great love in every step of the journey, externally and internally. Whether we feel that we are being put through difficulties, or whether we feel we are not being put through any difficulties and we are being given a bed of roses, it doesn't matter. Whichever he chooses as the path for us, whether it's an easy path or a difficult path, that path which he chooses for us. But difficulties cannot be avoided, because even if the external life is very comfortable, unless there is the yearning within, there has to be a churning, right? There has to be a yearning. There has to be a need to get back to the self. And that itself is the biggest difficulty. That itself is the biggest pain, actually, which we see in Ganapati Muni's life. So, when we are seeking and we are not able to, when we feel helpless about it, but yes, he may give us that experience also, make us feel helpless, then apparently show us something, then make us realize, no, this is not the end, then again go forward, again feel helpless. So that he puts us through those throes. External circumstances, to the extent that they are going to turn our mind within, he will create accordingly whatever the circumstances needed to turn our mind within, to the extent that he has prepared us. I will conclude with the one beautiful incident which will lead probably to next, after the lunch we have the surrender. And in the, Bhagavan says that ultimately surrender to his force in this path is very important. Faith in his Shakti in this path is very important. We have faith. Many people say, when you get into the flight, you have faith in the pilot. When you get into a bus, you have faith in the driver. When I get into the car, whichever car I get, I don't drive. So I have faith in the driver, whoever drives me, right? I get into cars. Now, the point is like so, the faith. Bhagavan was asked by a devotee, Bhagavan, all right, external circumstances, I will not worry about, because you are in charge of my external circumstances. I will have faith. All the circumstances, whatever you give, if I have a desire, you don't fulfill it, I will take it. It is for my good. If you give me some difficulty, I will take it, it is for my good. But I want to get self-knowledge, Bhagwan. I'm not asking for anything which is going to lead to difficulty. So I want to get self-knowledge. Why don't you give me that? What is stopping you? Why doesn't the Guru give self-knowledge right away? And Bhagavan said, that is also for your good only. Then the devotee was not convinced. But Bhagavan kept quiet, he didn't say anything further. Few days later, there was in Tiruvannamalai, there is a lake called the Samudra Eri, which is not very big now, it used to be very huge. It was built by a chieftain to resemble the ocean, the Samudra. So very huge lake. Such a huge lake, and Tiruvannamalai is a drought-ridden place, mostly drought. Hardly there will be rains over there. Never enough rains to fill that lake also and make it overflow. But that particular time, the Samudra area was overflowing. It was a matter of great excitement to everyone. I have seen even devotees like Mani Anna was there earlier as the administrator of Ramanashrama. Once when we were there, it started raining heavily. Sharadama, come, it's raining, the Arvi is flowing. It's so much of excitement when there is water in Tiruvannamalai. So everyone was excited. And they told Bhagavan, let us go on a picnic to the Samudra Eri. Bhagavan said, okay, we'll go. So they all went to Samudra Eri. It is overflowing and there are fields surrounding the Samudra Eri. And what have the farmers done? They have made bunds. They have made irrigation channels. So to hold the water, the excess water is flowing into the field, right? So they have made arrangements to contain the excess water so that it doesn't go into the crops. Then Bhagavan asked all the devotees, is water needed for the crops or not? Of course it is needed, Bhagavan. And rice requires a lot of water, no? So then so much of water is available. Why have the farmers made bunds? Why are they not allowing it to go into the crops? No, Bhagavan, if it comes like that all at once, the crop will get ruined. That is the point. That is the point. The crop needs the water at the right time to ripen. If it comes all at once, when the crop is not ready to receive that much of water, the crop will get ruined. That is how the Guru gives the anubhava in the sadhana, said Bhagavan. At the same time, it doesn't mean that we decide, oh, Bhagavan has not given us anubhava, he is not giving, I am not ripe, so I will not do my sadhana. No, that is not the meaning of it. It means that we don't complain, but we enjoy the sadhana. Actually, all this comes from doership, right? I am not getting any results. I am not getting any, that's only doership. Where is the result? So let us enjoy the path. What is more enjoyable than doing self-inquiry? Ultimately, let go of that enjoyment also. Allow it to end into the self by His grace. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I think the questions we will do personally over lunch because we are at lunchtime. All the faculty are available, so you can approach. And we are not large numbers, so 4 of us are there. You can approach any one of us with your questions if you have any, so that we'll be able to meet on time for the next session. I'll leave it to Ujwal too. Any of you would like to have the advantage of a formal question and answer session is that others get to know the answers of the questions. That's about 10 to 15 minutes we can take, if we can have a break which is slightly shorter. 2:45 is the schedule, no? Next session? Yeah, 2:45 is the next scheduled session. So up till 2 to 5 we can have some Q&A if you would like to have some. Yes? Come.
If you can come here to the mic and ask the question. If you can come here and ask the question, the camera will also record it. Thank you.
Namaste. Question is, Bhagavan has often mentioned about the heart, spiritual heart. Is there any purpose or validity in focusing on the heart while doing self-inquiry or any practice? Or should we just not bother about that?
Dr. Ambika Kameshwar also said there is, and Muruganar Swami has said, there is a specific path for each of us. For some of us, this focus on the spiritual heart is during the sadhana is very beneficial, and though it is a concept like any other concept, because it is a thought, it is not the anubhava, but it is beneficial for many of us. But it must be understood that it is a concept, and then one must not focus on it as a physical space. Keep the physical space and then forget about the physical space. This can be very beneficial, but it is not necessary in the Ramana path. It is not necessary to do it. However, the Hridaya experience happens spontaneously to my understanding, at the end of the self-inquiry process. It happens automatically in any case. So that is a different question. Whether we want to focus on it specifically or not, if it is not coming to you naturally, I personally think you don't have to worry. There will be a time when, if Bhagavan wants to turn your attention to that, it will happen in a very forceful manner, when you cannot turn away from that. Because he takes care of our sadhana from moment to moment.
I have a friend called Murli. So he has exclusively practiced meditation on the right side of the heart, right side of the chest. So that Akka said 3 identities: doership, knowership and enjoyership. Correct. This removes doership. If you do the physical, like to him this is Ramana Loka, where Ramana is the only doer. So he will talk that language only. That is, when his mother passed away, I said yesterday that his property, everyone was afraid he may sell it off, but he said, Bhagavan idare, our note koltare. So that is the language. But during the thing I was telling him, you try to understand their language. They are having cause and effect. So within 2 days, he said, what do you mean by knowing their language? I said, same heart center, try to hold it from within. He was a driving instructor, so he will teach even driving people, look to your heart center and drive. While driving, look to your heart center, you will see that driving will go on automatically. That is how we will teach driving. Okay. So that you don't have to look at your hand separately, steering wheel separately. All will go on automatically, he will teach. Okay. So now, after the death of his mother, after 2-3 days, when I had shared with him, you try to understand their perspective. You should be able to understand that they are having cause and effect. Hey, what is this? He said, somehow our conversation turned that you hold the same heart center from within. For one day, he lost suddenly the bearings. He said, sir, ಏನು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನು ಗ್ರಿಪ್ಪೇ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹಂಗಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. But within a day, he came back to me with the question, now I have got a grip inside, but now tell me how I am going to do the self-inquiry in deep sleep. That means the knowership had also gone, but the enjoyership which Akka was saying was still asked about, that how am I going to do self-inquiry in deep sleep. Right side of the chest, say, from within thoughts level he went, and he was asking. So I told him that you think that deep sleep is going to come 5 hours later. Correct. You think that is also a thought you are having. Deep sleep will be 5 hours later. How I am going to meditate then. But deep sleep is present as self-ignorance now itself. That you ask, for whom is this doubt? How am I going to do self-inquiry in deep sleep? Deep sleep, as he was saying, we said we slept back. So you can think about deep sleep. Deep sleep is present in the present moment as a thought, as an experience, isn't it? So that point came, and now he is very comfortable with self-attention itself. So that was a journey he had. So the writing at the right side, as Akka said, it may come as sadhana, and it is Bhagavan's gift. It will take you off from doership, and eventually at the right time, as Akka said, Bhagavan will lead us to freedom from knowership and enjoyership also.
Yeah, this is an allied question. When you pointed out that your friend had this experience of doing a sadhana that involved focusing on the heart, the right side of the heart. Now, I have been initiated in Kriya Yoga many years ago, and as you know, we used to focus on the chakras. And so in Kriya Yoga, when we focus on the heart chakra, there are sensations happening here, so we know the chakra is active, whatever, the whole paraphernalia. But now when I focus on the spiritual heart, as Bhagavan says, it's not in the Anahata chakra where I used to feel earlier. I know Bhagavan rejects all those ideas. But I still feel some kind of sensation on the right side. It's completely new. And I'm telling myself not to get stuck to it, not to get attached to it. So how do we know that, I mean, how do I know that I'm really focusing on the spiritual heart? Because the sensation is a kind of a disturbance now. So do I continue that, or can I just focus on my breath and forget this spiritual heart?
See, this is an inner journey into your own home. And Bhagavan is the king of that home. So you have to make that journey yourself. And you will be taught from within. Like I was sharing Murali's experience to show you predominantly also how Bhagavan is guiding the sadhaka. Like I was just pointing out, but then the main journey he was making was his own. That he was first made for many years, right side of he was a Gayatri Mantra Upasaka for many years. So you are, let's say, who has meditated on chakras, then you have come to Bhagavan's teachings of right side of the chest, you are getting a feeling. Now how to deal with that feeling is a very internal, personal thing, which what Ambika ji called as light. That inner light will guide you. There are certain questions which should not be answered by the outer light. The outer light, the best thing to do is to turn inward. So without feeling bad about it, you should understand the best thing we can do is ask you to turn inward. Rely more and more on that inner light to teach you what to do. All of us sitting here, we have not listened to each other at any time. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, so what happens is, coming to this, most of us have come to spirituality from religious practices, right? So in religious practices, we are used to going to the temple, going to having a puja room, seeing a form, God as a form, and we have done different types of meditation also. So somebody says, focus on between your eyebrows. Somebody says, focus somewhere else, right? Now, the good thing about what Bhagavan teaches is, even if you are initially holding on to a form, okay, initially, because of your being in religious things, you initially holding on full Venkateshwara, then you're holding on to his feet, right? Or even Bhagavan, Arunachala, you're holding on to as a hill, then you slowly, that hill will slowly vanish. So you will come from Rupa to no Rupa, okay? You will start with Rupa, that's a good place to start, okay? Now the thing really is that mind needs a place to settle down, Okay, it can't be told to go anywhere and settle down. It has a good place to settle down. So this is a logical point, it's not a physical point. So as you go deeper and deeper into that point, you will experience that silence. You'll start experiencing the silence within. Okay, and then as you go deeper into the silence, you will experience that same silence which is within is also without. So that's what happens. So this journey is from alone to alone. See, they always say you'll always start alone and you will be alone only. But finally, this inside and outside will turn out to be the same. But this journey, again, like what Nandakumar says, is you have to experience it yourself, and your experience will be unique to you, you can't be a copycat in this. Like in exams, you could copy somebody else's answer and get 100 marks. In this place, you can't copy somebody else because it may not just be your cup of tea. It may not be just, it's like I give the example of death experience. It's not that I sit down and wait for my death experience to be able to get Atma Jnana, right? So that's the journey. But the beautiful thing is, when you go into silence, the objectification vanishes, and you get into more subjectification, okay, more into the subject, and the subject is within and without. So then what happens is, then this logical point, it's like going around Arunachala. Initially you will see the physical hill, but as you keep going around, the physicality also vanishes. But still you're holding on to that concept of Arunachala as a hill, and then you realize, oh, it is the self within, right? So this is a journey that each one of us has to go through from object to subject, and it's a nice place to be. It's nice to be inside you, right? It's a beautiful experience because it's not outside you. Otherwise you will go and look for some place, right? So it's a journey, and it's for me personally, it's a nice place to be inside because it's my private space. And I always say that in this journey, even if I'm, I should not give away my peace, to my handle of my peace to somebody outside, right? If somebody shouting at me also, when I do self-inquiries, ask who am I am keeping my peace intact within, right? So that's the journey, and I think it's a beautiful experience. I think all of us have to go through that.
Yeah, if I have to give an analogy, let us say we are all like waves. Each of us are there, and we are going, and one of the waves says, if you go to that particular shore called Hridaya, you are not going to be there. Now the wave cannot understand what is it not being there, right? When I go to that shore, what is it like to be not there? It's unexplainable until you go to that particular shore, and then you are not there. You are not there as a wave, but you are as the water. So that is what Bhagavan says, Hridaya Kuhara Madhye Kevalam Brahmamatram. That means as the truth, as that self, as all of them said, you are always there. So you have to go to that place, that Hridaya Kuhara, where you will lose this different identity that you are an individual or whatever it is, and you will come up with your true identity. That means the wave wakes up as water. That it is always as water, it is always as ocean, it is always the wave, it is always the one truth. That recognition happens in that Hridaya. So that's probably a parallel analogy we can try to give.
Oh, one more question. I think because we are already at 2:10, so we can come back or you can put it to the staff and we can even explain it during the talks. Thank you. you also can give it to us.
Thank you. Before we break for lunch, I request Shri Venkatesh Deshpande ji to hand over a small token of love to Dr. Sarada. The lunch is arranged in the conference hall, and we also have our publications and also some artifacts made by the special artists of Rasa Chennai, Ramana Sindratyalaya. These special artists have done beautiful jewelries called Aharya. Please do have a look at it, and also the publications, and please do buy some of them. And I request all of you to please confirm your presence with me, and also collect a small book. It's not a small book, it's a big book, which will keep you engaged for one whole year, which has 365 chapters to be studied every day of the year. They are small chapters. I request you to please take a copy and also confirm your registration, and then you can join us for lunch. And we will meet back again around 2:45 for the next sessions. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Actually, this book is being given by their free of cost with compliments from the ashram of, what is it called that? At Brindavan. Yeah, the Akhandananda Saraswati's ashram. So if any of you feel, it is a big book, but if you want an extra copy also, it is available. Any of your like-minded people would like to have an extra copy, you can take the book.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I welcome you all to the 49th National Seminar and Cultural Festival, the third day after the lunch break today. We begin this afternoon session with a talk by Shri Dileep Simha ji. He is the secretary of Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning, and he also heads the investigations, and he was drawn to Ramana's teachings when he heard the commentary of Swami Brahmananda ji from Chinmaya Mission, where he heard the word for the first time, Mano Nasha. People speak about Mano Nigraha, and he was amused by this term Mano Nasha, and that brought him to Bhagavan and brought him to the Ramana shrine, and he is serving Ramana here at our center. I request him to speak on this occasion, and he is speaking on the topic self-enquiry and surrender.
Thank you. Dhyaye Sharada Chandra Sundaramukham Tamraravindekshana Bhaktabhishtavarabhayapradakaram Kaupinamathrojvalam Svatmanandarasanubhuti vivasham Sarvanavadyangakam Shrimantam Shri Ramaneshwaram Guruvaram Yogasanadhyasitam Dhyayet Shri Ramaneshwaram Dhyayet Shri Ramaneshwaram Dhyayet Shri Ramaneshwaram Hridaya Kuhara Madhye Kevalam Brahmamatram Yahamahmiti Sakshat Atmarupena Bhati Hrudi Vishamanasa Swam Chinvata Majjatava Pavana Chalanarodha Atmanishto Bhavatvam. Namo Ramana. Last 2 days we have been wonderfully blessed by Bhagavan to meditate upon ourselves, this journey to knowing ourselves. We started by Venkatesh ji talking about the path of self-enquiry, and then how when we all come here, the identity that we are an individual with a name and form is so strong, and then there we need to understand a path and make a journey. Then Nandakumar ji asked us to switch our identity from that of being identified with the name and form, with the senses, with the body, to the mind. And he made us recognize, or in the way to the mind, he meant to the 3 states of the mind, which is the waking, dream and sleep.
and he made us see those modes. When we identify with the body, we identify with the two modes of the day and the night. And when we identify with the mind, we can recognize the three modes of the waking dream and the deep sleep. And how whenever the mind rises, which is in the waking and in the dream, the world rises with it. And therefore, when we look at ourselves as the body, we feel we are in the world. We are one individual inside the world. But when we look at it from this mind mode of waking, dream, and sleep, we get a different perspective. We recognize whenever the mind rises, the world rises with it. Therefore, I am not an individual in this world. The world is within me. That clarity rises. And then we looked at the mind itself. We looked at the mind and tried to understand how mind is so important for us, because Bhagavan says that the mind is a Vishesha Shakti that rises from the self. Therefore, knowing the mind or understanding the mind gives us an opportunity to get back to the self. And we looked at how a dog can trace the scent and get back to the master. Like that, if we hold on to understand the mind and trace it back to its source, we can get back to the self. So, why mind is very important. We also looked at how mind in Upanishads have been told to be both a cause for ignorance and a cause for liberation. Bandha and moksha, both happens in the mind. And we started looking at the mind, how it functions. And we looked at mind is something that we all use to gain knowledge. When we say mind, Bhagavan bunches the intellect, everything into the mind itself. He doesn't make it separate. So how it becomes a source of knowledge, or it is the source of knowledge. If the knowledge is all of the object and how to use the object to make my life, which is something which all animals also do, right? It knows where to go peck the seeds, how to feed itself, how to take care of it. Then that knowledge is all prakritika. That's all something belonging to the nature. And behind the mind, we looked at one powerful, subtle thing called bhavana, which actually helps us which is kind of a drive of the mind. The bhavana can make us go behind the mind very, very, very strongly. We looked at it yesterday. And when it is prakritika, then it is outward turned. But when the same mind is turned inwards, trying to go back to the source, then it becomes a sadbhavana, which becomes a bhavana towards the sat. And therefore, that can influence, like how a bhavana towards outside can influence to act so strongly. Similarly, a bhavana towards inside also can influences very strongly to get back to the self. So we looked at the mind, the way it functions, and we also recognize that it is not a single thought, it is not a collection of thought, it is a stream of thought. And the stream is the force of the stream depends on the bhavana with which it flows. And then we looked at the functioning of the mind, and Bhagavan made it very clear that we need not look at all the thoughts and classify all the thoughts as something and we need to deal with it. All the thoughts rise as soon as the I thought rises. And we experience this even in the waking and in the dream. A sense of identity rises, And with that, all other things rises. And Ambika Akka gave a beautiful story of my cousin, where he had a dream where somebody was having a conversation with him in Sanskrit. So he was not understanding it. And in that very dream, he had the sadhu who was talking to him. And I was there, and he told, the sadhu said the same thing in Sanskrit. I could understand. Then though he could not converse in Sanskrit, he felt he was able to understand what the conversation was happening between me and the sadhu. And then upon waking, it struck to him that in that dream, the person who did not know was him, the person who was the sadhu was him, the person Dileep was also him, the conversation of knowing and not knowing also was him. So it was a profound impact for him in that dream. So it is very important to recognize that the I, whenever it rises, along with it rises the world and all the divisions. Though it is one person which is all, because of the sense of I, there is a lot of divisions that get created in the tree which we looked yesterday. But we need not deal with all the leaves and trunks and everything of the tree, because the root is the I thought. If we deal with the I thought, that suffices, is what Bhagavan says. If you uproot the I thought, you need not worry about shredding each of the tree branches. So that's something we looked. And then we looked at how the I thought can be taken back to the source through self-enquiry. How Nandakumar ji very beautifully, through the same waking, dream and sleep as three modes, made us to look at the substratum, the I, which is there, and get back to the self through self-enquiry. And this morning we looked at the three states again more in detail. Then again we looked at how the seer in all these three states, not knowing the seer is the problem. Nandakumar ji very beautifully brought it, but means the I, who is the seer of all the things, not knowing him is the source of the problem, and knowing him is the solution. So that is the only thing. So if I don't know something, knowing is the solution, not anything else is the solution. Or not walking to Himalayas, or not doing some parikrama. I mean, it may be all an aid, but the ultimate solution for not knowing is knowing. So that is very beautifully brought out. Then Ambika Akka revealed that there is that light which is the real knower, which is the real doer, and that is the one which is doing, and that is the recognition that will come by practicing self-enquiry. The ground will be prepared for that. And Akka very beautifully with the analogy of the lake told, when the ground is prepared and without disturbing this crop, and yesterday I think Nandakumar ji was talking, or Kameshwar ji was talking, I don't remember, about the candle and the atoms. I think you this morning, okay. So that idea is stuck, but when it did not strike, sorry about that. So it is very important that whatever candle, Bhagavan's uniqueness is whatever candle the Ishvara has already created, he says because that is the highest intelligence that has created, there is no need to question it. So we can, suppose if it has given us a job of being a homemaker, if it has given us a job of being a CEO or a husband or a wife or whatever it is, it has done because it is the highest intelligence. So Bhagavan never questions it. He takes it perfectly well designed for the next journey. And he takes it from there and only makes us focus on who am I? And that is what we looked. And we looked at self-enquiry and surrender, and we are going to look at it more in a detail. So the I, which is the root cause, which is the knower, that we need to know. It's the root cause of all the manifestations, all the multiplications, all the divisions. And therefore, Ambika beautifully said, it may be pleasant at times, it may be unpleasant at times. And that's why in our Indian mythology, I think, the Shakti is given the roop of being Saumya and also Kali. So she can be very aggressive, or she can be very, very beautiful, like a nice blossom tree also. But she can also fall on you and create a big challenge. So both are allowed. So, but ultimately there is a cause for which it happens. So that is why Bhagavan says the intelligence knows it, take it, that it knows why it is doing very well, and continue with your enquiry. And we are going to now look at the self-enquiry and surrender as a upasana, as a practice for the removal of the ignorance. The ignorance is, I don't know who I am, or I have taken myself to be something which I am not. So we will look at it that. So what is ignorance? A false identification of oneself as a body and mind. The famous example all the Upanishads give is the rope and the snake. Right? We don't have enough light, and therefore we have taken the snake to be the rope, or we assume the rope has become a snake, and we have fear with that snake. That same thing has happened. Here, the self has become everything. Akka was very beautifully saying, first paragraph of the Ulladanarpadu, right? Upadesha Saram. That all is Ishvara, everything. If we cannot take that highest thing, then we have to go further down. So like that, though everything is the self, but we don't see it as the self. We see it as body, we see it as a male body, we see it as a female body. In fact, I may not see myself as a body, but everybody, since they do the transaction with me as body, I start to assume I am the body. If you ask myself who I am, if I knew I don't have a clear picture of I being this body also, I being this name also. I don't know who I am is what I will say. But because everybody does transaction with me as body, and that's how I appear to them, and that's how I also take myself to be. So this is a very important thing, but that is the superimposition. That is the putting of the snake on the rope in this very relative perspective, if you have to look. And this superimposition doesn't happen only with the body. It happens with everything we deal with, a sense of knowership and a sense of doership. I know I do. Whenever I think, I am superimposing a limited knowledge or a limited doing on the unlimited self. So that is how the ignorance shows up. So Bhagavan calls that ignorance, that the real knower is the self, but when it is bound to some object, like the name, like the body, like the something, to an idea, to a concept. That's why Akka was saying even the witness can become a concept. That means it is limiting the unlimited to the idea of being a witness. So we have to be watchful of it. Am I limiting the unlimited to anything? So whenever there is any limitation we create of the unlimited, whether it is subtly in the form of an idea or grossly in the form of a body or anything, Bhagavan calls it as the Chit Jada Granthi. He says it is the knot between the conscious and the inanimate things which is the body or the idea. The idea is I say the idea is very good. I say the idea is real. I say this body is real. The body doesn't say I am there, says Bhagavan. So this Chit Jada Granthi is the knot. It's a very deep knot. In every plane it is there. Not just with the main one we can say is body, but it can be very subtly with lot of ideas. So the only remedy for that ignorance to go, Bhagavan says, is to go to the truth, which is free of it here and now. That is the beauty of Bhagavan. Bhagavan says, if there is truth, truth should be always there. It is not that you do something and get the truth, right? Then it cannot be said the truth at all. If something is true, it should always be there. That means even when the snake is appearing, the rope has to be there, giving its existence, giving it to the rope. So Bhagavan asks us to turn to the truth which is available here and now. Not after some sadhana, not after 10 years, not after 20 years. The natural truth which is shining in all of us, he wants us to turn to it, which is the adhisthana, which is the substratum on which all the ignorant outlooks are being portrayed. So the Chit Jada Granthi is the one which is portraying it. So that is the ignorance. The Chit Jada Granthi is the ignorance. That means to simply say, whenever I am perceiving any object, then I am, whether it is a subtle object in the thought form or a concept or an object, then I am unknowingly linking the conscious entity to the unconscious entity, and therefore the Chit Jada Granthi is being formed. And what does this Chit Jada Granthi do? It limits the unlimited to that object, to that form, to that thought, to that idea, to that concept. And we know, when I think my idea is everything and somebody thinks some other idea is everything, we are ready to fight for it, for that limitation. So that limitation creates all these problems. That's what Nandakumarji was beautifully bringing out. Therefore, don't turn towards the problem, don't turn towards whatever is limiting, turn towards whom. To whom is this? And when we turn to that, then we are moving away from the object, we are moving away our attention from this not getting formed, back to the light which enables, which Ambika was talking about. So the ignorance, we are trying to define what is ignorance. We have to have a very clear picture of what is the ignorance so that we can practice the upasana, then practice the upasana to get rid of it. So, because Bhagavan says sadhana or upasana is only to remove the ignorance, not to gain the truth. We don't have to bring the rope and put it. We just have to remove the idea of the snake there. Rope is very much there, already present. So that's why the ignorance is to be very clearly seen. So one of the reasons why we don't look at this ignorance very clearly is because we don't discriminate between the chit, the conscious entity, and the innate entities like this. We don't see the difference. Bhagavan beautifully says the body doesn't say I. The consciousness also doesn't say I. So where is this is the question. But we don't look at it that way. When we are interacting with the world, moment somebody says, who are you? I very much running to say, I am Dileep, I have achieved so much, I have done this, I have done that. Even now, Ujwal ji introduced me as doing CEO of DHI, all of it, right? So it's that identity which we are so strongly there, that discrimination we don't do. And it's a wonderful conversation between Swami Vivekananda and one girl in Chicago. I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's a wonderful conversation. I will just reveal. It seems she was listening to Swamiji in the address, and she came to him and said, looks like Swamiji, you are hypnotizing us with all these talks. And Swamiji said, no, you are already hypnotized. I am dehypnotizing you from that idea. So we are all each mutually hypnotizing ourselves that money is important, body is important, physical health is important, more important than me. That's the most important thing that we have to recognize, right? More than knowing me, these things are extremely important. So this is where Bhagavan brings our attention to. So a strong bhavana will, towards me being body, will obviously sustain it, thinking that I am the body. So that is ignorance. So we'll come to what is upasana. Upasana is a steady practice for the purification of the mind. So we looked at the prakritika yesterday, right? All outward turned objective achievement is of the mind is all for the prakritika needs of the body. It may be as roti, kapada, makan, or anything that we say. But once I recognize that that is all ignorant outlook, I need to know who I am, then I turn away from it with whatever basic minimal things which is required, I take care of it. But I turn to knowing towards knowing myself inward. When I start turning towards inward through upasana, it is either self-enquiry, either surrender, or nama japa, or any philosophical or spiritual practices, then the mind, which was now going outward, starts to go inward. And the biggest thing that starts to happen is the chitta shuddhi, the purification of the mind starts to happen. That means the mind getting entangled with the object becomes lesser and lesser. Okay? Then, if you keep on practicing, so the steady practice is very important in upasana. And if you keep on practicing it, the final byproduct of any upasana is ekagrata. The mind becomes one-pointed. It becomes steady towards that thing which it wants to achieve. It forgets everything else. That sole goal alone becomes very, very important, which is a very important phase in the journey of the sadhaka. Because that is the preparation. That is one step of preparation towards the highest journey. Because with the one-pointed mind, when the truth is spoken out, then it can hold the truth and let go everything. Because it has become so one-pointed. When the mind is scattered and it is holding on too many ideas and too many concepts, it keeps on comparing, is this better, is that better, is this fine, is that fine. So it is wasting a lot of its time and energy in judging whether each of the path is right or wrong. And Venkatesh ji used to call it as spiritual tourism. Earlier he used to call that as spiritual tourism, when we jump between multiple upasana techniques. So here, if you keep on practicing one upasana, and especially if you look at self-enquiry and surrender, then the result is that we are going to get the ekagrata. We are going to go beyond ekagrata, but ekagrata is one of the things that we will definitely achieve. So a upasana should not be done like a ritual. It should be done with a desire for it, with a bhavana for it. So we have now can see that both self-enquiry and surrender is nothing but a upasana that Bhagavan has given us. For what purpose? To move away from our ignorant outlook to the truth that we verily are. So, first let us look at surrender and self-enquiry in Ramana's life. So when I was, these workshops, when Akka gives it, we may not do a lot of this thinking, but she makes us look at it, and it's a very beautiful thing. So thanks to all of you for this workshop also. So surrender and self-enquiry in Ramana's life. Bhagavan says when he was born, Akka was talking about it yesterday during the musical program too, that the Spurana of Arunachala, Arunachala, Arunachala was going on in him from the childhood. And he goes on to say in Arunachala Ashtakam in the first one, that he thought it is some grandeur thing, something fantastic, something much bigger than him, something that he can, like, to be very simply put, for in our layman's thing, that it is some God or some huge thing which is there, which is going to be the saving grace. So we see that he had surrendered initially to that, and he was continuously recognizing that big grandeur thing called Arunachala in him, though he did not know what it is. So DVG, one of the Kannada poet, says in this first stanza in Mankutimana Kagga, that many people don't know what is God, whether it is there or whether it is not there. Many people don't know whether it will exist or not, but somehow they will feel that it is there, and they go and prostrate to it. Just, he says, prostrate to that feeling first, that feeling that each of us are carrying, that without knowing whether there is a God or there is no God, there is a very deep sense of feeling that it exists, that some higher power exists. In a similar way, we can say Bhagavan, in his life, from the early stages, had the surrender to that higher power. And all of us know somebody came and told that Arunachala is nothing but Tiruvannamalai. And Bhagavan says, first time he came to know that Arunachala is Tiruvannamalai. And Akka in her ballet has made that person who came and told Bhagavan that Arunachala is Tiruvannamalai was Arunachala himself. Which is true, because everybody is Arunachala. And therefore, it was Arunachala himself coming and saying, giving a clarity, yes, I exist and I am in the form of Tiruvannamalai, the hill. And Bhagavan says, then he came to Arunachala, and Nandakumarji quoted this stanza this morning, and he said, Bhagavan looked at Arunachala hill and he said, Arunachalan Kanden, I saw Arunachala. And there Arunachala put a self-enquiry to him. Arunachala said, Kandavan Evan, who saw? Is the question he put to Bhagavan. And then Bhagavan, the depth of his thing we can see, even if you read his death experience, we can see how the intuitions and how clarity that comes from within, Bhagavan holds to transcend things very quickly. We doubt, we have a lot of questions on them, but if you read Bhagavan's death experience, word to word, and what he is communicating, how it was not thought, how it was all some clarity which was coming from within, how beautifully Bhagavan explains that it is not a thought, it is a realization that was happening to him. Like that, when the question was put to him, Kandavan Evan, by Arunachala, that is the enquiry, then Bhagavan says, after that, nothing raised in him to say, I saw or I did not see. Because then, I have become this Chit Jada Granthi to say, I have seen or I did not see. So he saw that how that Chit Jada Granthi limits the unlimited, which is the one which is really seeing, which is the one which is really doing. And he says, in that he says very, very much, no thought of I saw arose, how then could the thought I did not see arise? This clarity what Bhagavan is giving to us is the next where this sadhana will take. How the grace will take us to that stage where no thought of I saw or no thought of I did not see will rise. Because that will be seen as again a hindrance to the unlimited, to become limited as though I saw it or I did not see it. So that is the beauty of surrender and self-inquiry in Ramana's life that we can see. Hope I was able to convey that. So we will look to the next one. Bhagavan himself gave the same self-enquiry and surrender to two devotees. The first two Upadesha of Bhagavan, the first Upadesha of Bhagavan to mother was about surrender. And the story is that mother used to come every day to Bhagavan, plead him to come back to Madurai, I think, or Tiruchili, I don't know. And Bhagavan would not answer. He would be simply sitting. And eventually, when somebody asked Bhagavan to write something, because the mother is climbing up the hill every day, taking so much of strain and putting this question, and Bhagavan wrote this answer on the sand, I guess. I don't remember the actual event. On the slate. So he says that the ordainer controls the fate of souls in accordance with their prarabdha. Whatever is destined not to happen will not happen, try as you may. Whatever is destined to happen will happen, do what you may to prevent it. This is certain. So Bhagavan here is revealing how that higher intelligence has already planned everything. There is no need for any of us to take any further action, which is what Akka was saying, that if you know the whole truth has been taken care by the higher truth very well, and you are rest assured that you are in the safest hands, this is certain. So even if our journey of sadhana also will be taken care by that higher truth. But again, as long as I have the sense of doership, I need to assert that thing until I get rid of it. This is certain, says Bhagavan. Therefore, the best course is to remain silent. That is surrender. Summa iru. So everything is being taken care, everything is being done well. Summa iru. Yes, thank you. So the first Upadesha is about surrender. Then comes self-enquiry when Ganapati Muni comes to Bhagavan, and we know Ganapati Muni had done crores and crores of tapas, Nama Japa, and he had studied many books, understood many of them, had a lot of followers for himself also. Then he comes to Bhagavan recognizing, and Akka was talking about it yesterday too, how that the highest truth had not still happened, or not, that recognition had not happened. And he came and openly told Bhagavan what is the true nature of tapas. How can one attain that realization? That was the question in the middle of the Tiruvannamalai afternoon sun. Ganapati Muni goes and puts this to Bhagavan, and Bhagavan says, if one watches whence the notion of I arises, the mind is absorbed into that. That is tapas. All else is useless. So Bhagavan gives the definition of, I don't know whether I took it from something, but it may not be completely right. So the clarity important is the tapas. The tapas, Bhagavan says, is still not upasana. For Bhagavan, the tapas is to take the dip into the self, to the source of the I, or the source of the thought, or that reality which is ever present at all times. That is tapas, Bhagavan says, not any ritualistic practice. This is something we have to very clearly understand when Bhagavan says what is tapas. And we also looked at it, that Chit Jada Granthi, it cannot be removed by any intellectual understanding. It can be removed only by dipping into that natural truth which is inherent with us. So, all the idea that I can remove the snake with an understanding is not there. Only when we put the right light and see there is no snake, then the fear of the snake goes away. Therefore, the dipping into the truth is most important thing, says Bhagavan, and that is what he calls it as tapas. So we saw how self-inquiry and surrender is happened in Bhagavan's life and how he gave it to whoever he came to him. So we'll look at it a little bit more. So both of them are upasana as we looked for the removal of ignorance. So the beauty of Bhagavan's teaching is very natural. Like how he says, naturally whatever Ishvara has given to you is the best thing that could have happened to you in the outside world. Similarly, there is a natural truth within all of us, shining as I continuously. Just turn towards that. He doesn't ask us to, though from yesterday we have been looking at mind, we have been understanding about all the different aspects of the body, the sadhana, everything, the upasana, everything. But Bhagavan's thing is, the truth is available. That means the rope is very much available even when the snake is there. So just don't bother about the snake. Turn the attention to the rope. Turn the attention to the self. It is available. And how do you do it? In self-inquiry, every time an ignorant thought, that means the awareness is getting entangled with an object and a granthi is getting formed, he says, inquire to whom is this? Then suddenly the attention goes away from the object. The conscious alone can do the inquiry, right? Because it is the one which can do. It turns away from the object, turns towards who is this I, to the source. Then the ignorant, once the object is gone, the self, the light of the awareness goes back looking for itself or the source of the I. And the grace of the Guru takes us to our own nature. The question, who am I, takes us to the truth. It may be for a moment, but it does. And this repeated, as I said, any upasana has to be repeatedly practiced. If you keep on practice, because we are doing with lot of awareness, the clarity starts to rise within us that all of this objectifying or limiting of this awareness or this light is all ignorant. The awareness standing in itself, because the awareness exists and standing by itself, is the ultimate truth to which Bhagavan asks us to go back and take a dip. In that way, all the ignorant knots start to break away. So, but we keep on doing it. Ultimately, there will come a time. Who inquires? Who surrenders? Talking about surrender, how can I may surrender any outside thing to the truth that is there, but ultimately, who is that one who does it? So even the inquiry or the surrender finally has to put this question, says Bhagavan, to who does this? He says this is the toll that has to be paid by everybody to enter into the truth. So we get back to the self through that. We can go up to that level of sadhana and we wait. And the grace rises, says Bhagavan, and lovingly pulls us away. That means it removes, asunders all the knot and makes us surrender. That means it removes the that, as we were looking at this morning, when the sense of knowership has no place, when the sense of doership has no place, when the sense of enjoyership is no place, where will that ego stand? It cannot stand. Even if it tries to stand as a knower, or if it tries to stand as a doer, or it tries to stand as an enjoyer, Bhagavan says, no, you are still there. So it has to finally simply surrender to that which is. That which is. And that is the ultimate grace. That is the pull of that grace. It rises and takes us away once the ground is prepared. That means our effort of knowing, our effort of doing will eventually hit a stage where we recognize that beyond this, there is nothing that I can really do or nothing really I can know. Using this approach of the knowing and doing with the granthi, then I stop that effort with a conscious recognition and summa iru, stay there, and that higher power rises and says, Bhagavan absorbs it to that truth which is ever shining as I. So we look at the truth. The truth is something which can stand by itself. The Upanishad says, truth is something which doesn't need any support. It can be niralamba, not dependent on anything. So when we look at this Sat Chit Ananda, our own existence, our own awareness of that existence, and that being very peaceful, it doesn't need any support from outside. It doesn't need, if you look at all the bodily things we can say, it doesn't need a food, it doesn't need a breath, it doesn't need a thought, it doesn't need a space, it doesn't need any of these things. It is here and now, can stand by itself. So that we recognize, that is what we see, and we start to see, oh, what freedom it is. That it is niralamba, it is not dependent on anything. And Upanishads takes different way. Satyam, Gnanam, Anantam, Brahma is another way of defining the same thing. Satyam means something which has to be at all time. This body cannot be Satyam. It was a birthday and it will have a day when it will be perished. So it cannot be Satyam. So we go to that existence only which is beyond, it is the only thing which is there. And it is the only, the awareness is the only thing which can know, not thoughts. Thoughts are only ideas, concept, right? And this beautifully Bhagavan shows how we always know. He shows in a wonderful example. When Hall Natesh Iyer is sitting in the hall and many devotees come and they are discussing great Upanishadic statement with Bhagavan, Bhagavad Gita and all of it. And after that, this Natesh Iyer feels, I don't know anything. All these people are talking about hi-fi spiritual books. I don't know anything. So he goes to Bhagavan and says, I don't know, Bhagavan, I have not read all these books. I don't know any of these things. Bhagavan very beautifully says, you know that you don't know. No, find out who knows. See, we ignore the common experience that we know. Even if the thought is, I don't know, the idea is, I don't know Gita or I don't know Upanishad. At the substratum, the reality is, I know. Always I know. And it's such a big relief that I am never an ignorant thing. That is the way to reveal the rope. That the rope is always aware, always there, always knows. And there is no need for me to hold on to this idea. When I become Niralamba, I don't hold on to any of these thoughts. I don't need those thoughts to justify my existence, my awareness. I am there independent of it. That clarity which Bhagavan brings through that beautiful conversation between him and Hall Natesh Iyer is fantastic. For me, it was just a wonderful eye-opening to say that we are all blessed with the truth equally. And that awareness, no matter how many books we read, no matter how many satsangs we do, or no matter how much depth of knowledge we have, the degree of that awareness doesn't rise or fall. It is constant. That existence doesn't become higher existence or lower existence. It's pure existence. So we start to recognize how Ishvara is so equally available at all times So no matter what comes and goes, the problem that we are thinking is not at all a problem in this beautiful truth, and to come back to that again and again, to know that knower is the real solution. That is the real taking of the milk which Nandakumarji was telling, and not the water. The water is the thought, the ideas, the concept. Instead of holding on to that, if you can turn to that milk, take that milk, that is what Bhagavan is calling us for. So in truth, the knower and the known, the doer and the done, all become one. That Niralamba, that truth which doesn't need anything. And it is the self-effulgent light of itself. It's Swayam Prakasha. It knows itself. It doesn't need any other light of itself. So we can see all the Upanishadic statement, how Bhagavan revealed it. So Bhagavan says, I have given away this highest truth of you, Arunachala, so openly to everybody. And one of the beautiful thing is, one of the Marathi person who has read this Gnaneshwar's Gita translation to Marathi comes to Bhagavan, and he says in the last paragraph, Gnaneshwar has asked Ishwara, the Gitacharya, that bless me with this knowledge. And Bhagavan, he comes to Bhagavan and says, I want this knowledge. Bhagavan, it says that who was lying down on the bed, got up, stood up and said, take it, how much ever you want it, take it. And that's the beauty of Bhagavan, that we see that he openly gave the truth here and now, showed it that the rope is very much available for all of us at all times, only if we were to stop looking at the snake, only to stop looking at those things which limit us, the objective outlook that we have. If we just let go it and turn to that which is enabling me to see the object here and now, I have moved away from the limited to the unlimited. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Dileep ji. I request Dr. Sarada, President Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning, to give a small token of love to Sri Dileep Simha ji. Now we'll have a session by Sri Nandakumar ji, which will be on the practice of self-inquiry.
Half an hour. Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. We can begin by taking the two questions that were there. You would like to ask first? You want?
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank to letting me ask. I'm coming here first time, and thanks to Ujwal ji, he has been keeping me informed about all of these. So the question is, I have been trying to do this self-inquiry for a few months. I was not following any way or a specific path. I was trying to do it on my own. And after a few months, I landed in a kind of blankness. Couldn't find myself inside. There was nothing inside. Actually, the blankness was scary, even though people call it blissful, happiness and all. But to me, it was scary, but peaceful, blank and just space. So the question is, these experiences are there internally, but is there a way to externalize it? Immediately when I come out of that half an hour or 1 hour of sadhana and open my eyes, everything is back. Everything is back. So I'm seeing everything, and that those experiences which I get when I've closed my eyes and while doing the sadhana, it looks like, is there a way to keep it even after coming out of that minutes of sadhana?
Yeah, you can go back. So that is a question everyone has during sadhana. So you need not worry about that. First of all, about the blank, about 3-4 years back when my daughter had come from US, we were doing Giri Pradakshina in Tiruvannamalai. So I asked her whether she is practicing self-inquiry. So she said yes, and she said the same statement which you are saying, that I go in and ask, then meet with a blank, no answer. Okay. And it's not, it was not particularly scary for her, but she was expecting an answer. Like she had studied for engineering, she had studied for MS after that. So our nature is that we are looking for an answer. Correct. And you have come to a point where there is no answer. Okay. So that is something that gives different responses from different sadhakas. Like Chadwick says, it is really scary, like to go to that blank. What Bhagavan says is, in the blank also, you are still there, aren't you? So whether you get scared or like Archana, you feel, what is this? No answer situation. That no answer is also for someone. Like Dileep ji says that blank or no answer is still some non-self. Some snake is there. Okay, you have to hold the rope only. Slowly, who is scared, you can ask. Some scaring is there. You can ask. That scaring you are feeling, isn't it? More than the blank, you can feel that you are not very comfortable with that. So you can ask, who is not comfortable? Okay, follow what Dileep ji is saying. Some snake is there, which you have to convert it into rope. That means any non-self, anything other than you, is really not there. Actually, there is nothing other than you. Okay, all this is bunkam. But we have to come to that understanding and experience that only the consciousness is there. And naturally, when consciousness touches itself for the first time, it will reach that place where it cannot be measured, where the wave is coming to its end. That is, your individuality is coming to its end, and you are discovering that even after death, you are going to be there. Even after death of individuality, you are going to be there. There is existence. So it is not an ordinary hurdle to be crossed. So make, as Dileep ji says, go and meet that again and again. That is where the thought and speech go and come back without an answer. That is what Yama replies to Nachiketas. Nachiketas asks, what is the secret of death? And Yama says, I will give you all that property and all that. That 50 by 80 site is there in HSR layout. I will give you that. He says, no. After a few years, you will come and stand What am I to do? So Nachiketas persists in knowing who am I. So that is when Yama says, this who am I is literally meeting Yama head on and crossing him. Okay. That yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasasaha. There the speech and thought go and return empty-handed. But you are still there, no? So be that. Be that you are Nachiketas. You are that courageous child. Okay, you are going to Shiva, you are going to meet him and ask him, who really am I? And you have gone to that place where the individuality's limits has come. But you still exist at Bhagwan's feet. That is where Bhagwan's feet, the limitless feet is there. You will not be able to measure his feet at all. Because his feet is everywhere. So, that blank is Bhagwan's feet. You will still be there. You will be protected everywhere. So, continue to inquire. Who is feeling? Initially, those nails are all so long, you will feel scared. Bhagwan's feet is like that. But then you will be one with that feet. The devotee is absorbed by the feet of Bhagwan. That. Okay, so gently, without hurry. Now, there will always be this feeling, how can I continue it when I come out of the sadhana? Okay. That is the nature of our individuality. Okay. But don't worry that each time you go and do self-inquiry, your average is purified. See, there is an average self, there is a sadhana self, there is an ignorant self. Each time you do sadhana, your average is moved towards the light. You will be meeting the same world, but with better light. Others may say same problems she is having, but it has changed because you are coming with bigger torchlight. Okay, rope will suddenly come even in the outside also. But don't worry, you are in the right direction. Part of the game is that the ego will tell how to hold on to this. And Dileep ji comes to our aid again, that whatever is destined to happen will happen. So, how nicely you are reconciled with that in the outside. What Ishvara wants to do with you, let him do. And then when he allows you to do self-inquiry, do self-inquiry. So, he gave you a secret, how to surrenderedly do self-inquiry. Actually, that comes only when doership goes. When doership goes, those sadhakas there, they will all be doing self-inquiry when Bhagavan allows them. So, don't be so tough on yourself. When he allows you, you do. But as he was saying, since we have doership, we should goad ourselves also. Did I sit? Did I not sit? And continue. But overall, do not be worried. Just to come to self-inquiry itself is a great blessing. So, somehow the life has chosen you, Bhagavan has chosen you for that sadhana, means already you can be grateful for life. Be thankful and do the sadhana. Yes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. So basically, I was introduced to the teachings of Ramana Maharshi by a book by European Paul Brunton many years back. One of the things that I liked was it is basically universally applicable. It doesn't matter what group you belong, whether you are rich, poor, man, woman, European, Indian, religious, non-religious, theist, atheist, whatever. The background doesn't matter. That's what really appealed to me. And second is, the thing was, let us say people with a scientific bent of mind, people who insist on, technology and so many other things, are very clear that they would like to have proof or evidence that these theories or claims are true or false. Now, whether in the past, whether in the present or in the future, I mean, thousands of theories and claims have been proposed, and they'll continue. Some are true, and unfortunately some have been false. A lot of people have proposed theories who claim to be in a spiritually elevated place. Some are true, and unfortunately some have been proved false. I mean, one can read about it, there's in the newspapers and media and things like that, without taking any names. Now, what really impressed me about these teachings is the clear proof and evidence it works. I can tell that from my personal experience. One of the questions Paul Brunton was asked is, any theory or claim, I want proof by personal experience that it works. Now, going back to the most important thing, let us say the cause of all problems is the mind or the ego. Now, mind has three states: waking, dream, and sleep. In the waking state, some people may say they have problems. In the dream state, some people may say they have problems. But the same person, when he enters the deep sleep, there are zero problems. I mean, what more clearer proof is required? In fact, this proof is given without effort to every human being, irrespective of the background, without even searching for it, without any effort. I mean, you don't need to have a $1 billion laboratory to search for proof. It is given without asking. I mean, what can be simpler than that? Now, second is, say, for example, my own personal experience, I can say, unfortunately, I lost my father a few months back. Now, I am aware of the fact that I have lost him when I am awake. I am aware of the fact sometimes in dream, but in sleep, nothing happens. So, whatever problems that a person has in waking or dream state is zero in sleep, because no mind, no ego. So that is the clearest proof. Number two, one of the things that is not very clear, or maybe not much is spoken about, let us say you attained self-realization. You put in tons of effort and eventually the grace you've this thing. What are the benefits? So as per my understanding, the benefits are eternal happiness, eternal freedom, eternal security, infinite power, immortality, zero pain, zero problems, and zero suffering. So, sir, my question is to reiterate on these two things. Can the absence of pain, suffering, and problems in deep sleep is the clearest proof that it is the mind or the ego which is the cause of the problems? Number one. Number two, can we say that all these fantastic benefits which are claimed, eternal happiness, eternal freedom, immortality, etc., are all these genuine benefits which come? Because somebody says, I have attained self-realization, what is the benefit? So these are the two things.
I think first we'll have to thank him for a wonderful understanding and summary of the teachings, and that is all that is there. That Bhagavan's teachings can be grasped in the very early days of our being and approaching Bhagavan, and it's all practice, it's all sadhana. So Bhagavan doesn't deal in theories. He gives you the proof and you have to get working. So as he said, that deep sleep is enough proof. So for the first question, deep sleep is enough proof for the being free of all the problems of waking and dream. No doubt about that. That is enough. And that is how Bhagavan is giving that also. And when you come through the meditation route, you will understand that to meditate on deep sleep itself is a separate sadhana. That somebody cannot be talking to you about deep sleep unless they have meditated on it completely and made it as a constant presence for them. That's why Bhagavan would say that you should always keep your own mortality in front of you. That means what? You should cross it. You should be beyond your mortality. If you can see your mortality, you are beyond it, isn't it? When you don't see your mortality only, you are mortal. So, in deep sleep, you are indirectly experiencing it. In Atmavacharam, you directly bring it to the fore. So, it is enough proof. Second, see, this benefits is an area where our team of taking self-inquiry to all have had some investigations to make. Like in 2009 itself, we had some suggestions that we also mentioned the benefits of the self-inquiry and self-realization. But that will be defeating the first principles of Karma Yoga. That forget about Jnana Yoga, forget about Bhakti Yoga. As Dileep ji was saying, this doer and done is also an experience we all have. That is, we have to understand that our final understanding should include Karma Yoga and the essential principles of it in it. And Karma Yoga says, Karmanyevadikarasya ma phaleshu. That is, if you put the results outside of the karma, then implicitly you limit your karma. Implicitly you limit your work and the attention given to it. Simply put, you will always be looking at what you are going to get. At least your attention will be divided between self-inquiry and what you will get out of self-inquiry. So, though this self is called as ultimate liberation, immortality, all those things which you said, and the total power over everything, totally agreed. It is all that. But they are those powers which you said or those benefits are not having separate existence from the self. That self itself is all that. Self itself is Sat, self itself is Chit, self itself is Ananda, self itself is the Ashtamaha Siddhis, self itself is everything you can think of. So no benefit apart from the self is adduced. For the simple reason that then you will be limiting the self and you will be limiting the practice of self-inquiry. So we have had these issues, like one of the suggestions that we take it to particular groups of people, like companies and all that, and the first thing that came over, what benefits you will tell them. Like mindfulness, when they come with lot of benefits. They say that you will be better attuned to the team, you will be a team player, you will be able to be out-of-box thinker. All these things they tell naturally, and you can't deny all those things. Okay, but do we really want to tell that? Was a challenge our team had to face, like as individuals, the language we had to use. So we came to the point that we will not tell any of those benefits. That being the self is itself inclusive of all that, like that. So I hope I have communicated something. It's a real challenge. What you have posed is not an ordinary, and what question she asked is also very, very practical, and I thank you both for that. We will go into the practice. Yeah, we will sit for about 9 minutes we can sit, 10 minutes. 10 minutes we will sit for self-inquiry. So what you have to do, you all know by now. When thought comes, Dileep ji has made it absolutely clear that when thought comes, that is out of ignorance that the consciousness is tempted to chase it. So, as soon as a thought comes, you ask for whom is this thought. Understand on her behalf, understand that each time you do this, what Bhagavan says to Kapali Shastri, each time you let go of a thought and hold the self, a little bit of the darkness of the Chitjada Granthi goes, and a little bit of the light of the self comes into you. Is that enough for you? That means your average light is changed without any reference to your circumstance. Circumstance may still be the same, but your world has changed because you have changed. So this is changing the whole world by changing yourself. Okay. So for 10 minutes, let's sit in Atma Ucharam. When thoughts come, remember Dileep ji. No. Remember for whom is this thought, and let the thought go. The answer will be, it's for me. Who am I? Dileep ji is present as the who am I thought, as well as the I thought inside you, as well as the self inside you. Dileep ji is not outside. Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Namo Ramana.
We will have the concluding session by Dr. Sarada, President, Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning, and she will be speaking about abounding grace.
அருளே உருவாயமரும் ரமணன் இருளேதுமில்லா பதமீந்தனே அருளே உருவாய் அமரும் ரமணன் இருளேதுமில்லா பதமீந்தனே ஐயன் ரமணன் அருள் தந்ததனால் பொய்யாம்பினை போன வகை அறியேன் உய்யும் வழியன் உளமுற்றதனால் மெய்யன்பனை வந்து விழுங்கியதே அருளே உருவாய் அமரும் ரமணன் இருளேதுமில்லா பதமீந்தனே. In the Arunachala Aksharamana Malai, the word grace, I have counted it, tried to do the exercise of counting it a few times, especially in the second half of the 108 verses. We find, I think, nearly 40-50 times it must be coming. I've forgotten now. 54 is it? It's probably at some time. I've forgotten what was the count. But if we see the Arunachala Aksharamana Malai also, and it feels sometimes cyclical. You know, you will feel that similar ideas are coming again and again. And but there will be a subtle difference. And I think that also connects in a way with what I said about the three identities. In that initially there is, why are you not helping me? What is this? Why have you left me? All that, it's an addressing and then the questioning and the difficulties. And then one round, at the end of it, Bhagavan will give some kind of solace. At the end of every round of separation, viraha, wanting to, unite with Arunachala, there will be some positive experience. So we find that in our journey, there is this beautiful, constant reinforcement by Bhagavan. Some way or the other, we may not feel completely fulfilled, or we may feel that there is a blank, or we may feel that we are not even able to do self-inquiry. Sometimes there may be no regularity also. At least the first step should be regularity. But sometimes our lives may be such that we do self-inquiry today, half an hour, even 1 hour, whatever it is, and then for the next 10 days we don't do. And so we say, what is this, Bhagavan? You're not even allowing me to sit down and do it regularly. Then we have a regularity, say, and then after that, once the regularity sets in, one day is beautiful, there are no thoughts. The moment you ask, who am I, there is silence, and it's very beautiful. And another day, there is no end to the thoughts. And another day, it is like thoughts are so disturbing. So, all this is there. But there are two approaches to it. One approach is, of course, the inquiry itself. If many thoughts are there, who is having all these extra thoughts? Who is having these numberless thoughts? Is there any end to this? Bhagavan has been asked. Bhagavan says, you may feel there is no end to it, but he gives an example of a fortress. He says, in a fortress, you have to conquer the fortress, and what do you do? The first thing you do is you lay siege to it. Surround the fortress, see to it that nothing comes in from outside. They will not get water supply, they will not get other things from outside. There's the first laying siege is that. So, the self-inquiry is actually laying siege to the mind, the fortress, so the objects don't come in anymore. What is inside has to be tackled. From the outside, no further disturbances are allowed. So that's the first step, he says. Now, once you lay siege, what is the enemy going to do? There is the enemy within us, right? You have laid siege to the enemy's fortress. So what will happen is that they'll fight. They'll fight from within. So he says, one by one the soldiers will come, he says. They will not send out their full force because at a time, they also have to bide time, you see. They have to play for time because you have laid siege. Now what are they going to do? If they come and fight and get destroyed altogether, they may not do that. They may send some small one. One by one, he says, soldiers will come. And one by one you have to tackle. Meaning, because thoughts rise one by one, thoughts don't come all at a time, though they appear to come as like an army, but actually they come only one at a time. So, as and when each one comes, hit it, he says, kill that soldier. In this case, what are we going to do? Kill that thought with the question, for whom is this thought? Who am I? And he says, ultimately the supply of soldiers inside is going to come to an end. There will be a point. We don't know how much though. We don't know what is the enemy's strength within. We don't know how long the thoughts are going to keep on arising. But there will be an end point. This is Bhagavan's assurance. So, that is the one way is to see this as a process. Then, but where does the strength come for this? It comes from grace. Though it looks like it is our own effort, it comes from grace. So, during the practice, if we can hold on. So, in the Aksharamana also, initially there is this thrust, there is this question, then there is some experience, there is some good experience, then again this, questioning, again this, because 108 verses, right? It's not like a progression in Upadesha Saram, which very logically moves. It is exactly more like our mind. It doesn't move logically. So it starts again, Arunachala mena ahame ninaippavarahattai verarupa Arunachala. The assurance is there. So right in the beginning, Bhagavan says, I am assured, I am going to think of you, you are going to destroy my ego. And then he says, you are going to destroy my ego. Then why the next verse is not required, right? Once ahattai verarupa story is over, but Alagu Sundaram pol agamum niyu mutra abhinnamayirupam, let us not get divided. I am saying you are going to cut off my agam, but how long? Let's get united. Then he says, yeah, I am sure you are going to do that because you have come into my aham puhundu irthu nagagoi shereya amarvittadu. You are the one who entered my life. You are the one who captured me. You captured my attention, you have taken. And why have you done this? If you are not going to fulfill this, for what purpose have you done this? Why have you entered my life? So we have such verses, if you see, in the first part of the Aksharamana Malai. But as we go on, we will have more towards the last part when you go then, Ramanan Nenduraiten Rosam Koladene Ramitedachayava Arunachala. Actually, I've been scolding you all because you're very dear to me. No, don't get upset by all this. That means I am no longer really angry with you. I understand that you are the dear one. Even when I am scolding you, it's only because of that. Rappahalilla very very vittil ramitteduvom. All this darkness and all this is not there really. And I don't want any temporary union with you. I want that union which is Rappahalilla. So it goes like that, right? Lachiyam vaitharullastiram vittenai bhakshitai. I said Rappahalilla, no, let us go. Bhakshitai, he says, finish. There, it's over. Then from there on, it is just, you are once you have finished me, Labani. I'm just saying, you are the great, you are everything. And for what purpose did you enter? Did you give yourself to me? Ihapara lavamil ennayutru lavamenutru. How come you came to me? How come you gave yourself to me? Seems very foolish on your part. Okay. But then, see, if I tell you it seems very foolish, then in case you have a change of mind, now you don't have a chance for that. Varumbadi solilai, vanden padiyada varundidu untalai vidhi arunachala. You have called me, now it's up to you. So the spirit of surrender is more and more as we go on, even though the whole poem is bhakti. But there is vittidil kashtamam. So even I have come to this point of understanding that you have swallowed me, you are everything, you cannot afford to leave me. But after I say all this, then supposing you decide to leave me. So there is doubt will be there till that last point of Malay Alitha Arunachala Ramana. There will be some variation in the mind. But the undercurrent is the understanding of grace. When one works with the understanding of grace, there are many advantages. Because first of all, this journey within is, as Venkatesh ji said, we start alone, we'll finish alone. We start alone because we have made ourselves lonely. The moment we have an identity, we have become absolutely alone. Because we have built this fortress, right? This fortress, I am this. So the moment I am this, I have put myself, locked myself up into this. And when I have locked myself up into this, I have become alone. There was no need. If I do not build this boundary around myself, I am not alone. But having built the boundary and having identified myself strongly with this boundary, I have made myself alone. So I have made it a lonely journey. So I am beginning alone. And then when I inquire and when I go into the source and abide there, then what Bhagavan says is, Ekana Vadi Niduri. Arunachala, Ekana Vadi Niduri. Live forever as only one. Because there is no second, so it becomes alone. Ekana Vadi. So this is a different alone, that's a different alone. In that alone, there is no other. There is no second, there is no division. In this alone, there is division, and we see ourselves as alone as opposed to the rest of the world. So, since we are alone, what is the support that we can get? What is the succor that we can get? Where do we turn to for real strength? It is to grace alone. And grace, the beautiful thing about grace is that it cannot escape, because Bhagavan says grace is ever present. Grace is there in the middle, grace is there in the end, grace is there in the beginning, grace is there before you start. It is grace which has brought you. It is grace which is sustaining the journey. So once one understands that it is grace, then what happens to our effort? The effort is light. often Nandakumar ji says, do self-inquiry with a light touch. He tells us, do self-inquiry with a light touch. What does it mean? Not with the sense that I am doing self-inquiry, what is happening to my self-inquiry. It cannot be, no, in any case, even self-inquiry itself, it will awaken us to that. So if I start feeling, oh, my self-inquiry is not going good, then what will I ask myself? For whom is this thought that my self-inquiry is not going good? Right? So similar, but then once one remembers that everything is happening by the grace, the light is and the light does. So when one understands that everything is the movement of that grace and within that ambit, then the anxiety about one's practice, which sometimes can be the greatest anxiety, more than all other anxiety. For people who have come seriously into the path of self-knowledge, the fact that one is not able to progress may become in itself a great anxiety. Things in the world may not disturb us so much, they may disturb us less, because we may say, yes, that's taken care of. But we may think this is our greatest responsibility. Where are we with respect to this? So the remembrance of the fact that it is the grace which has brought us, it is the grace which is sustaining the practice, and the grace will reveal its fullness at the right time, will allow us to practice with joy, allow us to enjoy the journey of self-inquiry, the adventure of self-inquiry, approach it with the spirit of fun. Fun not in a light-hearted manner, but like a game which we are playing in earnest. Whenever we play any game also, we play to win, right? Nobody wants to even play games to lose. We play games to win, but we enjoy the game while we play it. Unlike if we have to work within quotes, when we work, we think we take it as a burden to do that job, to do that task. For instance, Ambika has a methodology called Theatre Arts for Holistic Development. And it is Bhagwan's philosophy which is embedded in Indian theatre. But she has applied it to people with special needs, neurodivergent individuals and different kinds of neurodivergent individuals. So in the beginning of her journey, why she started this, she was exposed to children with cerebral palsy, and she had an opportunity to go to their school to take what was called theatre sessions for them. And she found, when she went there, she found that these children had to have sessions of physiotherapy. It's needed for them because there are a lot of motor challenges. So they had to have physiotherapy, and they would all be very, very unhappy during their physiotherapy sessions because it was painful, right? But it would help them. It would help them, and therefore they had to have these physiotherapy sessions. But when she went, they were all very happy. And what would she do? She would make them dance. Now, she then realized that I do the same things which the physiotherapist does. I tell, dance, put your hands up, dance. And they're so happy. They'll swing your arms, let's sing and dance. We are so happy. Oh yeah, they're all very happy. They're swinging their arms. But physiotherapist says, put up your arms, push up your arms, shift it to the right, shift it to the left. They're not happy. But you say, let's dance. And then you do the same movements, and the children would look forward to that session. So, what is the difference between this and that? In physiotherapy, the emphasis is on the effort of the individual to reach a goal. In theatre, there is the same effort which is happening, but emphasis is not on the effort, it's on the joy. It's just let's be happy and move. So, that is what grace, the support of grace brings to us, when we realize we are being carried, when we are, our entire focus is on the grace. Bhagavan is happening, making this happen. Bhagavan is, so what happens is, when we understand that, then when the moment we sit down, okay, Bhagavan, now you have allowed me to sit down for a session of self-inquiry. It's wonderful on your part that you have allowed me, you have brought me to your feet, you have brought me to self-inquiry, you have allowed me to sit down for a session of self-inquiry, and actually I don't know what is going to happen in this session. You are going to conduct this session for me, it's 10 minutes or 15 minutes or half an hour, whatever the duration, it's yours. Because you're the one who is, this entire story is yours. And I'm going to allow you to conduct this sensation of self-inquiry. Then what happens? Then the questioning starts and the thoughts come, they go, everything. But at the end of the session, no matter what it was, we finish by saying thank you. Thank you for this wonderful gift of 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I may not have had this gift, right? This gift has come to me. I might not have done the best, but one thing is, if I have not done my best, if I have not participated with you in this journey, I do hope that you yourself will give me greater strength to participate better in the next time, next round, when I sit down for self-inquiry. So this awareness will help us, will be a great support, one of the great supports in our practice of self-inquiry. And it's not a misnomer, it's not an imagination, it is the truth. Swami Ramanacharana Tirtha, he says about that verse in Aksharamanamale, Kantam irumbu pol kavarndenai vidamal kalandennod iruppai. See, here Bhagavan is saying, please be the magnet to me. Please be like a magnet and unite with me. I am the iron, you are the magnet. Please do that. So, he says, if the iron filing says that, and the iron filing, what is the iron filing is doing? There is a magnet, right? If there is a magnet and the iron filing is moving towards the magnet. Now, who is doing all the work? The magnet is doing all the work. But where is the movement happening? In the iron filing. The movement is happening in the iron filing. The apparent effort is happening in the iron filing. But all the work is actually being done by the magnet. So he says that's the actual story. The actual story is that Bhagavan, the self, is doing all the work. But we think that we are doing this inquiry, we are having this movement, we are getting back to the source. It's all right. It's all fine. One day you will realize that he is the magnet and you never did anything in any case, and because there's nobody to do. Actually, the one who is making this effort is non-existent. Is an illusion. But it's the fact, that fact we become aware of ultimately, as Muruganar Swami says in my very favorite verse, which I usually quote at the end of every session which we have, sharing which we have, is he says, Arule Udari Uvandene Uttinane Adara Shivat Tanubhuti Unak Ida Endru Udari Uvandene Uttinane Adara Shivat Tanubhuti Unakida Swarupatiyal Kanyanave. I'm singing it in a different tune, I think, today. Vedagama jnana venai unava udari uvandenai uttinane arule amude ahame sugame Adara shivattanubhuti unakida swarupatiyal kanyanave. So here is this anubhuti for you. Ramana said to me, here it is. Adara shivat anubhuti unak. It is for you. Ida, take it here, it is. And what has he done? He has churned the Vedas, Agamas, and taken out the butter. Vedagama Jnana Vinay. And he is feeding that to me, Unava. Because he is Udari, because he is a spendthrift, he is this great wealth he is giving away to someone like me. Because of what? Uvandu, out of great love. And so how is he giving it to me? Uttinane. Uttinane is like a mother feeds a child. Bai tuttu in Kannada. It is with lot of love, given with love, with lot of persuasion, and again in the spirit where child is not at all aware that child is eating. Child will not be aware, and mother will say, oh, look at that. The other day, Revathi was also playing like that. Look at that crow. Look at that motorbike which is going. Child will say, I don't want to eat. No, I don't want to eat. We are like that, no? Simple. Self is here waiting. Take, it says. I say, I don't want. We are hungry, but we will not know. We will cry, but we will not know that we are hungry. So mother has to feed us. So he says that is how he feeds us. Like a mother feeds the child, distracting the child with various other things, with some play, something, some story. And then when that story is told, then the child doesn't know and opens the mouth wide, like that. Quietly mother will stuff one mouthful. While seeing something, child doesn't know that by distracting us. And that is the self-inquiry, that is say, ask yourself, who am I? See, very interesting. Thought has come. For whom is this thought? Ask. So when you ask, then you're not looking at, I have to experience myself, nothing. I have to ask, who am I? Our attention fully on that. All distractions are gone. That self feeds first. The moment you ask, who am I? One gulp of self. So like that, Udari uvandene uttinane. Every time we ask, who am I? One mouthful of self is fed to us. And slowly our stomachs will become full. We will understand that we don't need to. If then after that the question also is not required. Many people say, do you need to ask the question, for whom is this thought? Why not directly, who am I? Because we have assumed we are having thoughts. Why has Bhagavan said, we are assuming we are having thoughts? I think I am a thinker. So he says, ask why, for whom is this thought? When you do that, you can separate the thought from the thinker. Otherwise we get entangled, we get enmeshed in our experiences. We don't even realize that we can separate ourselves. Once we have separated ourselves, then only we can ask, who am I? Once we have asked, who am I? Where is the thought? Where is the thinker? There is only grace. Nothing else is there. All these divisions are not there because mind is not there. Manasam tukkim margane krite naiva manasam. Naiva mind itself is not there. Then where is the demarcation of the mind? Where is the nature of the mind? All that is from our standpoint. So that is the grace, no? Wherever we are. And individually, for each one of us, as it has been told repeatedly in our sharings yesterday and today, that grace works for each one of us at our own pace, in our own, according to our own inclinations, according to our own tendencies, because each one of us is different. But we are together because it is a similar path. It is a similar path he has given. And again, it is because of grace. Because the journey is lonely. Life itself, I said, is a very lonely journey because we have made ourselves lonely. We may imagine that we have people along with us because it appears to be similar. It appears to be as if we are doing similar things. Everyone is eating, we are eating, everyone is eating same. Everyone likes dosa, I also like dosa, we are all together. It's not the same thing. We don't even know whether the dosa tastes same for anybody other than me. There is no proof. But we think we are similar, but in this we think we are very dissimilar. Because people say, oh, you want to do self-inquiry? You want to get self-knowledge? Something must be wrong with you. So the world says that, right? Most of the people in the world say that. So it becomes even lonelier. And in that sense, to have the satsang, to have fellow seekers with whom we can interact is a great gift from that grace, because it's so beautiful. I don't know, when supposing Venkatesh tells me, yeah, you go inside, you get the silence, right? And I'll say, right. I don't know whether he gets same silence or I get same silence. I don't know. It feels good. Yes, you go inside, you get silence. All of us feel good. Yeah, he got the silence. I too will get the silence sometime, right? Okay. So that there is some kind of a support system which we get, right? In satsang we get the support system, which is also the great grace of Bhagavan. Every moment of life is grace, and inner journey is also grace. Everything is so beautiful then. When we see it from this perspective, everything becomes beautiful, everything becomes meaningful. And gradually all the sorrows and the anxieties and all, they gradually fall away. And that's what Muruganar Swami told me. He said, put your full faith in Bhagavan. You may do self-inquiry, you may do whatever you want. You may do the right self-inquiry, you may do the wrong self-inquiry. But put your full faith in Bhagavan and keep on doing. Put your full faith and keep on doing. These are the two very important mantras in the practice. Bhagavan also says, do all the time. Santatam salipara, do. Keep on doing. Santosham agave. That santosham comes from the inner reinforcement, and it also comes from faith in the Sadguru. That is what he says at the beginning of the Appalam song. Very few of us dwell on that. We often dwell on this Santatam Salipara, Santosham Agave, but he says, Ippuvitannil Yengithiriyamal Sadboda Sukha Sadguruvanavar Seppadu Sonna Tattuamagira Oppu Uyarvilla Ormozhiyinpadi Appalam Ittu Paru. So he says, don't roam around in this world. Engithiriyamal, don't roam around in this world with yearning. Instead, what do? Satbodha Sukha Sadguruvanavar. That Sadguru who is of the nature of bliss, he has told you. How has he told you? Cheppad, without actually telling you. That by that one word, pay attention to that inner word of the Sadguru and have which one? The Appalam. Enjoy the world. Enjoy the Appalam. Enjoy everything in this world. Holding on to the grace, the words of the Sadguru. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramana. Thank you all of you for being with us.
Thank you, Akka, for concluding this self-inquiry workshop by reminding us that the grace is in the beginning, grace is in the middle, and grace is in the end, and it is going to continue. So I request all of you to be the part of the next program, which is the cultural offering of Dashavatara Ramana, a Bharatanatyam dance feature. About 100 children are getting ready to present this on stage. Books have been given. Those who have not collected the books of Ananda Rasaratnakara, please do collect. So we move to the tea and snacks break, and then we will have the program in the auditorium. I also invite you for tomorrow's Kannada session, which will happen at the Ramana Maharshi Shrine at Megri Circle. We will start tomorrow by 11 o'clock. We have the prayer and talks by Swami Adityananda from Chinmaya Mission, Mandya, and eminent speakers like Vani Vasudev, Vasudev ji, and KG Subrai Sharma. Everybody will join us for sharing in Kannada. Please do join us tomorrow at Ramana Shrine. Now we move to the snacks and coffee tea, and then we'll have the program in the auditorium. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namo Ramana.
தெய்வம் அருணாச்சல ஆசான் திருவடியில் செந்தமிழின் அக்ஷரத்தால் சீர்மாலை சாற்றிடவே தந்திமுக நின்னருளை தந்திமுக நின்னருளை नमो रमणाय नमो 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 रमणाय नमो रमणाय नमो रमणाय नमो 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 रमणाय नमो रमणाय नमो रमणाय नमो नमो
वरदाभयकर वडिवायन्नरु गुरुदेवाय नमो नमो वरदाभयकर वडिवायन्नरु गुरुदेवाय नमो नमो वारण आनननागियनुள் தடைவாதனி தீர்ப்போய் நமோ நமோ வாரண ஆனனனாகியனுள் தடைவாதனி தீர்ப்போய் நமோ நமோ வரதாபயகர வடிவாயன்னரு குருதேவாய நமோ நமோ வாரண ஆனனனாகியனுள் தடைவாதனி தீர்ப்போய் நமோ நமோ ரமணாய சத்குரு ரமணாய சத்குரு ரமணாய நமோ நமோ பூர்வமும் மத்யம் ஆதிதசவித கோலமெழுத்தோய் நமோ நமோ பூர்வமும் மத்யம் ஆதிதசவித கோலமெழுத்தோய் நமோ நமோ பூர்வமும் மத்யம் ஆதிதசவித கோலமெழுத்தோய் நமோ நமோ
नमो रमणाय नमो रमणाय नमो रमणाय नमो 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 रमणाय नमो रमणाय नमो रमणाय नमो नमो
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome parents, devotees to the cultural program on the third day of the ongoing 49th National Seminar and Cultural Festival on the life and teachings of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi of the Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning and Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi Research Center. We have a dance drama presentation today by the young artists and young students of the RMCL. Before that, we will have the customary lamp lighting. I would request our President Dr. Sarada Natarajanji to kindly come over and light the lamp. Along with her, Sri Venkatesh Deshpande ji, President Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi Research Center, Sri Nandakumar ji, Director, Bangalore South Satsang Circle, Srimati J. Pratibha, alumni of the 1981 batch of the Ramana Balakendra, and Radha, our music teacher.
Dakshinamurtisarambham Shankaracharya-madhyamam Ramanacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam Vande Guru-paramparam Vande Guru-paramparam Shuklam Bharadharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantaye Angikam Bhuvanam Yasya Vachikam Sarva Vangmayam Aharyam Chandrataradhi Tam Namas Satvikam Shivam.
Thank you. Today's program is titled Dashavatara Ramana. We have a huge set of students, children, artists performing this. These are trained under the tutorship of our young artists of the center, Vidwam Ujwal Jagadeesh, Revathi Shankar, and Uma Sripathy. We will soon commence Dashavatara Ramana, a program specially conceived for this occasion. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri.
Tvai arunachala sarvam bhutva stitva pralinam yeta chitram hridyahamityatmataya nrityasi bhoste vadanti hridayam nama. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi says, Arunachala, you are the stage or you are the screen on which this drama of the world appears, and it is sustained and it dissolves in you. When everything is you, Arunachala, then who am I? I am you. You are the one who is shining in every heart as Aham, Aham, I. And you are dancing that dance of stillness in every heart. That's why the heart is called heart, says Bhagavan Ramana. We begin today's offering of Dashavatara Ramana with an invocation to Lord Ganesha, the one with the elephant head, to destroy all the obstacles and we continue singing the praise of the very same self which has manifested as Ganesha, has manifested as our Sadguru, our Sadguru, our Sadguru, shining within as our own very self. And that Sadguru manifests in Matsya, Kurma and other Dashavatara. To that self which manifests as these 10 avatars that we know about, let us celebrate and sing the glory of. We have the invocation written by Sadhu Om Swami. It is a traditional tune, but the orchestration is beautifully given by Dr. Rajkumar Bharati. And all the songs chosen for today's presentation are from the rich repertoire of Ramananjali music led by Srimati Sulochana Natarajan. We begin with the invocation dance.
அருவுருவமைந்து ஞான அருளிரு நயனமேந்தி அருவுருவமைந்து ஞான அருளிரு நயனமேந்தி பொருளெது எனப் போந்தார்க்கு புக்ககமாகி அன்பர் மருளுரு மயக்கம் நீக்கும் மகாகுரு ரமணமூர்த்தி, மகாகுரு ரமணமூர்த்தி திருவடி கண்ணிலொற்றி சிந்தையில் தியானம் செய்வாம். கருணை கடல் எந்தன் கண் கண்ட தெய்வம் அருணாச்சல ரமண ஆசான் திருவடியில் செந்தமிழின் அக்ஷரத்தால் சீர்மாலை சாற்றிடவே தந்திமுக நின்னருளை தந்திமுக நின்னருளை வடிவாயன்னருள் குருதேவாய நமோ நமோ. வரதாபயகர வடிவாயன்னருள் குருதேவாய நமோ நமோ. வாரண ஆனனாகியனுள் தடைவாதனி தீர்ப்போய் நமோ நமோ. வாரண ஆனனாகியனுள் வரதாபயகர வடிவாயன்னரு குருதேவாய நமோ நமோ வாரண ஆனன நாகியனுள் தடைவாதனி தீர்ப்போய் நமோ நமோ குரு ரமணாய சத்குரு ரமணாய சத்குரு ரமணாய நமோ நமோ பூர்வமும் மத்யம் ஆதிதசவித கோலமெழித்தோய் நமோ நமோ பூர்வமும் மத்யம் ஆதிதசவித கோலமெழித்தோய் நமோ நமோ பூர்வமும் மத்யம் ஆதிதசவித கோலமெழித்தோய் நமோ நமோ
நமோ ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ 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 ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ 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 ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ 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 ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ 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 ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ 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 ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ 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 ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ 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 ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ 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 ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ 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 ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ 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 ரமணாய நமோ 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 ரமணாய நமோ நமோ
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. We do not need an introduction to Dashavatara. Lord Mahavishnu has promised in Bhagavad Gita, Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya Glanir Bhavati Bharata Abhyuttanam Adharmasya Tadatmanam Srijamyaham Paritranaya Sadunam Vinashaya Cha Dushkritam Dharma Samstapanartaya Sambhavami Yuge Yuge. I will be born again and again to establish righteousness, to destroy the evil and to save the noble. And where is the evil and where is the noble? We have heard of the 4 yugas. In the first yuga, Satya Yuga, all the devatas, the noble ones, were in Swarga, and all the evil ones were in the Patala Loka. But later in Treta Yuga, when Rama came, both good and bad were in the same earth, but different countries. Rama was from India, the Bharata, and Ravana ruled the Lanka. Later in Dwapara Yuga, we see that they were not in different countries, they were own relatives, they were brothers. The evil and the noble were in the same family. But in Kali Yuga, both the good and the bad is within each one of us. And Narayana has to appear within to destroy the evil within us and to save the nobility within us. So he appeared in various forms. He came as Matsya to save the Vedas, to import the meaning of the Veda, to import the essence of Vedas, and to support our sadhana. He came as the Kurmavatara to support the churning which is happening within. And he came as Varaha Avatara to save this bhumi called the body. And he came as Vamana Avatara who grew up to Trivikrama. He is the Anoraniyam Mahato Mahiyan to make our ego subside into its own true home, which is the heart. And he appeared as before that as Narasimha to reveal his presence everywhere, in the pillar and also in the grass. And he appeared as Parashurama to destroy the ego of all the devotees. He appeared as Rama to give us the Brahmastra. And he appeared as Krishna to play with us and to give us the greatest teaching, the Gitopadesha. And he appeared as Buddha to shower his compassion and love on all beings. And he is going to appear as Kalki to destroy again all the evil and to re-establish the Dharma. So here we begin the presentation with a Dashavatara Dirgha Kriti, which is interspersed with the significance of these avatars and how Ramana manifests all these avatars. So we present to you a Ramana Dashavatara Kriti. It is written and composed by Dr. Ambika Kameshwar, and we and some of the students here got an opportunity to learn this item from Dr. Ambika Kameshwar herself during the annual Bharatanatyam workshop, which is conducted here in our Heritage Center. We present to you this Dashavatara Dirgha Kriti set to Raga Malika and Aditala.
Sani dani di gari sani dani da pa ga ma pa dani sa. Sani dani di gari sani dani da pa ga ma pa dani sa. Sani dani di gari sani dani da pa ga ma pa dani sa. Sani dani di gari sani dani da pa ga ma pa dani ni da pa ma gari ga sani da ni di gari sani. Pa ma gari ga sa ni da ni ri gari sa ni da pa ma gari ga sa ni da ni ri gari sa ni da pa ga ma pa da ni sa ni da pa ri ga ma pa da ni da pa ma ga ma gari sa ri na Narayana ni nai man me Narayana ni nai man me Narayana Gama badani sani sani da pa ma gari sari gama badani sani da pa ma ni da pa ma gari sani sani da pa gama badani sa pralaya kalatil vedangalai kaaka matsyaavadaram taritavane Narayanane ninai maname pralaya kalatil நினை மனமே பிரளய காலத்தில் வேதங்களை காக்க மத்ஸ்யாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே.
மறைகளின் பொருளை நமக்கு உணர்த்திடவே வேத உருவான ரமண மத்ஸ்யனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே. மறைகளின் பொருளை நமக்கு உணர்த்திடவே வேத உருவான ரமண மத்ஸ்யனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே.
நாராயணனை நினை மனமே
மனதை ஆன்மாவில் இடமாக நிற்க வைக்கும் ரமண கூர்மனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே. பக்தர்கள் மனதை ஆன்மாவில் இடமாக நிற்க வைக்கும் ரமண கூர்மனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே.
நாராயணனை நினை மனமே சனி பகா பகரிகா பனி நினி சரி சரி கரி சனி பனிரிகா சனி பகா பகரிகா பனி நினி சரி சரி கரி சனி பனிரிகா கரி பகாரி சனி கரி சனி பனிரி நினி பப பரி நினி கரி நிரி ச இரண்யாக்ஷனை வென்று பூதேவியை காக்க வரஹவதாரம் தரித்தவனே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே இரண்யாக்ஷனை வென்று பூதேவியை காக்க வரஹவதாரம் தரித்தவனே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே இரண்யாக்ஷனை வென்று பூதேவியை காக்க வரஹவதாரம் தரித்தவனே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே.
உடலென பூமியின் நாதனாக நின்று என்றும் காத்தருளும் ரமண வராகனே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே. உடலென பூமியின் நாதனாக நின்று என்றும் காத்தருளும் ரமண வராகனே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே.
நாராயணனை நினை மனமே கரி கம பத தப தப நித ப மகரி கம ராப பத நிசத்தனி பதனி சரி கரி கமகரி பமகரி நிசத்தனி பதனி சனி தபமதம சனி தபமணி தபமத சரி தமப சனி தபமணி தபமத சரி தமப தூணிலிருந்து தீட்டு பிரஹ்லாதனு கருளிய நரசிம்ஹாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை இணை மனமே தூணிலிருந்து தீட்டு பிரஹ்லாதனு கருளிய நரசிம்ஹாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை இணை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே தூணிலிருந்து தேது பிரஹ்லாதனு கருளிய நரசிம்ஹாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே
தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எங்கெங்கும் நிறைந்து நம்மை காக்கும் ரமண நரஹரியை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எங்கெங்கும் நிறைந்து நம்மை காக்கும் ரமண நரஹரியை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே
நாராயணனை நினை மனமே சகமா தனி சனி சனி தனி தனி மம தம கம கம சகமா தனி சனி சனி தனி தனி மம தம கம 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 தனி சச கக சனி தனி சகம க சனி ச சனி தம கம தனி சச கக சனி தனி சகம க சனி ச சனி தம தனி சதனி மத கம நி சதனி மத கம நி சதனி மத கம சனித மதனிச உலகங்களை அளந்து மாபலியை காத்த வாமனவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே உலகங்களை அளந்து மாபலியை காத்த வாமனவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே உலகங்களை அளந்து மாபலியை காத்த வாமனவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே
மேலவன் பாதத்தை தரித்தவன் அகந்தையை அழிக்கும் திரிவிக்ரம ரமணனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே தன்சிர மேலவன் பாதத்தை தரித்தவர் அகந்தையை அழிக்கும் திரிவிக்ரம ரமணனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே
நாராயணனை நினை மனமே சமாரி பாமணி பசானி ரே ஹரி சனி பரி சனி பம சனி பமரி சமாரி பாமணி பசானி ரே ஹரி சனி பரி சனி பம சனி பமரி சரி 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 சமா 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 சனி 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 பமரி சரி ம பனி ச 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 சனி ரே அரச குலம் அழித்து பூபாரத்தை குறைத்த பரசுராமாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே அரச குலம் அழித்து பூபாரத்தை குறைத்த பரசுராமாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை
அழித்து பூபாரத்தை குறைத்த பரசுராமாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே
நம்ம நிலையான பரசுவை தரித்த ஸ்ரீரமண பரசுராமனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே பிரம்ம நிலையான பரசுவை தரித்த ஸ்ரீரமண பரசுராமனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே
நாராயணனை நினை மனமே சாத பகரி சரிகா கபசாத பகரி சரிகா பதா பகரி சாத பகரி சரிகா கபசாத பகரி சரிகா பதா பகரி சரி சதா சரி சதா பத சரி சரி சதா சரி சதா பத சரி கரி சதா பதரி சஸ்ஸ ரி சதா பத பசத சத பகரி சரி கபத ராவணனை வதைத்து சீதையை காத்த ராமாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே ராவணனை வதைத்து சீதையை காத்த ராமாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே ராவணனை வதைத்து சீதையை காத்த ராமாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே
அகந்தையை வெல்ல ஆன்ம விசாரத்தின் பிரம்மாஸ்திரம் தந்த ரமண ராமனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே அகந்தையை வெல்ல ஆன்ம விசாரத்தின் பிரம்மாஸ்திரம் தந்த ரமண ராமனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே
நாராயணனை நினை மனமே பத சரி கரி சத பத சகத பத 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 சத பகரி சரி பத சரி கரி சத பத சகத பத 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 சத பகரி சரி கரி ரி பக த பாப சத ரி சரி சகரி சத பதரி சரி ரி சத பக பத பத சத பகரி கபகரி சரி கரி தோபதேசமளிக்க தர்மத்தை காக்க கிருஷ்ணாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே கீதோபதேசமளிக்க தர்மத்தை காக்க கிருஷ்ணாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே கீதோபதேசமளிக்க தர்மத்தை காக்க கிருஷ்ணாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே
யோக வித்தை உபதேசத்தை தந்து வீழடிக்கும் ரமண கண்ணனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே யோக வித்தை உபதேசத்தை தந்து வீழடிக்கும் ரமண கண்ணனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே
நாராயணனை நினை மனமே மகரி மகரி மபத மபதரி சனிதட மகரி மக magari ma pada ri sa ni da da pa pa ma pada ri ri sa ri da sa pa da ma pa da pa pa ma pada ri ri sa ri da sa pa da ma pa da pa pa ma pada ri ri sa ri da sa pa da ma pa da pa pa ma pada ri ri sa ri da sa pa da ma pa da pa pa ma pada ri ri sa ri da sa pa da ma pa da pa pa ma pada ri ri sa ri da sa pa da ma pa da pa pa ma pada ri ri sa ri da sa pa da ma pa da ri sa ri sari sani da pa ma pada sa da pa ma ga ri sa sari ma pada ri sani da ri sa ahimsai என்னும் மார்க்கத்தின் உபதேசம் செய்ய புத்தாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே அஹிம்சை என்னும் மார்க்கத்தின் உபதேசம் செய்ய புத்தாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே அஹிம்சை என்னும் மார்க்கத்தின் உபதேசம் செய்ய புத்தாவதாரம் தரித்தவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே
ஆன்ம சாந்தியின் நிலையில் என்றும் திளைக்க வைக்கும் ரமண புத்தனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே ஆன்ம சாந்தியின் நிலையில் என்றும் திளைக்க வைக்கும் ரமண புத்தனை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே
நாராயணனை நினை மனமே பனி சனி சனி ரி சனி பபா மபனி பம பமரி ரி மபனி மபனி சரி சா மபனி சா பனி சரி சனி ரி சனி பபா மபனி பம பமரி ரி மபனி மபனி சரி சா மபனி சா மம மரி ரி பபா பம மம நி நி பபா பரி சனி பனி சரி மரி சனி பனி சானி பமரி மபனி சரி சா உலகத்தை தர்மம் சூழும் போது கல்கியவதாரம் தரிப்பவனை நாராயணனை தினை மனமே உலகத்தை தர்மம் சூழும் போது கல்கியவதாரம் தரிப்பவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே உலகத்தை தர்மம் சூழும் போது கல்கியவதாரம் தரிப்பவனை நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயணனை நினை மனமே
ஆன்ம விசாரத்தின் அணுவை கொண்டு அகந்தையின் அனைத்து வடிவத்தை வெல்லும் ரமண கல்கியை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே ஆன்ம விசாரத்தின் அணுவை கொண்டு அகந்தையின் அனைத்து வடிவத்தை வெல்லும் ரமண கல்கியை நினை மனமே நினை மனமே நினை மனமே
நாராயணனை நினை மனமே நாராயண 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 நாராயண
Ramanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Those who are aware of the Darwin's theory, they say that this Dashavatara describes the evolution of life on earth. It started with the life in the water, with the aquatic microorganisms, and then slowly the evolution started, and then we have the amphibians, and then the terrestrial animals, then those animals which were a fusion of the human and animal natured ones, and then we had the crude human being who slowly evolved into civilized human being, and that is what is seen in the Dashavataram. The first among this is Matsyavataram. We have heard that there was a Rakshasa called Hayagriva Rakshasa, and he stole the Vedas from Brahma and hid it under the water. And Brahma went to Lord Vishnu for help, and Vishnu took the avatara of Matsya to do Veda Uddharana, to bring back the Vedas. What does this signify? Sometimes the Vedas are the truth. We become blind to this truth which is ever available. The Vedas shows us the path to get back to our own true nature. Sometimes we are ignorant of it. To bring back the glory of these Vedas, Narayana, Ramana has taken the form of Matsyavatara to bring back the glory of the Vedas and bring back the essence of the Vedas. When we speak of Matsya, how can we forget Mother Meenakshi, the one with the fish eyes? Ramana got enlightened in that Meenakshi Puri. The Mother Meenakshi has the fish-like eyes because the mother fish, they give the warmth to their young ones, the eggs of the fish, through their glands. And beautifully it is told that when the mother fish is going and all the little ones are following, the mother just turns and feeds the children with her glance, and then again they continue in their journey. So Ramana has learned this Nayana Vidya from Meenakshi and blessing everyone. What is the greatest blessing? Although fish are very, very chanchala, the Ramana's glance, which he has got as the varam from Meenakshi Amman, it makes our mind still. To that Ramana who got enlightened in Meenakshi Puri, and to that Vedodharaka Matsya Ramana, we offer the next song. This has the verses from Ganapati Muni, followed by a song penned by Dr. Sarada. The song by Ganapati Muni has been set to music by Srimati Sulochana Rajan, and the next one by Dr. Ambika Kameshwar. This will be presented in the form of Alaripu, which is the first item which is performed in a Bharatanaट्य Margam recital. We have the Matsyavatara Alaripu.
पाहि उवादधर्मवृषते नेतः परं पङ्गुता
दुर्भ्रान्ते भुवनं जगीः परितो वर्धस्व संसत्सतां सोदर्येण समन्विता भुवमिमां प्राप्तो गुरुग्रामणीः
शूरान्तः पुरनेत्र विभ्रमहरो देवो भवानी सुतः
ಮೀನಿನಂತೆ ನಯನಗಳು ಚಂದ ಅಲ್ಲವೇ
ಹೌದು ಹೌದು ಚಂದ ಚಂದ ಬಲು ಚಂದ ಮೀನಿನಂತೆ ನಯನಗಳು ಚಂದ ಬಲು ಚಂದ
ಆದರೆ ಮೀನುಗಳೆಂದು ಚಂಚಲವು ಚಂಚಲವು ಅಲ್ಲವೇ
ಹೌದು ಹೌದು ಚಂಚಲವು ಬಲು ಚಂಚಲವು ಮೀನುಗಳೆಂದು ಚಂಚಲವು ಚಂಚಲವು
ಹಾಗಿರಲು ರಮಣ ಬಂದ ಮಧುರೆಗೆ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿಯ ಮಡಿಲಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿದೆಯ ರಮಣ ಬಂದ ಮಧುರೆಗೆ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿಯ ಮಡಿಲಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿದೆಯ
ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತದ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ದೇವಿ ಅಲ್ಲವೇ?
ರಮಣ ಬಂದ ಮಧುರೆಗೆ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಮಾತೆಯ ಮಡಿಲಿಗೆ
ರಮಣ ಬಂದೆ ನೀ ಬಂದೆ ನೀ ಬಂದೆ ಮಧುರೆಗೆ ಬಂದೆ ನೀ ಬಂದೆ
ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಮಾತೆಯ ಮಡಿಲಿಗೆ ನೀ ಬಂದೆ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಮಾತೆಯ ಮಡಿಲಿಗೆ ನೀ ಬಂದೆ
ರಮಣ ಬಂದೆ ನೀ ಬಂದೆ ನೀ ಬಂದೆ ಮಧುರೆಗೆ ಬಂದೆ ನೀ ಬಂದೆ
ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿಯಿಂದ ನಯನ ವಿದ್ಯೆಯ ಕಲಿಯಲು ನೀ ಬಂದೆ
ರಮಣ ಬಂದೆ ನೀ ಬಂದೆ ನೀ ಬಂದೆ ಮಧುರೆಗೆ ಬಂದೆ ನೀ ಬಂದೆ
ಕರುಣಾ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ನಾ ಕಂಡೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರುಣಾ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ನಾ ಕಂಡೆ
ನಾವು ಧನ್ಯರು ರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರುಣಾ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಧನ್ಯರು ರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರುಣಾ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ
ಮೀನ ನಯನಗಳು ಸುಂದರವು ಆದರೆ ಮೀನು ಚಂಚಲವು ಮೀನ ನಯನಳು ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿಯಿಂದ ನೀ ನಯನ ವಿದ್ಯೆಯ ಕಲಿತರು ರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟ ಅಚಲವು ಅಚಲವು ರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟ ಅಚಲವು ಅಚಲವು
ರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರುಣೆ ನೋಟ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಚಲವು ಮೀನ ನಯನಲಿಂದ ಕಲಿತ ನೋಟ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಚಲವು
ಚಂಚಲ ಮನವ ಸ್ಥಿರ ಮಾಡಿಸುವವು ಚಂಚಲ ಮನವ ಸ್ಥಿರ ಮಾಡಿಸುವವು ಶಾಂತಿಧಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂಧಿ ಮಾಡುವವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಚಲವು ರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಚಲವು ರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟವು ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟವು ರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟವು ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟವು ಕರುಣೆ ನೋಟವು ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟವು ಕರುಣೆ ನೋಟವು
ಮೀನ ನಯನಲಿಂದ ಕಲಿತ ನೋಟವು ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟವು ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟವು ಕರುಣೆ ನೋಟವು ಕರುಣೆ ನೋಟವು ಚಂಚಲ ಮನವ ಸ್ಥಿರ ಮಾಡಿಸುವವು ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟವು ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಟವು ಕರುಣೆ ನೋಟವು ಕರುಣೆ ನೋಟವು
ರಮಣಾಯ ಲೋಕ ಗುರವೇ ನಮಃ ರಮಣಾಯ ಲೋಕ ಗುರವೇ ನಮಃ ರಮಣಾಯ ಲೋಕ ಗುರವೇ ನಮಃ ರಮಣಾಯ ಲೋಕ ಗುರವೇ ನಮಃ.
After Matsya Ramana, we move on to Kurma Ramana. We all know that when the Milky Ocean was churned using the Mandara mountain, the Vasuki snake, by the positive and the negative forces, the opposite forces, for the want of Amrita, the Mandara mountain was slowly sinking down and they could not continue the churning. So Mahavishnu had to take the form of the Kurma, the tortoise, to support this journey. What is the support that is required for our sadhana? The Kurma Avatara reveals to us. The Kurma, it has 5 openings through which it will put out its head and the hands or the legs, its limbs. And this signifies the 5 sense organs. When our 5 sense organs are outward, we may have the danger of losing our sadhana. But when these 5 senses are pulled towards the heart, then the sadhana continues, and this sadhana will take us to that Amrita Tattva. To reveal this, Ramana, he played the Leela of his second death experience. The first experience was in Madurai as a boy of 16. Later, in Tiruvannamalai on the hill, when he, after taking the head bath in the Pachayaman temple tank, he was coming back on the way near the tortoise rock. Again, Ramana was gripped by the fear, and his body became still and cold, and all the devotees around started crying and weeping and hugging the body of Ramana. And Ramana, after some time, he came back to life and described what had happened, even when the body was dead, even when there was no movement, there was no breath, there was no movement of the blood. Even then, the I, the self, was shining bright, And Ramana has come to reveal us support, that the self is ever present. It is the only support. To that support, Ramana, we offer this next presentation of Kurma Ramana. We present to you a Swarajati, which has the lyrics culled from Sadhu Om Swami's work, and the music is by Srimati Sulochana Natarajan, and it has been set to the Bharatanatyam format by Dr. Ambika Kameshwar. Arunagiri Shiva, he who carried this mountain, Mandara mountain, has himself embodied as the Arunagiri, and there as the Guru, as Dakshina Murti, to support our sadhana and guide us as the Guru within. We present to you Kurma Ramana.
Sari mama pa sani re sani pa mari ma pa mari sari sari mama pa sari mama pa sani re sani pa mari ma pa mari sari sari mama pa sari mama pa sani re sani pa mari ma pa mari sari sari mama pa sari mama pa sani re sani pa mari ma pa mari sari sari mama pa sari mama pa sani re sani pa mari ma pa mari sari sari mama pa sari mama pa sani re sani pa mari ma pa mari sari sa talangu takadiku takadingina tum tadhinu tada takuntari kitta takadinu tadai takuntari kitta tadhinu tada takadinu tadai tadiginatum 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 tadhinu tada dinu tadai tadiginatum 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 tadhinu tada takadinu tadai dinginatum 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 sari mama pa sani re sani pa mari ma pa mari sari sari mama pa sari mama pa sani re sani pa mari ma pa mari sari sari mama pa sari mama pa sani re sani pa mari ma pa mari sari sari mama pa sari mama pa sani re sani pa mari ma pa परात्पर दीनबन्धु नमो नमो देव देव महेश परात्पर दीनबन्धु नमो नमो देव देव महेश परात्पर दीनबन्धु नमो नमो सारे मम प सानि रे सानि प मरि म प मरि सरि स रि म प म प स सानि नि सरि स सानि प नि नि प प म प म रि म प म प स सानि नि सरि स सानि प नि नि प प म प म रि म प शिव अरुणाचल ज्योति स्वरूप भवहर रमणा नमो नमो शिव अरुणाचल ज्योति स्वरूप भवहर रमणा नमो नमो शिव अरुणाचल ज्योति स्वरूप भवहर रमणा नमो नमो सारे मम प सानि रे सानि प मरि म प मरि सरि सरि म प नि 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 सा सा रि सानि प नि नि सा सानि प प मरि म प नि 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 सा सा रि सानि प नि नि सा सानि प प मरि म प ಮರಣವಳಿಸಿ ಎನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿ ಪೊರೆಯುವ ರಮಣ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ಮರಣವಳಿಸಿ ಎನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿ ಪೊರೆಯುವ ರಮಣ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ಮರಣವಳಿಸಿ ಎನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿ ಪೊರೆಯುವ ರಮಣ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ಸಾರಿ ಮಮ ಪ ಸಾನಿ ರೇ ಸಾನಿ ಪ ಮರಿ ಮ ಪ ಮರಿ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಮ ಪ ಸಾ ಸಾನಿ ಸರಿ ರಿ ನಿ ಸರಿ ಮರಿ ರೇ ರಿ ಸಾನಿ ಪ ಮರಿ ರೇ ರೇ ಮ ಪ ಸಾ ಸಾನಿ ಸರಿ ರಿ ನಿ ಸರಿ ಮರಿ ರೇ ರಿ ಸಾನಿ ಪ ಮರಿ ರೇ ರೇ ಮ ಪ ನಾರಾಯಣಾಯ ನಮೋ ಶಿವಾಯ ನಮ ರಮಣಾಯ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ನಾರಾಯಣಾಯ ನಮೋ ಶಿವಾಯ ನಮ ರಮಣಾಯ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ನಾರಾಯಣಾಯ ನಮೋ ಶಿವಾಯ ನಮ ರಮಣಾಯ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ಸಾರಿ ಮಮ ಪ ಸಾನಿ ರೇ ಸಾನಿ ಪ ಮರಿ ಮ ಪ ಮರಿ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಮ ಪ ಸಾರಿ ಮಮ ಪ ಸಾನಿ ರೇ ಸಾನಿ ಪ ಮರಿ ಮ ಪ ಮರಿ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಮ ಪ ರೇ ಮ ಪ ಮರಿ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಮ ಪ ರೇ ಮ ಪ ಮರಿ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಮ ಪ
Long time back, when the Mother Earth was attacked by an asura called Hiranyaksha, and he kidnapped her and kept her inside the water. And Narayana had to take the form of the Varaha, and he killed that asura and saved the Mother Earth. And Bhuma Devi got wedded to Narayana, the Varaha Swami. Bhumi is this body. Gita Acharya says this body is the Kshetra, and the Lord of this body is the Kshetrajna, and that Kshetrajna is Narayana, and he is taking care of this body. When we allow him to take care of this body, then we are happy. But when this ego Hiranyaksha appears, he creates all the problem, and that Hiranyaksha has to be destroyed. To destroy this Hiranyaksha, Narayana again was born in Tiruchuli, the Bhuminatha Kshetra, the Kshetra where Shiva appeared as the Trishuladhari who poked his Trishula and saved the Mother Earth from the untimely deluge. In that place, in the Trishula Tirtha, it is told that Bhuma Devi took a bath and she was purified from her touch, from the touch of that Hiranyaksha Asura. To that Bhuminatha, to that Varaha Swami, we offer the next song. It is a Kannada translation of verses from Ganapati Muni, where he says, Bhumi Taige Bhavananda. When Ramana has come to this world, it is great joy for Bhumi Tai. The Kannada translation is by R.N. Jayagopal and music is by Sri Vijay Bhaskar. We have the Varaha Ramana.
ತಾಯಿಗೆ ಭಾವಾನಂದ ಭಗವಾನ್ ರಮಣರ ಅವತಾರದಿಂದ ಭೂಮಿ ತಾಯಿಗೆ ಭಾವಾನಂದ ಭಗವಾನ್ ರಮಣರ ಅವತಾರದಿಂದ
ಭಜಿಸಿರಿ ರಮಣರ ನಾಮವನು ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದವನು ಭಜಿಸಿರಿ ರಮಣರ ನಾಮವನು
ದುಃಖದ ಕಡಲ ದಾಟಿದ ಯೋಗಿ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೀರವ ಸೇರಿದ ಯೋಗಿ ದುಃಖದ ಕಡಲ ದಾಟಿದ ಯೋಗಿ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೀರವ ಸೇರಿದ ಯೋಗಿ
ಹೃದಯದಿ ಭಯವ ನೀಗುವ ಯೋಗಿ ಹೃದಯದಿ ಭಯವ ನೀಗುವ ಯೋಗಿ
ರಮಣರ ನೆನೆದು ಧನ್ಯರಾಗಿ ಭಜಿಸಿರಿ ರಮಣರ ನಾಮವನು ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದವನು
ಜಗದ ವೇದನೆ ಕಳೆಯುವರಂತೆ ಸತ್ಯದ ದರ್ಶನ ತೋರುವರಂತೆ ಜಗದ ವೇದನೆ ಕಳೆಯುವರಂತೆ ಸತ್ಯದ ದರ್ಶನ ತೋರುವರಂತೆ
ದೇಹಕ್ಕೂ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೂ ಇರುವ ಭೇದವ ದೇಹಕ್ಕೂ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೂ ಇರುವ ಭೇದವ
ಆತ್ಮದ ಬಲದೆ ಕಂಡವರಂತೆ ನುಡಿಯುವಂತೆ ಭಜಿಸಿರಿ ರಮಣರ ನಾಮವನು. ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದವನು, ಭಜಿಸಿರಿ ರಮಣರ ನಾಮವನು.
We move on to Narasimha Avatara. We all know of Hiranyaksha's brother, Hiranyakashipu, who represents our buddhi. We think we are very, very intelligent. So he performed a penance and got a varam from Brahma that he should not be killed in day or in the night. He should not be killed inside and outside, not killed by human beings or suras or any animals, or he should not be killed by any weapons. So he had got this boon and he thought nobody can kill him and he is immortal. But the Supreme has given each one of us the intelligence. He is supremely intelligent. His intelligence is beyond the collective intelligence of all the beings in the world. So that Supreme Being, he manifested as the Narasimha from a pillar, and he used his nails as the weapon, and it was not the morning, not the night, it was the evening time, and it was not inside and outside, it was on the threshold, and Hiranyakashipu was destroyed. This reveals that the Supreme is beyond our intelligence, and he is available to us as everything, and he is available as the Guru. For Dattatreya Swami, he said the whole nature was his Guru. So Narasimha is available as the whole nature to guide us. And what is this Guru guiding us? He is guiding us with his lion-like glance. He is destroying the ego. The Guru, the Sadguru, is described as a lion. If a lion comes in the dream of the ego elephant, then the elephant does not go back to the sleep again, because it is afraid that it is going to see that lion Sadguru in his dream. So when the Sadguru comes into our lives, which is nothing but a dream, he awakens up and never allows us to get back to the slumber that we are in. To that Sadguru, Simha Ramana, we offer the next offering. The songs are selected from the works of Muruganar Swami, and the music is set by Srimati Sulochana Natarajan, and the orchestration is by Dr. Rajkumar Bharati and Sri L. Krishnan. Narasimha Ramana.
பெருமான் குரு ரமண சிங்கம் எங்குமொழி வீசி இதய சிம்மாசனத்தே ஆசனத்தே தங்கியமே ஞான அருட்சக்கரவர்த்தி பெருமான் எங்குமொழி வீசி இதய சிம்மாசனத்தே ஆசனத்தே தங்கிய நித்தியமே ஞான அருட்சக்கரவர்த்தி பெருமான்.
சிங்கநோக்குடை தேசிகரமணா திருவண்ணாமலை சேர்ந்தொழிர் தேவே. சிங்கநோக்குடை தேசிகரமணா திருவண்ணாமலை சேர்ந்தொழிர் தேவே. நின்னுருகழல் போற்றி ஓங்கும் உம்பர்க்கும் உம்பராய் அவரும் உவமையற்ற நின்னுருகழல் போற்றி பாங்கு நிற்க இப்பத கனையாண்டாய் பரமனே உனை பாவியே நீங்கி ஏங்கும் ஏக்கமாம் இருந்தடல் அவிப்பாய் எல்லை இல்லதோர் இன்பமா கடலே.
పరమా పద పమ పగ మ పమ గరి సారి గమ స స సరి రి గ గ మ మ ప ప ద ద ని 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 స స సరి రి గరి స ని రి స ని 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 స ని రి ని ద ద ద మ ప మ ని ద ప మ ద ప ని ద స ని రి స గరి స ని ద ప మ స రి గ మ ప ద ని స అరుచక్రవర్తి పెరుమాళ్ గురు రమణ సింగం. సరి రి గ గ మ మ మ ప ప ప ద ద ని 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 స స స రి రి గరి ధ ని రి స ని 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 స ని రి ని ద ద ద మ ప మ ని ద ప మ ద ప ని ద స ని రి స గరి స ని ద ప మ స రి గ మ ప ద ని స అరుచక్రవర్తి పెరుమాళ్ గురు రమణ సింగం. கடையான என்னை அருட்கண்ணோக்கி கனிவித்து குரு ரமணன் தொடையான தோத்திரங்கள் சொல்வித்த பரஞ்சோதி தொடையான தோத்திரங்கள் சொல்வித்த பரஞ்சோதி தடையான மும்மலமும் தகர்த்தெறிந்தென்றனையாள தடையான மும்மலமும் தகர்த்தெறிந்தென்றனையாள உடையானே உனை அல்லாதொரு துணை மற்றறியேனே உடையானே
we saw that Narasimha appeared to save Prahallada. And Prahallada was a great devotee of Narayana. He had got the Upadesha of Narayana mantra from Narada Maharshi, and he was ever immersed in that Narayana dhyana, and that dhyana brought Narasimha to him. And later he became a great king, and his grandson Bali Chakravarti was also a great devotee, and he was continuing the same sadhana which was shown by his grandfather Prahallada. And when we continue our sadhana with full faith, the Guru appears. And Bali Chakravarti was continuing his sadhana in the form of the yagna that he was doing. And to that yagna, Narayana came in the form of a beautiful young boy, a Vatu. And his face was so filled with peace and brilliance that everybody were astonished. There is a beautiful story that Bali Chakravarti's sister had a great desire. As soon as she saw Vamana approaching, she felt this Vatsalya Bhava in her, and she felt, I want to breastfeed this young Vatu. So later in the next avataram, when Narayana came as Sri Krishna, this sister of Bali was born as Putana to give her breast milk to this Narayana. And the beautiful Vatu was promised 3 steps. He thought he's only a small boy, what would 3 steps of him matter? But this Vamana grew up to become the Trivikrama, and he covered the whole of earth in 1 step, the whole of the heaven in the 2nd step, and that step even reached Brahma Loka, and Brahma offered the water in his Kamandalu to the feet of Trivikrama, and that water came down to the earth as Ganga and blessed the whole earth. And when Bali Chakravarti surrendered himself, when our ego surrenders to that Supreme takes us, pushes us back to our own true home, which is the heart. And when once it reaches the heart, when even if the ego arises, it is celebrated. In Ramana Sahasranamam, Om Ahankaraya Namaha is one of the nama for Bhagavan. Once the Ahankara is abiding in its true home, which is the heart, it becomes a celebration. We celebrate the coming of Bali Chakravarti as Onam in Kerala, and we celebrate his coming as Bali Padyami during the Deepavali festival in Karnataka. Come, let us celebrate Vamana Ramana through this Dharu Varnam, which has been composed with the lyrics of Sadhu Om Swami. The music is by Srimati Sulochana Natarajan. We have the Vamana Ramana.
nu de ta 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 ka dim mi dha dha di kitta de ta ta jannu dimmi jannu 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 de ta 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 ka dim mi dha dha di kitta de ta ta jannu dimmi jannu 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 de ta 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 ka dim mi dha dha di kitta de ta ta jannu dimmi jannu 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 de ta 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 ka dim mi dha dha di kitta de ta ta jannu dimmi jannu 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 de ta 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 ka dim mi dha dha di kitta de ta 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 ka dim mi jannu 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 de ta 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 ka dim mi dha dha di kitta de ta 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 ka dim mi jannu 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 de ta 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 ka dim mi de ta ta de ta dha di kitta dim dha di kitta ta ka de ta ta de ta dha di kitta dim dha di kitta ta ka ta 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 din ta 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 din ta dim ta din ta tum ta din ta ta ri ta ta na ta jannu ta dim ta ta ri ta ta na ta jannu ta dim ta ta ka ta dim ta 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 din ta dim ta din ta tum ta din ta ta ri ta ta na ta jannu ta dim ta ta ri ta ta na ta jannu ta dim ta ka din na dha ta kitta ta ka din na di ta kitta ta ka din na tum ta kitta ta ka din na no ta kitta ta de ta kitta jum de ta kitta nom de ta kitta jum de ta kitta ta de ta ding din na tum ta 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 de ta ding din na tum ta 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 de ta ding din na tum ta 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 ding din na tum ta ta ding din na tum tai ta ding din na tum ta de ta ding din na tum ta 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 de ta ding din na tum ta 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 de ta ding din na tum ta 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 ding din na tum ta ta ding din na tum tai ta ding din na tum ta de ta ding din na tum ta 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 de ta ding din na tum ta 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 de ta ding din na tum ta 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 di krada tum ta ta di krada tum tai ta di krada tum ta
சாந்தம் மிகுந்த உந்தன் காந்தியை காண வேண்டும் ரமண தேவா சாந்தம் மிகுந்த உந்தன் காந்தியை காண வேண்டும் ரமண தேவா உந்தன் அருளை பெறவே ரமண தேவா உள்ளம் உருகுதையா உந்தன் அருளை பெறவே ரமண தேவா உள்ளம் உருகுதையா சாந்தம் மிகுந்த உந்தன் காந்தியை காண வேண்டும் ரமண தேவா தாராய
Next we move on to Parashurama Ramana. Ganapati Muni sings of Ramana as Parashurama, Ajanma Brahmacharinam. And what did this Parashurama do? When the Bhu Bharam was increasing, he came to destroy the clan of Kshatriyas. And he also cut his own mother's head to follow his father's command, Pitru Vakya Paripalana. And Ganapati Muni says, the Purana says it is the head, but what he actually cut was the ego of the being. And when the ego is destroyed, she is celebrated and worshipped as Renukamba. When our ego is destroyed, we become divine. To reveal this truth, Narayana had to manifest as the Parashurama. And here we have the story of Parashurama being depicted and how he destroyed the ego of all the Kshatriyas. And now Ramana has come to destroy the ego of all the devotees. The song which has been chosen is by Muruganar Swami, where he describes the story of how Shiva, he cut the heads of all those who attended the Daksha Yaga. Similarly, Parashurama cut the egos of all these Kshatriyas, which represents the ego being destroyed. And let us offer our salutations to Parashurama Ramana with this. The music for this is by Srimati Sulochana Trajan and Dr. Rajkumar Bharti, and the words are from Muruganar Swami. We have the Kannada translation of the same by Dr. Sarada.
ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯೇ ಅಂತರಂಗ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸರಳನೆ ಕರ್ತನೆ ಕಾಯುವವನೆ ಅಖಿಲ ಅಳಿಯುವಾಗ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಗೆ ಅಂತರಂಗ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸರಳನೆ ಕರ್ತನೆ ಕಾಯುವವನೆ ಅಖಿಲ ಅಳಿಯುವಾಗ ಕಾಲನೇ ಒಳಕ್ರೋಧ ಅಗ್ನಿಯು ಉಕ್ಕುತ ರಾಶಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಂಹರಿಪ ಒಗಟೇ ಶರಣು ಕಾಲನೇ ಒಳಕ್ರೋಧ ಅಗ್ನಿಯು ಉಕ್ಕುತ ರಾಶಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಂಹರಿಪ ಒಗಟೇ ಶರಣು ಸೆಣಸಿದ ಮಹಾಮಾಯೆಯ ಪೂರ್ವ ತಾಂಡವ ಆಡಿ ಹರಡಿಹ ಪಾದಕ್ಕೆ ಶರಣು ಸೆಣಸಿದ ಮಾಯೆಯ ಪೂರ್ವ ತಾಂಡವ ಆಡಿ ಹರಡಿಹ ಪಾದಕ್ಕೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಹಿಮದಗಿರಿಯ ದೇವರು ಸ್ತುತಿಪ ಉಮೆಯೊಡೆ ಕುಳಿತ ನಾಥನೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಹಿಮದಗಿರಿಯ ದೇವರು ಸ್ತುತಿಪ ಉಮೆಯೊಡೆ ಕುಳಿತ ನಾಥನೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಸನಾತನ ಭುವಿಗೂ ದಿವಿ ಸಾಗರಕ್ಕೂ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಾದ ಬಂಧುವೆ ಶರಣು ಸನಾತನ ಭುವಿಗೂ ದಿವಿ ಸಾಗರಕ್ಕೂ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಾದ ಬಂಧುವೆ ಶರಣು 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 ತಾರಕನೆಂದು ವೇದ ಶಿರದಿ ನಮಿಸುವ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಆತ್ಮದ ಪುರಣವೇ ಶರಣು ತಾರಕನೆಂದು ವೇದ ಶಿರದಿ ನಮಿಸುವ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಆತ್ಮದ ಸ್ಫುರಣವೇ ಶರಣು 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 ಶರಣು
Then we have the Purnavatara, Purushottama Rama. The body which is born out of this earth is Bhumija Sita, and this body belongs to Atma Bhirama. But when this Bhumi is kidnapped by the Ravana called the ego, who manifests with his 10 heads, which are the 5 Jnanendriyas and the 5 Karmendriyas, he makes the body trapped in his rule. It is only by Rama's Bhana, which is the Brahmastra, when it attacks the marma of the ego Ravana, then the ego is destroyed, Ravana is destroyed, and Sita once again unites with Atma Bhirama. This is the spiritual significance of Ramayana. Ramana, to destroy this ego Ravana, has given each one of us this Brahmastra. What is that Brahmastra? Nan Yar. Who am I? Nanu Yaru. This Brahmastra alone can destroy the ego and make this body unite with Atma Bhirama. Our salutations to Rama Ramana through this next offering with a song written by Sadhu Om Swami and music is by Srimati Sulochana Natarajan.
ജ്ഞാനാരെന്നും ജ്ഞാനാസ്ഥിരം ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ന ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
നാന്യാതെന്നും ജ്ഞാനാസ്ഥിരം ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ത ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
ജ്ഞാനാരെന്നും ജ്ഞാനാസ്ഥിരം ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ന ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ത ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ന ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ത ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ന ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ത ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
ജ്ഞാനാസ്ഥിരം ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ന ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
ഓം 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 നമോ രമണായ ഓം
ഓം നമോ രമണായ ഓം നമോ രമണായ
നാന്യാതെന്നും ജ്ഞാനാസ്ഥിരം ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ത ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ന ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
ശ്രീരമണേശൻ തന്ത ബ്രഹ്മാസ്ഥിരം
Next, in Dwapara Yuga, we had Sri Krishna. What does Sri Krishna teach us? That the life is not very, very easy. Krishna was born in a prison and he did not even was taken care by his own parents. He was left to be taken care by some other parents. And then there he had to work very hard every day, take all the cattle for grazing, and then he used to get his share of food. But when we listen to the story of Krishna, we call it Krishna Leela, and we enjoy all the stories. There is we never feel sad listening to the story of Krishna. That is the beauty of Krishna. When we understand our own true nature as divinity, then there is no moment of sorrow. The life is full of joy, and that we see in the life of Sri Krishna. And this he gave as Upadesha, the path for happy life to Arjuna, where in a battlefield where everybody were ready to fight with each other and kill each other, in that moment Krishna reminded Arjuna, "Oh Arjuna, don't worry, you are the Atma, and Atma can never be touched by any of these forces. It is untouched, and Atma alone exists. Aham Atma Gudakesha Sarva Bhutha Shayastitaha Aham Adishcha Madhyamcha Bhutanam Antamevacha." This very same truth which was given by Gitacharya Sri Krishna to Arjuna later was given in the form of Ramana Gita by Ramana to Ganapati Muni. In a Dhyana Shloka of Ramana Gita, Ramana is described as the Himalaya mountain, and this Ganga called the Ramana Gita is flowing from that mountain called Ramana, and through the Vani, through the speech of Ganapati Muni, it is flowing down and it is reaching the Samudram of the hearts of the devotees, removing all the kalmasha and making them pure. What is the Upadesha that Ramana Krishna has given us? The Upadesha to know our own true nature. We think we are our name, this body or the profession that we do are the thoughts or the ideas that we are holding on to. But who are we if we are none of these? If we inquire and know our own true nature, we will understand the truth that we are that Atma. We are the divine power within. We have Krishna Ramana as the next offering. The shloka chosen from Ramana Gita by Ganapati Muni will be followed by a very special song called the Song of the Bru Beda. In Bharatanatyam, we have the various movements, the Shiro Beda for the head movements, the Drishti Beda, the eye movements, and we have the Bru Beda for the eyebrows. And let us see how Ramana, he gives this Upadesha to one of his disciple, Devadatta Sharma, using his beautiful eyebrows. We have the Ramana Krishna as the next presentation.
गलन्ति गङ्गेयं विमलतरगीतैव महतो नगाधीशात् श्रीमद्रमणमुनिरूपाज्जनिमति पथो वाणीरूपाद्गणपतिकवेः भक्तहृदयं समुद्रं संयाति प्रबलमलहारिण्यनुपदम् गलन्ति गङ्गेयम् विमलतरगीतैव महतो विमलतरगीतैव महतो नगाधीशात् श्रीमद्रमणमुनिरूपाज्जनिमति पथो वाणीरूपाद्गणपतिकवेः भक्तहृदयं समुद्रं संयाति प्रबलमलहारिण्यनुपदम् प्रबलमलहारिण्यनुपदम्
ಶರ್ಮನೆಂಬ ಆರ್ತಭಕ್ತ ದೇವನ ನೋಡಲು ಬಲುವಾಸಕ ದೇವದತ್ತ ಶರ್ಮನೆಂಬ ಆರ್ತಭಕ್ತ ದೇವನ ನೋಡಲು ಬಲುವಾಸಕ ಪಡೆಯಲು ಸದ್ಗುರು ಉಪದೇಶ ಸೂಕ್ತ ರಮಣನೆಡೆ ಶರಣಾದ ಆಗಲು ಮುಕ್ತ ಪಡೆಯಲು ಸದ್ಗುರು ಉಪದೇಶ ಸೂಕ್ತ ರಮಣನೆಡೆ ಶರಣಾದ ಆಗಲು ಮುಕ್ತ ಸಹಜದಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿದ ಸದ್ಗುರು ರಮಣ ಸಹಜ ಭ್ರುವಿನಲಿ ಕರುಣೆಯ ಬೀರಿದ ಸಹಜದಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿದ ಸದ್ಗುರು ರಮಣ ಸಹಜ ಭ್ರುವಿನಲಿ ಕರುಣೆಯ ಬೀರಿದ
ಪತಿತ ಭ್ರುವಿನಲಿ ಶರ್ಮನು ನುಡಿದ ದೇವನ ಕಾಣದೆ ತತ್ತರಿಸುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಜೀವನ ಯಾತ್ರೆ ಜಿಗುಪ್ಸೆಯಾಗಿದೆ ಸಂತರ ನೆಲೆಗೆ ಈಶೆ ತುಂಬಿದೆ ವಿಧಿಯ ಆಟವು ಹಾಸ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ ಕರ್ಮದ ವಾಸನೆ ಬಿಡದೆ ಹಿಡಿದಿದೆ ಕಷ್ಟವ ನೀಗಿ ದೇವನ ಕಾಣಲು ಪಥ ತೋರೆಂದು ನಾ ಬೇಡುತ್ತಿಹೆ
ಕ್ಷಿಪ್ತ ಭ್ರುವಿನಲಿ ಕರುಣದಿ ನೋಡುತ್ತ ಮೃದು ವಚನದಲ್ಲಿ ರಮಣನು ನುಡಿದ ಉತ್ಕ್ಷಿಪ್ತ ಭ್ರುವಿನಲಿ ಕರುಣದಿ ನೋಡುತ್ತ ಮೃದು ವಚನದಲ್ಲಿ ರಮಣನು ನುಡಿದ ದೇವನ ಕಾಣಲು ನೀ ಬಯಸುತ್ತಿಹೆ ನೀ ಯಾರು ರಮಣ ಪ್ರಶ್ನಿಸಿದ ಚತುರ ಭ್ರುವಿನಲಿ
ನಾನು ದೇವದತ್ತ
ಅದು ಬರಿ ಹೆಸರು ನೀ ಯಾರು
ನಾ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ
ಅದು ನಿನ್ನ ಕುಲ ನೀ ಯಾರು
ನಾ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ
ಅದು ನಿನ್ನ ವೃತ್ತಿ ನೀ ಯಾರು
ನಾ ಪುರುಷ
ಅದು ನಿನ್ನ ಲಿಂಗ ನೀ ಯಾರು
ನಾ ಮನುಷ್ಯ
ಅದು ನಿನ್ನ ಜನ್ಮ ನೀ ಯಾರು ನೀ ಯಾರು ತನ್ನ ತಾ ಅರಿಯದೆ ದೇವನೆಂತು ಅರಿವೆ ತನ್ನ ತಾ ಅರಿತರೆ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ ನೀನಾಗುವೆ ತನ್ನ ತಾ ಅರಿಯದೆ ದೇವನೆಂತು ಅರಿವೆ ತನ್ನ ತಾ ಅರಿತರೆ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ ನೀನಾಗುವೆ ತನ್ನ ತಾ ಅರಿಯದೆ ದೇವನೆಂತು ಅರಿವೆ ತನ್ನ ತಾ ಅರಿತರೆ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ ನೀನಾಗುವೆ ರೇಚಿತ ಭ್ರುವಲಿ ಆತ್ಮರಹಸ್ಯವ ಸತ್ಪಥ ತೋರಿದ ಸದ್ಗುರುವೇ ರೇಚಿತ ಭ್ರುವಲಿ ಆತ್ಮರಹಸ್ಯವ ಸತ್ಪಥ ತೋರಿದ ಸದ್ಗುರುವೇ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ತೋರುತ ಕುಂಚಿತ ಭ್ರುವಲಿ ವೇದ ಸಾರವನು ತಾನುಡಿದ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ತೋರುತ ಕುಂಚಿತ ಭ್ರುವಲಿ ವೇದ ಸಾರವನು ತಾನುಡಿದ ನಾನು ಯಾರು ಎಂಬ
ಆತ್ಮವಿಚಾರ ಸತತ ನಡೆಸು ನೀ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಲಿ ಆತ್ಮದಿ ನೆಲೆಸು ನಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇವ ವಿಲಾಸವ ಸವಿಯುತ್ತಲಿ ನಾನು ಯಾರು ಎಂಬ ಆತ್ಮವಿಚಾರ ಸತತ ನಡೆಸು ನೀ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಲಿ ಆತ್ಮದಿ ನೆಲೆಸು ನಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇವ ವಿಲಾಸವ ಸವಿಯುತ್ತಲಿ ದೇವ ವಿಲಾಸವ ಸವಿಯುತ್ತಲಿ ದೇವ ವಿಲಾಸವ ಸವಿಯುತ್ತಲಿ.
When Krishna was asked, what is the symbol of a jnani? Krishna told that a jnani gives abhaya to all the beings. Abhayam sarva bhutanam. And we see that Narayana had to manifest as that jnani, Buddha, to shower his love, his compassion on all beings, including even the insects and animals and birds and all kinds of human beings. Ramana was like that Buddha. Sri R. Natarajan ji says that it is after Buddha, it is Ramana who stayed in his body for a long time of 54 years. Even after attaining the purpose of life, it is jnana, he was in his physical form to guide and shower his love to all the fellow beings. We see that Ramana's love was not an attribute. His patience, his love, his compassion was not an attribute, but was his very nature. Just like how giving shade to the people who come is the nature of the tree, Ramana was full of love. And he showed his love not only on the noble ones, he also showered his love to even the robbers. We have the story of Angulimala, who was a dacoit, and how Buddha showered his compassion and love to that Angulimala and made him his disciple. We have the story of robbery at Ramanashramam. This will be presented by a beautiful song written by Dr. Sarada, and the music is by Dr. Rajkumar Bharati. Sahane Shanti Preeti.
ಸಹನೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಗುಣಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ರಮಣ ಗುಣಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ರಮಣ ಓ ರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಸಹಜ ಸ್ವಭಾವ ರಮಣ ಸಹಜ ಸ್ವಭಾವ ರಮಣ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮರವು ಕಲಿಯಿತೆ ನೆರಳ ನೀಡಲು ನೆರಳ ನೀಡಲು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮರವು ಕಲಿಯಿತೆ ನೆರಳ ನೀಡಲು ನೆರಳ ನೀಡಲು ನೆರಳು ನೀಡುವುದು ನೆರಳು ನೀಡುವುದು ಅದರ ಸ್ವಭಾವ ರಮಣ ಅದರ ಸ್ವಭಾವ ಕಚ್ಚುವವರಿಗೆ ಸಿಹಿಯ ಕೊಡುವುದು ಹಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಸಹಜ, ಅಗೆಯುವವರಿಗೆ ನೀರು ನೀಡುವುದು ಮಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಸಹಜ. ಮೈಯನ್ನು ಚುಚ್ಚುವ ಧೂಳನು ತಬ್ಬಿ ಮುತ್ತಾಗಿಸುವುದು ಸಿಂಪಿಗೆ ಸಹಜ. ಕಳ್ಳರಿಗೂ ಕರುಣೆ ತೋರುವುದು, ಕಳ್ಳರಿಗೂ ಕರುಣೆ ತೋರುವುದು ರಮಣನಿಗೆ ಸಹಜ, ರಮಣನಿಗೆ ಸಹಜ. ರಮಣ ನಿನಗೆ ಸಹಜ, ರಮಣ ನಿನಗೆ ಸಹಜ. ಸಹಜ ಸ್ವಭಾವ ರಮಣ, ಸಹನೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಗುಣಗಳಲ್ಲ ರಮಣ, ಗುಣಗಳಲ್ಲ ರಮಣ. ಓ ರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಸಹಜ ಸ್ವಭಾವ ರಮಣ, ಸಹಜ ಸ್ವಭಾವ ರಮಣ.
It is the promise of Narayana that whenever Dharma declines, he will appear again to establish Dharma. What is Dharma? Dharma is duty. And when Bhagavan was asked, what is the paramount duty of a human being? Ramana replied, to know yourself is the paramount duty of every human being. And when that we forget, when we hold on to our own limited identity of imagining that we are this body, mind and intellect, then we become papis. And to remind us of our own divinity, Narayana has to come again to destroy this false notion, this adharma, and remind us of our own true nature. Narayana has to come as Kalki. Kalki, we have the last offering of Tillana offered to him, and the words that are chosen for the Sahityam is from Muruganar Swami, where he says, for those who remember you, O Ramana, their great sins you forgive. And those who approach you, you are like the sweet water of the well which quenches our thirst. You call us closer and closer, and you make us one with you, O Ramana, O Ramana Mahadeva. Salutations to you. We conclude remembering the Ramana Kalki through this Tillana, which is set to Kalyani Raga and Aditala, and the music is by Dr. Ambika Kameshwar. We have the Kalki Ramana Tillana.
ದೇವಾ ಗುರುದೇವಾ ಮಹಾದೇವಾ ರಮಣ ಮಹಾದೇವಾ ದೇವಾ ಗುರುದೇವಾ ಮಹಾದೇವಾ ರಮಣ ಮಹಾದೇವಾ ದೇವಾ ಗುರುದೇವಾ ಮಹಾದೇವಾ ರಮಣ
Mahadeva Tadim Dim Tananatum Tanadiratil Nanadritum Tanadinana 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 Deva Gurudeva Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Deva Gurudeva Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Tadim Dim Tananatum Tanadiratil Nanadritum Tanadinana 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 Deva Gurudeva Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Deva Gurudeva Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Tadim Dim Tananatum Tanadiratil Nanadritum Tanadinana 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 Deva Gurudeva Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Deva Gurudeva Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Tadim Dim Tananatum Tanadiratil Nanadritum Tanadinana 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 Deva Gurudeva Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Deva Gurudeva Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Janudeep Janudeep Januta Januta Kita Janutari Kita Tam 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 Tajam Jam Tarita Takata Jam Tarita Janutadi Janudim Tadim Janutadim Janudim Tadim Janutadim Janudim Tadim Deva Gurudeva Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Deva Gurudeva Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva Ramana Mahadeva महादेवा रमण महादेवा பேணியே நினைவார் பிழை பொறுத்தாடும் பிறங்கள் போல் பிறங்கு ரமண மாதேவே பேணியே நினைவார் பிழை பொறுத்தாடும் பிறங்கள் போல் பிறங்கு பேரின்ப கேணிய உன்னை கிடைத்தருள்திடனான் கிட்டவாவென்று அருள்வாயே பாதனே ரமணமாதேவே தேவா குருதேவா மகதேவா ரமண மகதேவா தேவா குருதேவா மகதேவா ரமண மகதேவா தேவா குருதேவா மகதேவா ரமண மகதேவா தேவா குருதேவா மகதேவா ரமண மகதேவா
Looks like there's a dearth of space on the stage. Maybe I'll have to relocate somewhere there. Keep them coming. To master an art is a task by itself. And to teach and tutor somebody to do that is a double bonus, right? It is an art by itself, another art. So what our young Turks, our cultural ambassadors, Vidwam Ujwal Jagadeesh, Revathi Shankar, and Sripathy, they are a fine blend of both these arts. Year on year, relentlessly, they have been doing what they are doing. They are outperforming the students are outperforming them. A huge round of applause to our young Turks, Ujwal Jagadeesh, Revathi Shankar, and Sripathy, and of course, all the participating students. I would request our President, Dr. Sarada Natarajan, to come over on stage along with Sri Nandakumar ji, as also our Chief Guest, Sri Dr. J. Pratibha, who is one of these students way back in her days. Pratibha was the alumni of the first batch of RMCL. Dr. J. Pratibha also on stage, please. It was good to have Sri Nandakumar ji through the program. He has been with us through the day, engaging himself with the clarifications and sessions and the spiritual workshop earlier in the morning through the day. Thank you, sir, for being with us. I would request Sri Nandakumar ji to say a few words, bless these children. Then we will have him hand over the mementos to the chief principal architects of the day, that is our three young Turks. Please.
Namo Ramana. Can we give a standing ovation to the three teachers and this great performance? May I request Revathi Ma, Uma Ma, and Ujwal ji to come in front, please? Please come in front. What an extraordinary performance. What Bhagwan's grace in the whole composition. It's like Arangetram for the whole students, not a single dancer, but for the whole student group. Beautiful Arangetram. The whole process of Bharatanatyam Akka was explaining to me has been performed right in front of us. And on the side, the matching of the Bhakti Marga teachings of Muruganar, Sarada ka, Ambika ka, Sadhuvam Swamigal, Ganapati Muni, all flowing into us and elevating us in the span of this 2 hours that these children have given heart and soul. A great round of applause for the children now. May Bhagavan's blessings be with all of them and take them through a wonderful life so that we have a great Bharat in our future. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the inspiring words. I would also request our chief guest, Dr. J. Pratibha, to say a few words. She herself was inspired, being a participant at her age, of this age of these children. Now she is with us. Over to you, Pratibha.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Hridaya kuhara madhye kevalam brahma matram yaham aham iti sakshat atmarupena bhati. So the last 2 hours, we literally witnessed this dance of Ramana through all these kids. They really need another round of applause. Congratulations to all these students and to the teachers Ujwal, Revathi and Uma. As Jai Shri Raman said, it's just to teach few kids is one thing, but to teach all these 101 kids, and not only that, to coordinate all of these kids together, with being teachers of 3 different teachers, it's really a remarkable feat, and I really applaud all these students and the teachers, and to the all the parents also for encouraging all these kids to come here and be and for all of us to even witness this divine experience today. I have been associated with the Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning, as Jai Shri Raman said, through Ramana Balakendra for more than 45 years. And I have always been in so much awe of the creativity, the choreography, the costume, the music, and and we have witnessed that the so beautiful, the creativity, and so beautifully they have intertwined the Ramana's life and teachings through the Dashavatara and so beautifully also explained by Ujwal. And I wish all these kids many, many more years of the joy of Ramana through the dance and through the dance drama and all this, and all the parents and to the whole RMCL team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pratibha. Dr. J. Pratibha. We know her as Pratibha for long. 45 years is the association that we have had. But thanks for those inspiring words, Dr. J. Pratibha. I would request our satsang members, Nandakumar ji and Pratibha, to kindly hand over mementos to the 3 stalwarts of the day, Ujwal Jagadeesh, Revathi Shankar, and Uma Sripathy. Revathi Shankar. Uma Sripathy. what else do I say? May this tribe and tradition both thrive and survive. That's all I can say. And as Pratibha, she almost stole my words. While the children are enthused to do anything that they can, they have all the energy and beam to do all that you command them to do, or they have enough means to identify their own means. There are teachers and gurus who are dedicated to teaching them. The other pillar, one of the three pillars which is unique, is how you channelize their energies. And this is where the parents, the guardians, you have played a significant role. All of you need a big round of applause. One applause to your parents and guardians who have channelized your energies to be here. Now, this program would be incomplete without hearing a few feedbacks from the parents who have experienced this for so many long years. I see Antara Shriram's mother, Uma Shriram. She could be one who could share her experiences on this whole journey of seeing their daughters through the program. Please, Uma Shriram.
Namo Ramana. At the outset, congratulations to all the children, parents and teachers for this wonderful evening. Could we have a round of huge applause once again? Well, I completely feel and would want to say that it's just Bhagwan's choice that my daughter and me are here at Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning and have been here for the past 13 years. It's been a wonderful journey. Not a single day goes without being at RMCL or without thinking about Bhagwan. And I'm very, very proud that my daughter has been a part of RMCL and been completely soaked in Bhagwan's teachings and spirituality. I just hope each and every child here gets the same blessings. So I would urge parents to continue their journey at RMCL. Thank you once again. Namo Ramana.
Thank you, madam. We would want to have a couple of more feedbacks. If Anvi's mother Amrita is around, we would want to hear from her too.
Hello. Namo Ramana. Good evening, one and all. Anvi has been a toddler when she has been coming here. It's like she has been coming from the age of 6. And I never feel if I'm late, it is a family. The only one thing what I can say, if I have to be late, I'm going here, ma'am, I'm saying, please, ma'am, I can come little late, pick her, drop her, something like that. She's like, okay. Don't worry, she'll be with us. And this is how it has been like a core family. If I'm going somewhere, I don't have to think about her. I tell ma'am, please, look at her for some time, I'll come back. And the way my daughter has been budding, listening to the stories what ma'am tells, sir tells, even Sharda ma'am, she keeps telling how parents are sending the kids. And it really makes a very, very good impact on her, apart from her education also. And she is able to manage her studies as well as her extracurricular activities. And she's loving. Earlier she used to say, Mama, I'll not go for some time. Now she's like, no, I want to go early. So this is how she has been coming and I wish this bond continues till all the time. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, madam. As you wish, the bond has continued in many cases like Jay Pratibhas for over 5 decades now. So I am sure it will...
Guidance. And then once I put my daughter, especially with Uma, with whom she was very comfortable. And she happens to be my schoolmate also. So she's enjoying. This is like her second home here. And she's very comfortable being at the center here. Thank you. Thank you for all the guidance.
Thank you, ma'am. What is the program without having a feedback from the students? I don't know if I have to take their names, I have to take from Google or at random. So what I was told is take it as Hema Malini and Shalini. Please.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Dashavatara Ramana. It was not just a dance presentation for us, it was an entire journey indeed. So, as all of you know, Dashavatara are the 10 incarnations of Lord Vishnu, where he took different avatars from Matsya to Kalki to destroy adharma in different yugas. This is the story that we all know. But what makes this presentation special is that we have added an element of how it aligns with the life and teachings of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. So, Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning and our gurus, they've taught us that dance is not just about movements or aesthetics or just expressions. It is about learning who you truly are. So that is what is the gist of Bhagavan's teachings, is to question yourself, self-inquiry, through simplicity and silence. And that is what we've learned in our presentation today. And I am really grateful for this opportunity to Bhagavan Ramana, Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning, and our gurus. And I always pray that His grace is always there on us forever. Thank you.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. So what makes today's performance unique is the integration of Lord Vishnu's Dashavataram and Bhagavan's life teachings. So in Lord Vishnu's Dashavataram, he took many forms to destroy the evil present around the world. Whereas, on the other hand, we have Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, who killed the evil within us through self-inquiry and simplicity. In Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning, we were able to learn the different teachings of Ramana that we could adopt in our daily life. So I encourage everybody to continue learning in this divine path. Thank you.
Raw and tender but very rich messages from these two young kids. They have absorbed the teachings in full, I would say. I would request our President Dr. Sarada Natarajanji to come and share her thoughts over this function and the performance of the students.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. It's been a very blessed evening. Every journey, every day at Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning brings us new joys, renewed joys, and new revelations. The maximum, the greatest revelation that we get is Ramana Shakti takes us through all hurdles, all difficulties. Of course, the Atma Vichara is the greatest form. But ಇವತ್ತು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬಂತು. ಇವತ್ತು 4ನೇ 5ನೇ ದಿವಸ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟಾಫು ಅವರ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವಿಟಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ಸ್, ಅವರು ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಯೂಮ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದಾಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಸ್ಟೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ರಿಹರ್ಸಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದಾಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಮೊನ್ನೆಯಿಂದ ನಡೀತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಟುಡೇ ಇಸ್ ದ ಕಲ್ಮಿನೇಷನ್. In that sense, it's a great effort, and there is always little doubt. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಟೈಮ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರಬಹುದು, ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಅಸ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಈಸ್ ರಮಣ ಹೇಗೋ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ರಮಣ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ we can see how the children have performed so well in such a short time. Every one of them, they were, whatever the roles were given to them, they did it perfectly. Hardly any mistakes were there. I wouldn't say there were maybe few mistakes here and there, but every one of them, they could do it perfectly. Wonderful children. Every one of you, you were all great, and we didn't know the passing of 2 hours at all. We didn't feel at all that the time was passing. Somebody senior like Nandakumar ji, that he stayed through a dance performance of the children and he enjoyed every bit of that, and he was clapping for every one of the children, how beautiful, how wonderfully they are doing, and how beautifully the choreography has happened, how nicely the concepts have been given to the children. All this happened. So it's a great grace. It is grace all the way. And I also have to thank all the parents and be with us in this journey. Some of you have said you would like to be, but no matter what the circumstances, ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ಅವ್ರ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತರ ಅವ್ರ ಅಮ್ಮ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಅವಳು ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆಲ್ ಇನ್ ದೇರ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಡೂ ಬೆಟರ್. ಅದೊಂದು ಮಾತ್ರ ನೀವು ಜ್ಞಾಪಕ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ಕಲೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಲಿತರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಬೆಟರ್ ಎಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ದೇ ಡೂ. ಎನಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷ್ನಲ್ ಕಲೇಸ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಟು ಡಾನ್ಸ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ನಾವು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಮಗು ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆ ಮಗುಗೆ ಆ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ತಾಳ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಅಂಗ ಶುದ್ಧ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಬಾಡಿಲಿ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರೇಸ್ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮುಖ ಅಭಿನಯ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಬರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ at the same moment. It's not, you try to do, we say, to show Kalpura Harti, do your left hand like this and move your right hand around. How many of us can do this? It's a challenge. People cannot do it. It's very difficult. We talk of intelligence growing if you are ambidextrous. You can move both the hands together simultaneously in different mudras. So idu from the perspective of intelligence, from the perspective of the world, it happens. But of course, the greatest wealth, as has been said by everybody, is the Atma Nidhi, which the children are getting. That is the speciality of the inputs in Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning. Dance ಕಲಿಬೋದು, ಭರತನಾಟ್ಯಂ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡೋ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗುರುಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರುಗಳ ಮನದಲ್ಲೂ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಆದರೆ ಆತ್ಮಜ್ಞಾನದ ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಪದ ಪದದಲ್ಲೂ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವ ಒಂದು ಈ ಸಾಧನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ರಮಣ ಮಹರ್ಷಿ ಸೆಂಟರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೀನಿಯರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಇದು, ಅವರ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. how it has transformed their lives, how it has given them the power to face many challenges which life brings. The seniors will be able to tell us. So I do request the parents to continue this journey with the Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning, and in the circumstance always to continue the journey of dance, and along with Bharatanatyam, my suggestion is to give them Shastriya Sangeeta as well. It is very important. If the children are not already learning Carnatic music, let them learn, because it is again my personal experience. ನಾನು ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ಸಂಗೀತ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಯಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ನಾನು ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಭರತನಾಟ್ಯಂ ಕಲಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನನಗೆ 20 ವಯಸ್ಸು. ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. 20 ವಯಸ್ಸು 25 ವರ್ಷದೊಳಗೆ ಅರಂಗೇಟ್ರಮ್ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು ನಮ್ಮದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ ಹೇಳೋರು, ನಿಮಗೆ 3 ವರ್ಷ ಯಾಕೆ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂದರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋದ್ವಿ, ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಧ್ಯ ಹೋದ್ವಿ ಬಂದ್ವಿ. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ 2 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಂಗೇಟ್ರಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಯಾಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋರು, ನಿನ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ಸಂಗೀತ ಇದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿದೆ. You have Carnatic music, Tala Jnana is there, song you understand immediately, you can dance very easily. So, do make this a combination. The Shastriya Sangeeta and Nritya both go together. So let it be, and we hope that the children will go to greater heights with our center. They will continue to do well, both in the field of dance and in their lives. It is bound to happen. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Yeah, I didn't explicitly congratulate the teachers because they have been repeatedly congratulated, but once again, congratulations to the teachers and to the entire RMCL team. Today, I would like Revathi to introduce the, we have a guest designer with us for the lighting. Kumudavati ma'am is here.
We have Anand, Satya and Shivu who have assisted in the lighting and audio. I request Kumudavati ma'am to please come on stage. She herself is a dancer, so you might have seen the way the light danced today. Thank you so much.
Ashtelva? Yeah.
One question that comes often is the ability of the students to be ambidextrous, not in a physical sense, but how do they manage academics and extracurriculars? I was saying that one question that often traumatizes the parents of the students that we've seen here is whether they can be really ambidextrous in more than a physical sense. How do they manage academics as well as extracurriculars? You have seen many proofs here. The three students, the three teachers were all young students when they came to RMCL. They have flourished. They have done very well in academics. And if you want to go a generation higher, Dr. J. Pratibha is a proof. They have done exceptionally well in academics. So rest assured that their indulgence in RMCL is not going to take away any of their academics, even by a bit. Now, for the moment that these children have been waiting for to be introduced, because they are the stars, these are star performers today, I am sure even the three teachers will not remember. I don't feel guilty anymore because I am sure none of the teachers can introduce all the students. So I will leave it to the respective teachers to introduce their respective students. Uma, Sripathy, Revathi, Shankar and Ujwal in that order.
Ambika. Namaskar madam. Come. Pratiksha. Prithvi. Sharadi. Sanvi. Nidhi. Shivani. Shreya. Adya. Riddhi Chaturthi, Rihanvi, ಕಲ್ಪಿತಾ, ಧನ್ವಿಕಾ, ತನಿಕ್ಷಾ, ಸಾಯಿ ಶ್ರಾವಣಿ, ಸೋನಿಕಾ, ಖುಷಿ, ಅದಿತ್ರಿ, ಗಾನವಿ, ಪ್ರಗತಿ, ಪ್ರಣತಿ and Ashri.
Students from Malleshwaram, Hema Malini, Padma, Nandini, Sarojini, Supriya, Amulya, Moshika, Bindu, Shalini. Students from Sanjaynagar, Anika, Juni, Anvi, Madevi, Stuti, Charvika, Gayatri, Bharati, Darshana, Vedika, Shalini, Shivani, Yogita, Ambika, Chaitanya, Yashaswini, Jashrita, Sharvari, who has stayed back, cancelling her trip for the sake of annual day. Ujwal?
We have Anant, Niharika, Hashmita, Sai Lilita, Vijay Kailash, Vedavalli Nihita, Pranita Das, Advika, Rinisha, Dishna, Shreyashwini, Divita, Arna Gauda, Varshini, Vaishnavi, Vaibhavi, Gauri, Ritanya, Sahana, Antara Sriram, and Srimati Ashwini. I thank all the parents once again. We would like to thank Shri Prem and Gopi ji for the videography and Mr. and Mrs. Mahesh for the live. This program is available in our YouTube channel, Ramana Center Bengaluru. Please do watch it and share it with your family and friends. Yeah, the food has been, a dinner has been arranged for all the parents and the students. Please do go to the conference hall for the dinner, and before you go, we would like to honor our chief guest, Dr. J. Pratibha Sundaresh. And we would also like to thank our MC for last 3 days, Shri Jai Shri Ram. A small token of love from the center.
Tomorrow we have the talks and the seminar ongoing for the 4th day. The venue will be Ramana Maharshi Shrine at Makery Circle.